This currency will cash its chips into your head, and it will manifest doubt. It will manifest fear. It will make you think you need to put things off. It will make you think you need things to be perfect. It will send you towards drama. It will make you judge people who are doing what you want to do. It is always going to be there, and now you're aware of it, and now you know how it works. And I'm hoping that this gives you a sense of clarity on why you're facing what you're facing. So next time you have self-doubt, or next time you think something's going to be painful, don't take that at face value. See it for what it truly is, right? Like, you want resistance to be the emperor with no clothes, so to speak. You want to really reveal back what you're looking at for what it truly is, and just notice like, oh, it's just that bloody resistance thing. And it will always be that. You just need to have the consciousness and awareness to recognize it. So next time you go to sit down to do some outreach and you start trying to, do something else like YouTube, or you start thinking, I'll just send some later, just be like, oh, hello, resistance. Just recognizing it is enough to overcome it, genuinely. Like, just not buying the front that it gives you and looking at the back is the main thing, because that's like, then you'll just be like, oh shit, well, I'm not going to tolerate it. So I said the second step is intolerance, but really, like, it is just awareness, because once you become aware of it, you're like, okay, well, there's a resistance thing. I'm not going to buy it. And so I want to give you a quick note on responsibility and why it's still your fault, because now what can happen is, like, you might start to blame resistance. So you might I don't want you to do this, because the mistake you could make is, now that you know that resistance is this sort of force within you that you can't really get rid of and you just have to fight, it's very easy to fall into the trap of blaming resistance. And if you remember earlier in the modules, we talked about how everything's your fault. So I don't want you to make the mistake of thinking you're not where you want to be because of resistance. As per the previous modules, it is still your fault for where you are. If you, like, whether or not you beat resistance is up to you. It's your fault if you lose. It's your fault if you win. It's not your fault resistance exists. It's your fault if you give into it, right? Resistance is a force of nature. It will always be present, but we must never blame resistance as the reason why we aren't where we want to be. Resistance can always be overcome, and you are still always to blame. It's easy to turn and point the finger to resistance and say, oh, okay, so now that I know this resistance thing's here, that's why I'm not where I want to be. Or it's procrastination, this resistance is just so strong, or my self-doubt is the reason. You must remember that these aren't the things to blame. It's the fact you didn't fight back that is the reason. So don't go pointing the finger at this force, because, well, it's there and it can dictate your life if you let it, but only if you let it. So now we know what resistance is and what form it takes, let's understand why it exists. Right, this is where things get really fucking fun, because a lot of people now think like it's just this force and it's just there, and yeah, okay, Charlie, you've explained that you can't really have a goal without having resistance towards the goal. Seems counterintuitive. Why can't I just have a goal and just go and get it? Well, this is where things get fun, because understanding the genesis and the conception of the resistance itself will make you even more, what would you say, determined in your approaches to overcoming it. So where does resistance come from? Well, pain is where resistance meets effort. So when you feel pain, and when you're in a painful, suffering situation, when you're working, when you're making cold calls and it really hurts, or when you're sending cold emails and you feel like just even clicking the button like hurts your hand. I've had that before, right? Where I'm sending cold emails and I feel like my muscles hurt, but it's just resistance, just trust me. Pain is where resistance meets effort, and pain is where compliance meets resistance with time. So this is a good point. I'm going to talk about where resistance comes from in a second, but first of all, I want to talk about pain here really quickly, because there's two types of pain. Pain, you can have the healthy pain, the productive pain, which is where you meet resistance with effort, or you can have the unhealthy pain, which is basically where resistance meets compliance. So you have two choices. You can face the resistance now and put effort into overcoming it and feel pain now for reward later, right? And that's how you want to do it. Alternatively, you can face resistance now, but not face it at all and just have compliance with it and feel pleasure now, but pain later. And you have to choose. Do you want pain now, glory later, or delusion now and pain later? Right? Everyone has this tendency to just, like, they face resistance and then they just comply with it, and then they feel good for now because, like, whatever, like they don't have to face the pain. The absence of pain is pleasure quite often. And so you have to decide. So let's talk about this. Why does this wall of fire exist? You know, why does this pain exist? Why do we have to face it? Well, obviously it's because of resistance. We know that we now know enough about this wall of fire to know that It's not like, obviously, it's not like physical flames or petrol burning or anything. It's actually resistance itself. And the fire represents the pain you feel when you lock your horns with resistance and start fighting it. So the fire is pain. Pain is where resistance meets effort. And when you have resistance and effort, pain is created. And that's basically defined as a uncomfortable mental sensation as a result of these two things being alloyed together. But why is there resistance in the first place? Why can't we just walk through like a nice little field, or just swim through a nice little open lake to get to where we want? Why do we have to walk through metaphorical fire? And why do we have to put ourselves through so much pain and agony? Why is there resistance? Why can't we just do like a quick light jog through a meadow with, flowers and shit? Why do we have to go through the pain? Well, resistance comes from your current self and what I call its survival bias. This is what is to blame for the resistance. It's not what is to blame for your lack of success. Well, actually it is your current self, right? We know that's true. But resistance is a manifest of your current self. Let me explain. So the self's psychological survival bias. Your current sense of identity and self, your ego, is just like any living organism. It has a survival bias. It has a bias towards survival. It wants to survive. It wants to live, not die. So all successful species and all successful organisms have a survival bias, which means all their behavior and all of their sort of physical manifests of activity are geared towards helping them survive. That's really why, if you look at how any animal does anything, really, or any organism does anything, it's all based on survival and reproduction. That's it, really. It's every action it takes is geared towards those two things. And understand that your goal threatens the survival of your current self. Setting a goal that requires you to become someone new and building your evolved self on paper is like putting your new self into a kickboxing to the death match with your current self. So you have who you are right now, your current self, whether you like it or not. You probably don't like it. That's why you want to change. When you set a goal, we now know that to accomplish and achieve a goal, we have to become he or she who can. What that means is we have to kill off our current self to step into the shoes of the new person. And so you cannot have your current self and your new self, right? At the end of the day, one of them has to win, one of them has to die. It's sort of like it's a zero-sum game. They can't both survive. And so when you create a goal and when you start to try to become someone else, you've just thrown your new self into a boxing ring with your current self. But this boxing match is not fought with gloves. Your current self fights with resistance. It's psychological warfare. It will throw kicks of self-doubt, hooks of anxiety, roundhouses of fear, and jabs of comfort, alongside a whole different arsenal of psychologically manipulative moves. So you have to imagine that when you create a goal and try to become someone else, you're stepping into a boxing ring with who you currently are, and the main weaponry that person has in their arsenal as an opponent with their fists up and, they're going to start beating you up, it's resistance. Resistance is what they use to fight. Your new self has one weapon, and that is the work. And this is the best way. Realizing this and coming to this conclusion after a while, I was like, holy shit, that makes sense. Your new self fights with the work, and your current self fights with resistance. So all this comes down to this whole thing, this whole module, self-transcendence, is what is stronger? Your ability to work or your current self's ability to resist? That's it. We boil it down to those two things. And now that you've heightened your consciousness, set a goal and started taking action towards growing into a new version of yourself, your current self is going to kick at, spit, scream at, shout at, abuse, and seduce you. Your current self, your current identity as this living, breathing, psychologically tangible thing is going to do everything in its power to survive. And the only thing it can do in its power is resistance, right? It doesn't really have any other tools or things to use. And so it takes one of these 30 things or multiple of these 30 things and starts throwing them at you to try and survive. It will do everything in its power to survive. It has no moral code, and it will go to any length necessary to maintain its life. It will lie to you, manipulate you, make you doubt yourself, panic you, scare you, seduce you, make you comfortable, everything. You name it, it will do it. The thing about the current self is it knows you. It knows like your mind and your brain and what that wants, because it's basically built it. And so it will give you like hell, and it will really throw things at you because it knows you so well that it knows that if it puts YouTube in front of you, then you're going to click on it because that's what it's built your dopamine pathways to want. And so it's hard to beat. It's possible to beat, but it's your only opponent in life. And fortunately enough, we've taken lengths to understand it. We understand its traits, we understand its habits, we understand its beliefs, we understand its patterns and its troughs and its peaks. We now also understand its main forms of resistance. So we're starting to build it. This is why everything has been leading up to this, right? Everything that I've done so far has been leading up to this slide, right? And understanding it. It's kind of like, imagine that when you try to start becoming someone else, it's kind of like you've cornered a honey badger. The current self is the honey badger, or it's like a lion or something, and you've put it in a corner, and now you've got to try and kill it. But that thing has got teeth and it's got claws and it's fast, and it will just do everything it can to tear you apart. And you may have already noticed it to kick in, right? You've probably already noticed, and if you haven't yet, you will, I promise. The late night thoughts, the wondering if it's worth it, the questions, the doubts, the fears, the negative emotions. Do not listen. You probably already started to experience the resistance, right? You, at this point of this training, through this module, you have stepped into the ring with your current self, and it's now going to start a fight. It is going to start to throw stuff at you. It's going to start to manifest resistance, and that force of resistance will begin to generate pain, because now you have to meet it with effort. You have to work in spite of the doubt. You have to face the work in spite of the procrastination. You have to do the work in spite of wanting the support. You have to do the work even when it makes you feel vulnerable, or even when it makes you feel scared. You have to do these things, and it's where work meets resistance is pain. And sitting in that pain is what you have to do. That's the trial by fire. If you can withstand the fire and withstand the pain of work plus resistance, you will get what you want. And all you have to do is face that pain and put up with it for long enough for your current self to die and your new way to manifest. Pain is like, the more pain you put yourself in, and by pain I don't mean like mashing up your ankles with a mallet, the more like productive, evolving pain you put yourself in, it's kind of like you suffocate the current self with pain. That's a strong idea. The current self is suffocated by the pain that is a result of resistance in the work. And the more pain you can put yourself in, and the more doubts you can crush, and the more fears you can fight through, and the more times you can do the work, even when your body doesn't want to, the further you suffocate it. So you have to imagine the current self survives without pain, and the more pain you have, the more you suffocate the current self's ability to survive. The current self has all of these psychological weapons. All you have is the work. But let me tell you, the work wins every time. Every time. The work is way more powerful than any form of resistance you can face. It will always win. If you just work, if you do the work in face of the resistance, you will win. Because you will generate pain, and that pain will suffocate the current self. And by the way, I know I get a bit passionate about I know I kind of get into these videos a little bit, and I can get a bit carried away with my tone, but I'm just talking from the heart. I want to keep this as sort of natural as possible, because realizing this stuff has made me millions, and it will make me hundreds of millions, if not billions, in the line. In fact, I've got no doubt that will happen. It's just going to take time. And the fact that I can share this with you, that makes me happy. So when you set a goal, your current self locks horns with your desired self. And this is what happens. Ladies and gentlemen, you remember this, right? From Breaking Your Chains, from the last video, where we talked about your oscillations and the oscillatory nature of life, where you go to one peak and then you go to a trough. And what happens here is when you're facing resistance and when you're in pain, that's when you're on this upwards trend. And when you're not facing resistance and falling down and letting it overcome you, then you're falling down to the trough. And so, like, when your current self and evolving self start having a bit of a battle or a war, because it's really the only form of intercourse possible between them, then this graph starts to manifest. And we talked about flipping the floor and the standards and stuff, and we talked about how to break through this thing. And the real key ingredient is just basically the resistance thing. Because what will happen is, like, you'll get to this point here and you'll start to feel comfortable and proud and happy. And that's just resistance once again. It's not just negative. Like, resistance doesn't just manifest in negative form with doubts and fears and pain and stuff. It manifests with other forms of positive emotion, like pride and comfort. And so it will do everything it can to keep you in your current place. And the current self wins when you give in to its resistance. The work is the key. For as long as you're working on the thing, you are beating resistance. So I don't mean work as in like, I'm going to go and build a website, or yeah, I'm going to go and create some business cards. I mean, the work is like, it's the thing that you know you need to do. It's the thing that you're really resisting. Because like, you can go and build a website, or you can go and like, I don't know, you can go and sort of like try and like create some like slides or something, or you can try and start doing, you know what I'm talking about. There are actions that you don't need to do that have no impact on your goal whatsoever. Basically, the key to this is that if the action doesn't create pain, then you shouldn't even bother. Genuinely. Like, if you're doing things that don't create like resistance or pain, then you're probably working on the wrong thing. Now, there are exceptions to this because, you know, like for example, right now I am loving this. I love these videos. I like recording them. I feel no resistance towards recording them at all. But I should still do them. So there are caveats to this, but for the most part, like, you need to be doing the thing that you need to be doing. And so here's a great little image for this. So we've all heard of the story of the knight and the dragon and the damsel in distress in the cave. And, you know, basically what happens here, this is a very strong archetype for a very good reason. On the left, we have your goal, which is to rescue the woman. Or, you know, that's a, you know, what would you call it? That's a generalization, right? You're probably not doing this to rescue a woman, unless you've got a drive vacuum that supports that, of course. But you've got your goal, which is to rescue the damsel in distress in this case. You've got your current self and its resistance, which is the dragon. Then you've got your desired self, which is the knight, and then you've got the lance or the you know, sword, which is killing the dragon, which is the work. So your desired self slays the dragon of resistance through the work. And by slaying the dragon and by doing the work, you accomplish your goal. So let's talk about slaying the dragon, because now that you understand what resistance is, how it manifests, and where it comes from, which is obviously your current self and why it's there. Now let's actually talk about how to slay this dragon, because this picture here is pretty much a summary of all of my points put together, and it's why like the George and the Dragon story is so popular, even though it's so old. It's very archetypal. So let's slay the dragon. So what is the work, and why is it our best weapon against resistance? So the work is your only weapon against resistance. When you step into that boxing ring with your current self, the only thing you can use to fight is the work, right? The work is the only way to keep the resistance at bay and not fall prey to its charming, deceptive nature. I define the work as action. It's having the intelligence to figure out what you need to do and then doing it. In life, there is cause and there is effect. We must cause to effect. The work is the cause of the effect you desire, and your goal is an effect. It's a snapshot of the future, and it's born out of the work. To boil it down, the work is basically forcing your body to take a physical action in spite of and against the resistance it has or feels towards taking it. So what I mean here is the work is basically doing the thing you know you need to do. And the cool thing about this is you can't really do the work without the resistance. The resistance, like the goal creates the resistance, and the resistance creates the work. Because, well, if you didn't feel resistance, you wouldn't know what to work on. So the work is basically taking the actions you know you need to take. It's not doing things that you know you shouldn't be doing. It's not going and spending 3 days watching YouTube videos on how to do the thing. It's sitting down and actually doing it. And to clarify, I don't mean any old work like, inviting people to like your Facebook page, or, making some business cards, or, these are resistance actions. So when you start doing stupid stuff like going to get people to like your Facebook page, or spending your days like figuring out what color you want your logo to be, that is actually resistance. That's warped priorities, if you remember. And you know what I'm talking about. You've probably done stuff that you shouldn't really be doing. If it's not signing clients or doing sales calls or delivering results, or hiring people, it's probably not really anything that you need to be doing. It's kind of like with the gym or with working out. It's like, let's say your goal is to run a marathon and you're not fit at the moment, then running a marathon means you have to become someone that can, right? And so your current self who can't run a marathon doesn't want to do that because it wants to survive. So it starts giving you resistance. And all you really have to do is just go and run. Right? So it's like, if you're like, okay, first day of marathon training, what I'm going to do today is spend the whole day like researching what shoes I could buy. When in reality, you should just basically get out there in bloody bare feet if you need to, and just start running. Do the research in the evening if you want to. So yeah. And when you work, resistance gets weaker. The stronger the resistance, the weaker it gets after you beat it. Eventually, after having taken daily action on your goal for a long time, you will have transcended yourself. The only path is the work. The only way is the work. So like I said, if we want to kill, we need to kill the current self. It needs to die. The evolving self cannot come to fruition if the current self is still there. It's one or the other. You can't have both. And so the best way to kill the evolving self and to grow and to transcend yourself is to suffocate it with pain. Pain is like what would you call pain? Pain's like the kryptonite of the current self, right? It's the thing that really kills it off. It's like the current self is almost like allergic to the pain. And the more pain you expose it to, the less chance it has of surviving. And so if you want to increase your chances of success, you just increase how much pain you're in. And the only way you can increase how much pain you're in is by applying effort and work to resistance, right? And you will often find that resistance gets stronger the closer you get to the finish line. Your journey through the fire may be 101 miles long. And I can guarantee you that at mile 100, you will face the most resistance possible. Your current self will Hail Mary the shit out of you emotionally. So what I mean here is the closer you get to your goal, the more resistance you will feel. It doesn't get easier the further into the fire you get. The fire gets hotter the closer to the end you actually become, or closer to the end you actually are. And so, like, when you've been doing this for some time, and then suddenly you wake up one day and the doubt is like 10 times stronger, the pain avoidance is 5 times more prevalent, and the distractions seem 10 times more appealing, that's when you know you're getting close. Because the harder the current self kicks back and fights, the technically weaker it's getting. It's kind of like just before it's about to die, it really just sort of unlocks like beast mode, and then it will just really fight back, and you need to just keep layering on that pain. Just keep on suffocating it with pain. It will be hell. Your current self will do everything it can to stay alive. It knows you. It is you. It'll use your weaknesses, your proclivities, your impulses, your drive, your desires. It will use everything it's got. It will be hell on earth to fight. So remember, when you're going through hell, keep going, right? This is why I'm telling you this. I'm telling you that you need to expect the pain, because the pain is going to happen. The agony, the suffering, the difficulty, the stress, all of that stuff is going to be prevalent, because when you lock horns with your current self, like, you have to do it. And I can tell you what is more painful: not winning. Fucking hurts. It's horrible. But that's why we must win, and that's why we must be strong, and that's why we must do the work. So when you're going through hell, keep going. So what is the work, and how do we do it? Well, the work is getting your body to take an action it does not want to take. And the work is doing the thing that you need to do, but feel resistance towards doing. So you can't do the work if there's no resistance. This is why, like, we kind of want the current self to exist, and we want resistance to be prevalent. Because, like, without resistance, well, what would we work on? We wouldn't. There would be nothing to do. There would be no cause to create an effect. And so the cause you need to, the work is the cause you need to create the effect you want. It's the action that creates the reaction you desire. It's your best weapon, the work. So how do we do the work? Well, let's start with a question. So what I'm going to do now is continue framing this, because the strategies that I'm going to give you here there's no sort of like tangible like strategy. I'm going to give you some towards the end, some like good ways to see, but everything about this depends on your perception. Because if you can alter your paradigm, and we talked about paradigm shifts at the start. You wonder why I put paradigm shifts at the start. This is why. If you can alter your perception of pain and the work and the suffering and the current self and resistance, just by altering how you see it will determine how you act on it, and that will basically, create all this stuff. Because most people see pain as the worst thing possible. I see pain as the best thing possible. I want as much pain as I can possibly get. I want as much resistance as humanly possible, because the more resistance there is, the more work I can do, the more pain I can create, the faster I can suffocate my current self to evolve. So you don't want to see your current self as a negative thing. You want to love that thing, because without your current self, there would be no resistance, there would be no work, there would be no pain, which means there's no evolved self, which means there's no goal. So the key to the goal is to recognize that all of this stuff that we don't want is exactly what we want. And so you have to flip your paradigm and see. And I'm hoping I'm doing a good enough job of articulating this, because it's a beautiful thing to realize and understand. And this is genuinely the big key. This is like the big paradigm shift towards getting what you want. So let's start with a question. What's a knight without a dragon? That's a good question. What is a knight without a dragon? Well, you just have an ordinary man. How could you be a knight without a dragon? How could you be a hero without a dangerous situation to save someone from? There cannot be a knight without a dragon. Sit with that for a second and actually just think about that. It's through having a dragon that a knight can manifest. For there to be a knight, there must be a dragon. The dragon creates the knight. What's a hero without a tribulation? What's an admirable victor without a fierce opponent? The trial by fire creates he who can withstand it. And that's all that's between you and your goal. All that's between you and your goal is pain. And it's through enduring the pain that you get what you want. The pain is the path. So, I want to ask you this. What would your evolving self be without your current self? It wouldn't be anything. It wouldn't exist. What would the work be without resistance? It couldn't exist. There'd be nothing. There'd be nothing to work on, because resistance tells us what to do, right? Everything like this works in a duality. There'd be no knight if there was no dragon. The knight wouldn't be a knight if all he did was just ride a horse down to the cave and pick up the woman. The victor wouldn't be the victor if he didn't have to beat an opponent. When you think about victory in anything, take MMA or fighting, or take cycling or running or any sort of sport, Olympics, how victorious someone is depends on how difficult it was to beat their opponents. Because if you put Vladimir Klitschko, one of the best heavyweight boxers in the world, if you put him in a ring with a 10-year-old boy and he beat the shit out of him, then nobody would think Vladimir Klitschko would technically be a victor, but he probably wouldn't feel like much of a victor. If the knight had to go and slay the dragon, but the dragon was like a baby dragon, it was 1 foot tall and couldn't even conjure up enough flames to light a match, then the knight wouldn't be a knight. The bigger the dragon, the bigger the challenge, the more knightly the knight is, right? The more ugly and horrible and evil your current self is, and the more that thing is just really sucking and really doesn't give you anything you want, the worse that your current self is, the better your evolving self can be. The pain is the path, and it's through the dragon we become the knight. It's through the current self we become the evolving self. And so you have to recognize this. What's a victor without a strong opponent? Nothing. There's nothing there. So why would you hate the path? You can't hate the pain. You can't hate your current self. You can't hate the resistance. Because if those things didn't exist, well then there'd be no evolving self. Everyone has this tendency to hate pain and resistance in their current self. I've told you the current self is the cause of basically the resistance, and the resistance is the cause of the pain. But like I've said, we want the pain because the pain is how we suffocate the current self. But the irony is that the pain couldn't exist without the current self in the first place and without the resistance. So the current self kind of kills itself naturally. But we can't do that without the current self existing, and we can't evolve without being. We can't become without being. The current self is the path to the evolving self. So don't hate it. Everyone has this negative relationship with who they currently are because they see it as the thing that is holding them back. But the reality is that it's actually the thing that's pushing them forward. So you need to rekindle your relationship with everything you believe to be negative. This is the key. The reason I've been so successful in such a short period of time is because I love my current self. Now, not in regards to the fact that I love it for who it is and I'm settled with it and I'm happy with it, because I'll never be happy with who I am, which is quite a contrary thing to state amongst the current society. But I don't hate the pain. I love the pain. When resistance manifests, when I have a really strong doubt, I'm like, oh, thank God for that. Thank God for that resistance. Thank God for the pain that's coming as a result of that. Because without it, I couldn't evolve. I couldn't become. You cannot become without being. You must be to become. Without a dragon, there's no knight. So we need a dragon to slay if we want to become a knight. We cannot be a victor without an opponent. We need to be someone if we want to become someone. Foster gratitude for your current self. It's given you an opportunity. If you didn't have your current self, you'd have nothing to become. It's this understanding that makes me grateful for my current self and everything that it's produced. So looking at this picture on the right here, the guy at the top, and Charlie Morgan I no longer recognise, I am eternally grateful for that person. Because without him, the one at the bottom couldn't have manifested. Think of it this way in sales. Without objections being present, we have no opportunity to close the call. Most people see objections as the thing stopping them from closing the calls, but objections are actually doorways that we can use to close the deal and get the deal across the line. And likewise, you cannot endure pain without resistance being present. Without the fire, we couldn't even have a trial to put ourselves through. Without our current self, we wouldn't have a desired self to become. So be grateful for the fire. Learn to love the pain and the resistance in its source, because without it, you could not become. Everyone hates pain, but I love pain. Pain hurts. And we have this tendency to believe that things that hurt are negative. And sometimes that's true. If you break your arm, or if you get slapped in the face, or if someone breaks up with you, or if a friend stabs you in the back, it's going to hurt. And I'm not talking about pain with regards to physical things, like if you stub your toe and it's painful. That's not good, right? Because pain is actually, it's a feedback mechanism that our brain uses to keep us alive. So pain's actually quite handy. If your partner breaks up with you, or if a child of yours dies, you're gonna endure pain, and it's not, you don't want that sort of pain, is my point. You don't want to go and throw your child off a cliff because you want to feel the pain because you think it's going to grow you. That's not what I'm talking about here. I'll come to this in a bit where we talk about evolving pain. Don't make the mistake of thinking that you want to seek out suffering wherever you can. My point here is this is localized to personal growth and self-transcendence. There's a whole other world of pain that we don't really want to expose ourselves to because it genuinely is horrible and it doesn't do us much good. If a family member dies and you see it as a good thing, you're kind of just being an idiot. So just remember, there's caveats to all of this, and anything taken to its extreme will become its opposite. And we know that pain is effort and resistance. So let's talk about bathing in pain. And I use the word bathing because I really want you to sort of visualize this. I want you to just imagine that you're just going to sit in this thing. You're going to sit in the bath of pain and you're going to love it. It's going to feel amazing. So I'm going to give you an action item, and it's going to sound weird. What I'm about to tell you to do is going to sound a bit strange, and it's not a conventional thing to put into a business training. Obviously, you bought this program to acquire more clients and make more money. I'm going to tell you to do something, and you're going to think it's weird, but I want you to do it because it drills this point home perfectly. I want you to go and find something that you can hold in both hands that weighs, 1.5 to 3 kilograms. It could be I've got this water bottle here. It could be a small bag of sugar, some books, a small speaker. Just go and find something that weighs a couple of kilograms that you can hold in both hands and hold out. It sounds strange, but just pause the video now. Trust me, I know it's a weird thing to ask me to halfway through a mindset video. I'm sort of throwing a curveball here, but go and grab something from your kitchen. I don't know, grab a pot or a pan or something and come back. Go and pause the video, do that now. So you should have that item, and let's dive in. So now, provided it's safe for you to do so, in a second here, I'm going to ask you to hold this item between your hands and hold it out in front of you with fully stretched arms. So kind of you want to grab the thing in between both hands and then just sort of hold it out. And hold it out in front of you so it's suspended, above the floor, and then gravity is obviously acting down on it, and your shoulders are, locked in holding this thing. Don't do this yet, right? So if you're there, you probably look a bit strange right now, just stood there in the middle of your office, just holding, but don't do it yet. But the point of this is I want you to watch your brain in a second. So you'll notice that the first minute or two, you'll be fine. But as soon as the burn sets in, I want you to notice how your shoulders start to hurt. And then I want you to notice how your brain responds. This sounds weird, I know, but what I want to do with this exercise is bring your conscious awareness to pain and the whole point of resistance and effort. And the easiest way to do this is through this body thing. So trust me. and we want to bathe in the pain, and I want you to watch your brain dredge up resistance to escape it. This might sound weird, right? It kind of is, but we must become aware of our pain avoidance and resistance compliance before we can proceed. So, like, this is going to sound weird, but what I want you to do is grab this item, right? I'll do it now with my bottle of water, and hold it out between both of your arms, and, you know, just stretch your arms all the way out, and so that you're putting, like, you know, muscular stress on your shoulders. And as you're holding it there, I want you to pause this video in a second here. You can maybe just like pause it when you start holding it. Watch your brain, right? Because what we're now going to do is we're going to expose our body to pain, and you're going to start to notice resistance. So thoughts like, this is stupid, or that's enough, or I don't really want to do that. You might not even have gone to find something, right? I want you just to sit there with your arms stretched out as you start to feel the burn in your shoulders and watch what your brain does. Just observe. And you'll notice that it's going to start to resist the action of holding the thing out. It will start telling you everything it can to put that damn item down. It will tell you that, you know, you've had enough, or carry on with the video. Now, eventually you want to put it down. I don't want you to actually like strain yourself or really hurt yourself here, and if you've got issues with your shoulders, you can try a different exercise. But my point here is I just want you to become aware of your pain avoidance loops, and I want you to become aware of how resistance is currently operating when it comes to something like physical exercise, because the work is quite intangible. You can't really localize that. You can with examples, but you can't really like feel it instantly right now. So ignore every time your brain wishes you to sort of stop. I want you to just conquer the resistance. So every time you ignore the brain's wishes, you conquer resistance. Now, don't injure yourself. You don't need to hold it for long, just long enough to experience discomfort and notice how your brain reacts. So pause the video. I know it's weird, but hold the item out in your arms and just watch as your brain goes crazy. So just pause the video now. And you can do this. It doesn't have to be this. You could do a plank. You could just hold the squat position for a while. You could just hold a press up position for a while. Maybe you want to like hold a sit-up position. Just find something that you can hold that puts your muscles under stress, and then just watch your brain. And it sounds weird, but trust me, do it. So pause the video now and just go and watch your brain. And now that you should be back, and you should have done that, and you might be cursing me for having bad shoulders, but I want you to just sort of start to recognize, maybe even write down like what thoughts you had there. Like, what did your brain tell you? What sort of excuses did it use? Did it come up with like, you know, did you start to feel some doubts towards whether or not it was a good idea? Or like what happened basically? I just wanted to bring your awareness to this thing, because, you know, the body is quite clever, and the reason it's creating that pain is so that you're not at risk of dying, right? That's usually why pain in the body exists. But that little exercise was just geared towards you becoming more aware of your resistance patterns. And what I want you to do is take that awareness into your work. So when it comes to finishing this video or waking up tomorrow and doing what you need to do, then notice the resistance. So another example of this is pause the video now and go and send a cold email, or go and make a cold call. It's a great one, right? Go and find a number of someone in your niche and call them. Do it right now. And I'm saying that to you, and you're going to start, I'm guaranteeing you're feeling resistance right now. Doubt that the person, there's no point because the person's, it's too late for them. Procrastination, I'll do it after the video. Anxiety, I'm afraid of what they're going to say. Distraction, I'm going to do something else. Pause the video now and make a cold call. It doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't even matter like whether it goes well or not, but I just want you to get into the habit of facing resistance and putting yourself through this thing, because I've explained it and you probably feel pretty enlightened by understanding it, but now we need to put it into practice, like immediately, like this. I don't want you to sit on this information, and I want you to digest it. I don't want you to continue with the video and then just sort of, you know, rest on it and be like, okay, we want to be taking action right now. So go and find a phone number of someone in your niche, call them and say, hey, I want to sell you something. If you've got 30 seconds. And that's what you have to say. And if they say, yeah, sure, then just try and sell them. Just say, well, I can do this for you. And if they hang up, we're not trying to even book a meeting here. We're just trying to overcome the resistance. And the cold calling is a great example because it's so instant and you've probably got so much negative emotion towards it. So go and do it. We just did it with the shoulder thing. You managed to face the resistance and the pain there. It's no different to doing a cold call. Might sound weird. If you're still watching this and you haven't done it yet, please For the love of God, go and do it. Because I'm not telling you this because I'm taking pleasure out of your misery. I'm telling you because, like, this is the first step. Noticing the resistance, noticing the panic. You probably feel your stomach sinking, you're feeling sick, you're feeling nervous, your heart's starting to beat. Face it. Pause the video and go and make a cold call. Please. If not for you, do it for the person that you're becoming. But just trust me, go and do it. So pain manifests instantly when effort meets resistance. So when you've made that cold call, or when you've held out that, that item in front of you for a little longer than your body wanted you to, you're going to start to feel resistance. Pain. And knowing how to navigate pain is the secret to this whole thing. So let's talk about pain. So by now, you should have made that cold call. You should have held that item out. If you haven't done those things, then just do them, because the only way to get results is to take action. And if you can't even take an action like that, then after what I've just told you, just trust me, go and do it. So what is pain? Well, I'll start by explaining that there are multiple forms of pain, right? So mainly mental and physical. It hurts to stub your toe and it hurts to get your heart broken. I want it to be extremely clear that this whole video and the next few slides are not intended for you to seek or aim to engage in self-harm or seek situations that cause unhealthy pain in your life. So you might be like, yeah, Charlie said pain's good. So what I'm going to do is every morning I'm going to go and like put my hand over, some boiling water and burn my hand every morning because I'm growing. No, don't do that. Don't be an idiot. That's not what I mean. Pain is a defense mechanism. Its purpose is to signal to the brain that we need to change something in order to survive or improve our chances of survival. For example, if you break your leg, your body will send distress signals, and pretty strong ones, to your brain to avoid you from further damaging your body tissue. So pain just prevents you from damaging body tissue. Conventionally, and rightfully so, pain protects us. It might suck, but it keeps us alive. But as you've probably noticed, these videos don't deal with conventional and traditional perspectives. The pain we are discussing is what I've dubbed evolving pain. And I had to dub it myself, because I had to name this because nobody else is talking about it. There's no literature or anything to describe what I'm discussing here. And once again, to be clear, we do not want to bring unhealthy and unnecessary physical or mental harm to ourselves, right? When it's safe to experience evolving pain as a result of meeting resistance with effort, but it's not safe to put yourself in emotionally stressful situations for the sake of feeling pain. And please don't do that. Please don't start, hurting yourself unnecessarily. Please don't start doing stupid things. You want to take yourself to painful places in work and to evolve, and it helps to do that, but you should be seeing my point here. This is not to take you beyond limits that are healthy. So let's talk about pain. So I've actually got a few points here to do with pain. We've got evolving pain, locking eyes with the monster, familiarity and pain as a compass, the best method to defeat pain, and catching pain avoidance loops. So now that we've sort of worked through the bulk of this video talking about resistance, we're going to talk about pain, which is obviously what comes as a result of meeting effort with resistance. And we need to sit in pain, right? We now know that we need to tolerate the pain. And it's kind of like, here's the thing. It's like, you've got to imagine that pain is like a swimming pool. Right? Pain is the water in a swimming pool. You're getting into that pool with your current self. So there's you, the evolving self in your mind, and then there's your current self. And you're both getting under the water, and whoever can hold their breath for the longest survives. That's really how this thing works. And so we need to learn how to sit in that pain and stay in it. Just imagine that you're getting in, it's like, and you could use any example. Like imagine that you and your evolving self are both doing a plank on the floor, or you're both running. And the first person to stop running, i.e. give in to the pain, is the person that dies. So let's talk about how to deal with this with these 6 points on screen. So evolving pain, just like your body signals pain to the brain to prevent tissue damage, the current sense of self you have signals pain to the body to prevent damage to itself. So it's a signaling thing, right? And the current self is using it just as well as the body does. And this is evolving pain in action. When you start doing something that would grow you, facing resistance and doing stuff, and you feel discomfort and strong mental pain, that's when evolving pain is present. So when you start doing something that would grow you, and you feel discomfort and emotional pain, then you know that you're in evolving pain. That's really the key here. And so that's how the evolving pain thing works. I just wanted to start by differentiating between like real, genuine physical and emotional pain that your body is using and your brain is using to signal distressful things that can hurt you if you continue doing them, and evolving pain, which is the pain that we want. Because otherwise people can get mixed up here, and I really don't want the message to be mistaken. So just please have the prudence to differentiate between what I mean by evolving pain and like genuine pain that you don't want. So the next thing is you have to lock eyes with the monster. So what do I mean by this? Like, the monster is the pain, right? I'm just going to give you some frames to sort of, the whole point of this is just, it's framing this. So lock eyes. You want to look the monster dead on in the eyes. You don't want to waver in your sight. You want to face the pain. So like, imagine that like sat opposite you right now is like, you know, instead of sending cold emails, you actually just have to look this really scary monster in the eyes. And you have to just hold the gaze of the monster. You can't look away, even though you want to, even though it terrifies you to look into that thing's eyes. You have to just stare at it. It's the same thing as doing the work. You want to face the pain. You don't want to live in denial. So you don't want to delude yourself. You can't really get away with anything. Denial is really, it's the cause of most suffering. Like, denial is when you convince yourself that you don't need to face the pain and can still get the result that you want. That's what denial is. And you don't want to be in denial. So you want to see the truth, and you want to be honest with yourself and objective with yourself here. And if you know you need to do something and you know it needs to be done, don't think for a second that if you can get away with not doing it. Like, denial is the current self's best friend, because like it's the easiest way out of resistance or facing resistance. It's kind of like, you know, I need to send some cold emails. I'm just going to wait until like later on. It's just denial. Like, every time you're doing that, you're just denying yourself of the truth. And you want to bathe in the pain, right? So learn to love the pain, bathe in it, eat it up, and gorge on it. You want to see pain as this like yummy, tasty meal that's sat in front of you. You want to just imagine it's like a nice warm bath. You're just chilling out in the pain. The more relaxed you can be in the face of pain, and the better you can kindle your relationship to be with it, and with evolving pain specifically, the better. And befriend it. Face it every day until your body becomes familiar with it and welcomes it as a friend. You want to be friends with pain. Remember, it's the key, it's the secret, it's the path. So why would we hate it? And it's vital that you recognize that pain is just a signal your current self or old self uses to cling on and survive. It's a real thing, and it hurts. And you can escape the pain just at the sacrifice of your goal. So this is why I said earlier, like, you can either face the pain now and not have the pain later, which you'll probably still have it. It's kind of just a constant. For anyone who wants to consistently evolve, pain will always be present. But my point is that you can not face the pain now and feel no pain now, but you'll be in pain later, and it will be 10 times worse than if you faced it now. Or you can like face it now and then just do the work, and then it will feel better later on. And this is how the best athletes are trained. So if you look at like the best athletes in the world, like the Michael Jordans and, you know, the Kobe Bryants and stuff, these guys are trained to sit in isometric holds for hours. So an isometric hold is like, it's a type of exercise where you kind of just hold a static position that puts your muscles under stress. And, you know, kind of what I got you to do with the holding the thing out. That's like an isometric hold. And it's excruciating. It's agony. But what we get these athletes to do, or what the trainers get them to do, is they get the athletes to sit in the pain, because this trains them to be relentless. It trains them to condition themselves so that when the pain is present, when it's time to perform, they don't waver or falter. And you need to treat pain in the same way. You must become pain-seeking. So you want to look for as much evolving pain as possible. You want to engulf yourself in evolving pain. You want to bathe in it. Like I said, you want to eat it. You want to gorge on it. You want as much of this stuff as you can. The more evolving pain you can expose yourself to, the faster you become who you want to become. The more intense the pain, the more, like, the longer the pain exists for, the harder you feel the pain, like the intensity of it, the more pain you can have, the faster you'll become who you want. Honestly, it's just the best weapon you have for like suffocating the current self so you can become someone else. And the best part is that after a while, you're actually going to start to enjoy the pain and the suffering. You will begin to take comfort in discomfort, and you'll be able to derive meaning and pleasure from pain. So I promise you, pain doesn't have to be traditionally painful, right? Like you can actually completely sort of like reverse the meaning of the word. Now, it's always going to hurt and it's always going to suck, but you can actually derive like pleasure and meaning from the sensation of pain and agony and suffering mentally. with regards to evolving pain. Obviously, if you break your leg, you're not going to be like, oh my God, I feel that's amazing. You kind of just can't convince yourself to do that. But when you recognize that pain is the thing that you want and it does help you, then you start to want it. And that's where I'm at now. Like, I want the pain. Like, my favorite exercises to do are like really intense, like all the way to failure, as painful as possible, because I know that that's what helps me grow, and that I can take that relationship with pain from my workouts and put it into my work. And it's possible to love pain. And this shift only happens when you open your mind to the idea that all the suffering, agony, and pain is productive and helpful. Because without pain and suffering, you cannot become. It's the ingredient, and pain is the growth. Pain is growth. It's a synonym for evolution. If you want to grow, develop, and evolve, the only path you can take is pain. So fucking face it, right? Get up every day and lock eyes with the monster. You want to look at it. You want to lock eyes, and you don't want to unlock your eyes. You want to look at that monster. You want to look at the snake in the eyes. You want to, face the fear. You want to do it. And this sounds like a motivational little talk here, but I'm telling you, like, it really is just the secret. And you want to seek pain everywhere, right? You want to apply effort to resistance everywhere in your life, not just at work, but in your relationships, in your exercise, in your diet, in your sleep. Everywhere you can see resistance, you want to face it, because you want to build like a pattern, because the brain uses patterns to behave. And if you're going to the gym and working out, and you're not working out properly, then your brain will use the same sort of like algorithm to conduct its work. So you want to seek pain everywhere. Pain avoidance in other areas of your life will manifest in your business. Pain conditioning is a universal neurological rule. If your workouts are half-assed and lazy, this will seep into your work. If you decide to lay in instead of facing the day every now and then, this will seep into your work. So you can't just become like a pain-seeking missile machine in your work. You kind of need to do it everywhere. So every opportunity you have with resistance. Like I used to have this with relationships, to be transparent with you. I used to really struggle with intimate connection and building relationships. And it was one of my biggest struggles for a long time. And every time I would get close to a relationship and loving someone, I would feel this insane resistance, like real, true, genuine panic and fear and resistance. And I realized that, okay, well, this has this resistance thing. Behind that resistance is a huge amount of growth. And so I met it with effort, and now I'm really happy with my relationship and I don't have that problem anymore. And I could take that sort of algorithmic potential and that like set of rules and conditioning and apply it to my work. And I found that by doing that, my work became even better and I made even more money. And so like, if you've got something in your life, like, with your room, maybe you've got a really untidy room or really untidy office, and you've got resistance to cleaning it. It's like, well, there's resistance. It's universal. It doesn't really matter if it's work or, washing up your bowls and your sink, keeping everything clean. Like, your brain it can't differentiate between sending cold emails and washing up. It will use the same set of rules for everything. So if you want your work to be productive, and if you want your life, like if you want to face the pain in your work and face the resistance in your work and meet resistance with effort to create pain to drown out your current self, then you need to be doing that everywhere in your life. Everywhere. Otherwise, you're just kind of screwed, because like one chink in the armor will bring everything down. And pain is raw potential. It's the universe telling you what to do. The more evolving pain you feel, the most you are evolving. It's direct feedback from the universe. So imagine this for a second. This is interesting. Imagine if every time you faced the pain, you were rewarded with $100 in cash. You'd face it all the time. So if it was like, send cold emails, make $100, you would do the cold emails, maybe more. But the thing is that you actually are. So the rewards really do exceed $100. You can trust me on that. Like every time I send a cold email, like we figured it out, we make like $100 or whatever. Might not be exactly accurate, but like with YouTube, I figured out that every time I make a YouTube video, I make like $3,000. We sort of reverse engineer the numbers. And like YouTube videos are sometimes painful to make. So every time I face the pain of making a YouTube video, I make $3,000. And that's a result of having like 100 videos and making like $300,000 in course sales from YouTube. It's kind of like you can reverse engineer these things, and every time you face the pain, you make money. So you've got to rekindle your relationship with evolving pain to love it. Fall in love with the pain with familiarity. This is the next point. So you like and love what is familiar with you or to you. So if you've ever wondered why you love someone so much, it's just because they've served you a lot of impressions. The only way your brain can really love something is like whether or not it's familiar. Like seriously, at a base level, the only mechanism the brain uses to determine how much it likes something is how often it's exposed to it. And like, you know, if you love pasta, well, it's probably just because pasta has served you a lot of tasty impressions, right? This goes back to the whole negative emotional experiences and positive emotional experiences we've had to build beliefs. The same is true for emotions, right? A lot of depressed and anxious and worried people stay that way because their brain becomes familiar with emotions. Now, they may not like the feeling of depression or anxiety, and they may not feel comfortable with that, and it may feel horrible, but their brain doesn't really care because their brain just wants to keep producing what it's already produced. And so the person may dislike feelings from their states, but since it's what their neurochemistry is familiar with, they'll always default back to this state because the brain likes familiarity, it likes predictability. Even if it's in pain, it will stay that way. Take someone who's always stressed. You know, they don't always want to be stressed, but because they're familiar with it, they'll always default back to being stressed. You can change this, by the way, and that's obviously the whole purpose of this mindset module, is to take your way out of these states. But you can take advantage of this familiarity bias the brain has. If you are always in evolving pain, then you will eventually settle into a familiarity with it. This is the best advantage I have. I absolutely cherish the evolving pain. I love the suffering, and I find great meaning and joy in overcoming it. Like, I'll basically skip to work. I'll skip to the gym knowing I'm about to do a disgusting workout. And it's not because, like, I don't like the pain. Sorry, it's not because it's not going to be painful, because it is. It's because it's going to be painful that I love it so much. That might sound masochistic. It truly is. Like, not from a sexual sense, but genuinely, this is the secret, is just to, like, expose yourself to so much evolving pain that eventually you'll evolve, and then you'll attribute the evolution to the pain, and then you'll want to get more and more of it. It's kind of hard to do in the initial stages, but if you face this for long enough and start to evolve because of it, then you'll attribute your new emotional state and feeling great to the pain, and that's how you fall in love with this thing, and that's how familiarity generally creates this this response. And you know, I had to overcome pain and resistance to put these slides together in the last 20 minutes. You know, it took some time. And you know, with making these slides, it was quite painful. It didn't feel great to make them, but like, I can derive pleasure and happiness from that feeling of discomfort because I've done it so often. And this is basically Stockholm Syndrome. Stockholm Syndrome is basically where, like, you can get kidnapped and like hate the kidnapper, but then when you get rescued, you want to go back to the kidnapper. Like, it's actually a thing. You can Google Stockholm Syndrome. It's really kind of fucked up, but it basically explains how this familiarity thing works. Like you can love what you think you hate, genuinely. And you can brainwash your brain to love pain. It just takes a few years. And just know that it's possible. And trust me, if you expose yourself to a certain state for a long enough period of time, you'll always default back to it. So you can actually manipulate your states. If you put yourself in evolving pain a lot, then eventually you will want to be in evolving pain all the time. Because Stockholm Syndrome, like, that's how it works. Familiarity will always default back to what it knows. And so, like, right now, if you're always in a state of comfort, then you always default back to comfort, and we want to try and fight that, and that's what we're doing with this module. But you want to try and put yourself in so much evolving pain that eventually, like, it's all you really want to do and be in. And eventually you'll just want to be uncomfortable, and you'll find comfort in that. Because we find comfort in what's familiar, and so for whatever reason, that's how the brain works, so we can hack this. So the next thing is that pain is a compass. If your work is pain-free, then you're working on the wrong thing, or you're just not doing it with enough intensity. If there's no pain, there's no growth. It's really that simple. If you ever find yourself working on something that feels easy, pain-free and comfortable, then you're going to be in some trouble for down the road. But there's a caveat to this, because there's going to be parts of your business and parts of your work that you really enjoy. So for example, I really like sales calls, and I find sales calls easy and pain-free. They still grow my business. So there's a caveat to this, right? I really enjoy the calls. I also enjoy recording these videos, and sales calls and recording these videos, like the actual physical act of recording them, are two like instrumental parts of my business growth. It's just that at the start, I really hated both of them, but now that I've done them for so long, I actually love them. So you can rewire your brain like this. But generally speaking, whatever you feel the strongest levels of resistance and pain towards is exactly what you need to be working on. So if you feel huge resistance to outreach and that's the only thing you don't want to do, it's the only thing you should be doing. And this is the easiest way to figure out what you need to do and what actually constitutes the work. So I have questions all the time from people like, Charlie, what should I be working on? Like, where should I be putting my attention and where should I be working? And the answer is wherever you feel like is going to be the most painful. And the reason pain is a compass is because your current self will muster up the most pain for the activity that has the biggest potential to kill it. So your current self and your consciousness knows like what's going to threaten it the most, and whatever is going to threaten it the most is what it's going to kick up a fuss about the most. So just do that. And it will wrap the most important activities in a huge shroud of resistance and then burn you like hell when you try to do it. This is why everyone struggles with appointment booking and outreach. This is why appointment booking and sales are the two biggest problems for new business owners or people, just anyone in general trying to grow a business. It's why they struggle so much with acquisition. It's not because it's a hard thing to learn or do. It's because it's like the main thing that would kill their current self. So if you've ever wondered why you struggle so much with appointment booking and sales and cold email and cold messaging and why it's so hard for you to do things that generate clients, it's because, well, generating those clients would result in a different self, and that'll be killing your current self. And so the reason you feel all this resistance towards those activities is because they are the main thing that will help you grow. Notice that. Notice this and recognize that the most painful activities are the most important ones to getting what you want. Appointment booking isn't hard. Sales isn't hard. You make it hard with how much resistance you meet it. And the reason that happens is because your current self recognizes those activities as the most threatening to its survival. If you're ever stuck on what to work on, just look no further than whatever it is you're resisting the most, and deep down, you know what you need to do. You know what you need to do, right? If we're really being honest with ourselves, we know what we need to work on. We know what that thing is. So fucking face it, right? So the best method to defeat pain is love. Love will win every time, right? Nietzsche said, he who has a why can bear almost any hell, right? So you have to love who you are becoming. You have to fall in love with your evolving self and tie your heart to it. You want to really love and cherish who you are becoming. You want to really love and cherish the evolving self, because if you can do that and you can love and cherish the evolving self, then you're working for someone else who's not yourself. The problem with working for your current self and working for yourself at the moment is because you may not like yourself, right? You know what you've done, and you know what you deserve and what you don't deserve. And deep down, you probably aren't too happy with the person you are right now, which is why you're watching these videos. If you're working for yourself, then you're always going to self-sabotage, because you're going to be sabotaging who you hate. It's easy to sabotage who you hate. It's hard to sabotage who you love. So you want to work for your evolving self, not your current self. And you want to treat yourself as though you are someone responsible taking care of. You know your current self and how it operates, and you probably don't like it. So, there's no real excuse for sabotage in that case. So just get to work. It's really nasty one to navigate, because a lot of people don't like themselves because they know what they're like and they know what their flaws are and they know where they fall short, and they see themselves as someone unworthy of success. So this is why we have to create an evolving self, so we can look at that person and think, that's my hero. There's a saying that I think Warren Buffett says that everyone should have a hero. Fuck that. Just have your hero should be your evolving self. I think Warren Buffett was right there, but Warren Buffett should have said, and perhaps I'm challenging one of the richest men on earth, so take this with a pinch of salt, but what Warren Buffett should have said is, everyone should have a hero, and that hero should be you. And you want to source your dopamine from the process, not the result. So love is kind of just a chemical reaction. It's just oxytocin, basically, for intimate relationships usually. But love is kind of just a concoction and a cocktail of different neurological, neurochemical, what would you call them? Transmitters and stuff, like dopamine. And so you want to source your dopamine not from actually being the person who can, but becoming the person who can. So you want the evolution to create the dopamine, not the actual result of the evolution itself. And most importantly, you need to love your current self for giving you the opportunity to grow. This may sound backwards, but we've talked about this. You don't want to love yourself in the sense you're settling and love something you secretly hate, but you need to channel love and gratitude towards your current identity, for it is the dragon that allows you to be the knight. Without it, there couldn't be a trial, and there would be no pain, which means no growth. And catching pain avoidance loops. So this is a really simple one. You want to work on becoming more aware of your resistance patterns and pain avoidance loops. So once again, if you want to do it again, pause the video and make a cold call, right? You'll feel the same resistance, but just keep doing that. Find something that you really resist and just consistently face it over and over and over again. Because the more you do that, the more pain you put yourself in, the stronger you become. And the stronger your evolving self becomes, the weaker your current self gets. So every time you just catch yourself feeling down, just take some action, right? So this is actually the key. If I can isolate what I did all the time when I started Imperium, this was the main thing. So work on becoming more aware of your resistance patterns and pain avoidance loops. So the single most important thing I did when starting Imperium, every time I felt the urge to stop sending emails or cold messages, or every time I doubted the business, or every time I doubted myself, or every time I felt procrastination to the work, or every time I wanted an accountability partner first, every time I started doing some research, every time I started getting distracted, whenever there was resistance, like in any form at all, even if it was 3 a.m, whenever there was resistance, I would open up my phone and send more outreach. This is the single most important thing that I did in starting Imperium and also in Northflow. Whenever resistance manifested anywhere, in any form, in any shape, I would notice the resistance and I would do the action that grew the business. Because I knew that by doing that, it was painful, but I knew that that pain would eventually subside and it would allow me to grow. And if I hadn't done that, I wouldn't be where I am today. So every time I felt a negative emotion towards appointment booking, I'd go and send more messages. You know, if I was worried about opening my inbox to find no replies, I'd open my inbox and send more emails, right? Every time you notice resistance, fight back with the work. So don't let yourself sit on it. If you're sat there at 6 p.m. after having finished work and you suddenly start feeling huge amounts of doubt, go and send emails, go and make cold calls, go and do outreach, right? Anytime that you feel resistance towards growing your business or becoming he who can or she who can, go and do the single most important activity to the growth of that thing, and just do that for 3 or 4 months, and I promise you will be where you want to be. Maybe not in 3 or 4 months, it might take longer, but just building that sort of it's like an if this then that statement. It's like classical conditioning. Feel resistance, do work. Most people feel resistance, do nothing. But if every time you feel resistance, you can train yourself to immediately retaliate with the work, then you will crush it. It's when you wait an hour. It's there's some resistance, some self-doubt. Okay, I'm going to wait and do those cold emails later. No. Even if it's I don't care if it's 1 a.m. and you're still having all these self-doubts, open up Messenger and start sending messages. Open up LinkedIn and start sending connection requests and sending things. Make cold calls to bloody Australia if it's too late at night. Just every time you feel resistance, do the thing that you need to do. Do that for a few months and you will completely change your life. I promise you. The first step is awareness. The second step is intolerance. Finally, let's talk about the general's perspective. This is I'm going to give you a little skill here and something you can learn to do that will completely change your life. I'm hoping this video is, life-changing enough as it is, but I want to give you a little strategy and another little frame that might help you face the pain and do the work. You must learn to control your body. The body is your physical state. It's the combination of all your emotions and resistances, and it's basically the thing that you tell the body what it needs to do, and then it kicks up a fuss. So there is the puppet and there is the puppeteer. There is the character and there is the player. There is the soldier and there is the general. There is the body and there is the mind. The first ones here, these are the body. So most people are slaves to their body. The body wants to do something and the mind gives it. The body doesn't want to work, the mind turns a blind eye. The body wants to binge Netflix for a day, the mind complies. The body feels nervous, the mind lets it off. The body is like the puppet, right? So if we look at this on the left with this puppet and the hand with the strings, your body, most people's body and most people's character or puppet is pulling the strings of the hand instead of it being the other way around. So you need to remember that you are pulling the strings. It's kind of like your mind is the hand and your body is the puppet. And right now, your body, the puppet, is probably actually determining what the hand does instead of it the other way around. Your hand's probably forgotten that it's got the ability to even pull the strings on this thing. And it's the same with being a character and a player. And if the body is running the show, then you will fail. You must learn to flip this relationship and control the body. So in green here, right, really successful people do not let their body run them. They pull the strings, they move the joysticks, and they send the soldier into battle. Their mind sets the action, their body complies. If the mind is running the show, then you'll win. The mind wants the body to work out, the body goes to the gym. The mind demands a 12-hour workday, the body gets it done. So you want to see yourself as the general and your body as the soldier. You want to see yourself as the player of the video game and your body as the character. You want to see yourself as the puppeteer, the hand, and your body as the puppet. And so you have cognitively, in terms of your mind, the ability to pull the strings, to send the soldier into battle, and to tell the character what to do. instead of the other way around. You have that ability, you just have to recognize that you do. Most people, they forget they are the general. They forget they are the mind. They forget they're the player. They forget they're the puppeteer. They just think that they are this puppet or this character in the soul of the body, and they just let this thing run wild. When in reality, you need to learn how to switch this around and change it around, because if you're not careful, your character, your body will completely run the show. And if your body's running the show, then, well, you're never going to face the resistance because it doesn't want to. And when you try to take the reins of the body, it will scream and kick. But that's where action stacking comes in. So I'm going to give you a little strategy here, because it feeds back into this sort of doing the work thing. So mind and body, most people are slaves to their body. That's not what we want. When you try to control the body and send it into battle, it will kick and scream. And it's essential you don't listen to its screams, right? Now, this is where action stacking becomes helpful. This is where you double, triple, or quadruple, or even 10x down on what you ask the body to do. If you tell the body to do 10 calls and it starts freaking out, force it to do 30. If it throws more resistance for 30, force it to do 100. So in other words, just pause the video, go and make a cold call right now. And if the body is freaking out and you're feeling huge amounts of resistance to doing one cold call, make it do 10. If it does 10, it's still freaking out, make it do 100. This is called action stacking, and it's one of my favorite strategies for overcoming resistance and getting my body to basically comply. Because, if I'm running and I'm there's a few examples down here at the bottom actually. I'll go to the running one in a second. So when I started, I was terrified to send cold emails, and I set myself a target for 20 a day, and my body would resist 20 emails a day. So I made it do 40, and it got to 35 and started kicking again. So I made it do another 40. This is how we get compliance from the body, take control and beat resistance. So if I'm going for a 10-kilometer run and my body starts kicking up a fuss, I'll push it to run 15 kilometers. And if my mind says a 1-minute plank and my body says no, then I'll extend the plank to 2 minutes and make the body do 2. Eventually, the body will learn who's boss, and it will know that by kicking up a fuss or fighting back results in even more of what it doesn't want to do, thus building compliance. So the easiest way to we don't want to enslave the body, that's the wrong metaphor, but the easiest way to get the body to comply with the mind's wishes is to teach the body that when it kicks back, it has to do more. So eventually it stops kicking back and it stops fighting. Because if I tell my character or my body or my puppet, hey mate, 100 sales calls or 100 cold calls, sorry, it knows that if it fights that, then I'll make it do 200, right? It just knows, it's learned it's like an animal. It's learned that fighting back results in double the pain. So now I have no issue setting things and doing things, because I'm always trying to extend this and improve myself. So with these mindset videos, I've really gone the extra mile, and my body kicked up a fight, and I was like, all right mate, well let's make each video 2 to 3 hours long, and let's really dig into the depths of the trenches here psychologically. And then when it kicked up a fuss about that, I was like, all right, well we're going to go into everything. And when it kicked up a fuss about that, then I'd go into even more. And then eventually it just stops fighting, because it knows that the more it fights, the more you give it. And so you want to do this with cold calls or outreach. Find the thing that you're resisting right now, go and do 10 of them. And if you're afraid of doing cold emails, then go and do 20. And if it kicks up a fuss at 20, do 100. There's no, you can take this thing to too much of an extreme, because eventually you can really hurt yourself. If you're if your body's kicking up a fuss at a 10-kilometer run and you make it do 100 kilometers, you might run yourself into some problems. But my point here is that you can't really take it too far when it comes to these sort of intangible business efforts. And here's a good way to remember this, a good metaphor. So when your body, when you say, all right, body, 100 cold calls, or all right, body, 50 outreach messages, or all right, body, go and record this video. When it gives you resistance, when it shows up and gives you resistance, you want to give it more. So here's the best metaphor. When your body shows its fists for a fight, pull a kitchen knife. If it pulls a bigger knife, pull a pistol. If it pulls a pistol, pull a machine gun. If it pulls a machine gun, pull a grenade launcher. So what I mean here is when your body shows its fists, you show a knife. If the body's I've got a bigger knife, then you show a gun. If it shows a gun, then you show a bigger gun. And you just want to keep doing that until it runs out of stuff to show you. That's how I see this. Because you can defeat fists with a knife, you can defeat a knife with a bigger knife, but you can't defeat a bigger knife with a gun, but you can defeat a gun with a bigger gun, right? So you just constantly layer it on an action stack more and more. So if it's Charlie, I don't want to do 50 sales calls, you can do 100. Don't want to do 100, you do 200. And you just keep doing that until it learns to stop fighting. And this is genuinely the easiest way to build compliance from your body and your character. And eventually you can learn to pull the strings. And if we go back to this like puppet thing, you can learn to become the hand and stop being run by the puppet. It's really cool. So a couple more points. If I go in here. So the caveat is that to remember that you have biological limits and they're not much fun to meet. You need to trust me on that. So you want to still set and stick to a routine for relaxing and having downtime. There's only so much your body can take before it breaks and sends you into burnout. So I've burned out before and it's very unpleasant. And by burned out, I don't mean like I've just worked till I'm a bit tired. I've genuinely worked to the point where I've had to go to doctors with like serious like psychological dissociative psychological problems. To the point where I've worked so much that my cortisol levels are so high that I can't even get out of bed. And I've actually taken myself to that point, and it is really horrible. And that's what happens when you pull too much on your body. You have to remember that your body has nukes. Your body will and can win, right? But it will kind of secretly wants to be pushed and pushed and pushed. So like, you have to realize that if you don't give your body a break, and if you're like 7 days a week, just like constantly like on this thing, like giving it 10 times what it wants to do, it will eventually just like die, right? That's the truth. If I just kept working through that state of burnout, I would literally probably die. Like my stress would just be so high that I have a heart attack or something. I've only been there once and I'm never going to go there again. And this is like a big lesson. Don't take this to an extreme. Like you want to take it to an extreme, but not the extreme. So, you know, set and stick to a routine for relaxing and having downtime. You like, if you aren't careful, your body will just not allow you to do anything. So the key, don't beat yourself up for having limits. Allow your body to recover and rest, right? Reward it for its compliance. You know, like every now and then you can go and have some fun. Every now and then you can go and like watch some YouTube, or every now and then you can play some video games. There's nothing wrong with giving like intermittent reward. The thing is that the general knows when the soldier is too tired to fight. And one day the soldier may shoot the general when he isn't looking if pushed too far. Even video game characters need to rest, sleep, enjoy and recover, right? Take action stacking to an extreme at your peril. So it's a good tool to have, and you want to have the prudence to not use it to an extreme. Because if you keep using it and your body just like, eventually you'll learn, like you'll figure out like where your limits are. Like when you feel like, just like I used to have this like nauseous thing where I put my body through so much stress that eventually it just maybe I'd wake up every morning and basically like be sick because I put myself through so much work, and I'd have panic attacks all the time, and like I got really skinny, and like I was in this constant state of brain fog, and I felt like I was completely disassociated from reality. I've been there, and it took me like 3-4 months of no work to recover from that, and it wasn't worth it. But I wanted to see where my limits lied, and I would not recommend you do that. So when you feel like, you know, the body will try to pull some smart ones on you and convince you you're burning out. I can't tell you when you're burning out, only you know that. But sometimes it's better to be safe than sorry. So don't sacrifice your body and your general health and well-being to get what you want faster. It's not worth it. You have to remember that like it's kind of like you have biological limits and you can only drive as fast as the road allows you to drive. Okay? So be careful. So let's talk about another kick-ass method to get the work done, build compliance in the body and face the pain. And this is the last point. It's called the general's perspective. This is awesome. The general's perspective is where you take a third-person view on yourself. This makes managing pain 10 times easier. And when you're feeling resistance and huge levels of negative emotion, it helps to pull yourself into the third person and visualize your body and your environment. And this is kind of like awesome. Let me explain this. Like life is a video game. So the best way to visualize this is to see your life as some sort of video game. And when things get tough, you can take yourself out to the third person. So you don't want to take yourself out to the third person forever, because it's just you can't live like that. But when you're really going through the pain, and when you really are in that state of like real agony, when you're like 100 cold calls deep and you've got 200 more to make, third person it. And I'm going to explain how. So in the video game, you have the character, then you have the joysticks. And the joysticks, you know, you have the thumbs on the joysticks, and the thumbs will tell the character what to do. And it does so without complaint. The character will need to rest and relax from time to time, but for the most part, that sucker just does what the thumbs on the joystick say. And this is hugely important. It's a really good thing to have as an entrepreneur. It allows you to step back and analyze your decisions, emotions, and actions to get a more rational view on things. And as entrepreneurs, we have no boss. We have no one to answer to, no one to hold us accountable. So you need to learn to analyze your own actions and pain avoidance tendencies as no one else will. So, like, if I didn't have Bo as my business partner, I would probably burn out all the time. Because Bo knows me and he knows when to say, hey, Charlie, like, give yourself a fucking break, man. And like with this third person thing, with the general's perspective, if I'm like feeling loads of emotion, let's say like someone does something really horrible, like a client does something awful. I mean, this has never happened with Imperium. We've never had like negative relationships with clients, but like, you know, if something really, really wrong and then like my sales rep like quit and then my business partner like quit and then everything went wrong and I got like 10 refund requests at once, like that would create a lot of pain and a lot of emotion. And I'd probably want to just go and hide. But you need to face the pain and the resistance. And if you're not careful, you can make mistakes in those situations. So by being able to take yourself out to the third person and look at yourself like you're looking down on yourself, as opposed to being in the brain, you're like looking on the brain, you can make better decisions and you can sit through painful situations. I do this a lot when running. So this is a skill you develop. It helps to create stressful stimulations, right? Simulations. So for example, like running, planking, isometric holds, any sort of endurance sport, you want to sort of find like an exercise, because the physical way is the best way to do this because it allows you to simulate it. But like go for a run and like just watch yourself running in the third person. I'm going to explain how to practice this in a second and how to actually get started with this. But like you want to find like a monotonous sort of activity that doesn't require much thinking, and then take yourself to that activity, like running, for example, or swimming or cycling. And then when you're doing it and when you feel the burn and feel the pain, just imagine yourself looking over your shoulder like a meter away, just watching yourself run down the road. It's a weird thing to do, but it really helps you disassociate from the pain and just basically sit with it for longer. So let's give it a go. You can take whatever angle feels most natural. For me, it's over the left shoulder or to the left directly. And there's some steps below. So let's actually try and visualize you right now. So you are where you are, you're sat down or stood up at your desk and just watching this video. I want you to shut your eyes. This is an action item for you, and we're going to visualize you in your current state. Now, you might not be in any pain right now. You might be in a bit of pain. It doesn't really matter. The main thing is just getting started with this visualization. So you'll have a natural angle. For me, I can see myself in third person better from the left, right? So from the left side of myself, I can see myself at like directly behind me, from like behind my head, over to the left shoulder, or I can see myself like directly opposite me to the left. Whatever comes most naturally is what you should pick. If I tried to imagine myself from the right, it just wouldn't feel weird. The reason behind that, by the way, is because I have a belief that my left side, left angle of my face and my body looks better than my right side. So all of the pictures I take of myself are usually of the left side of my face. So you probably have like, you know, you have your good side and your bad side, depending on how you feel about yourself. And you'll probably find it's easier to visualize yourself from the good side. So I've seen so many pictures of myself where I'm tilting my head left, which is why I can visualize myself better in the left. So if you're wondering like right or left, that's a good way to start. But anyway, enough of that. So we've got 6 steps. Step 0, right? Do these right now. So stand up and walk over to where you want to third person view yourself from. So take a mental snapshot of the space and key details. So stand up right now, out of your desk. I know this is weird. I've got you to hold like a bag of sugar in front of yourself and write down what you feel resistance to, but just trust me, this stuff is great. Go over to like where you want to see yourself from. So it could be like a meter away from you from behind. Maybe you want to see yourself over to the right, to the front a bit. Doesn't really matter which angle you take. Okay. I find that the third person over the shoulder is the best because I used to play a lot of third person video games and it's what is usually most intuitive. So go and stand over there. Go and stand where you want to see yourself from and just look at the environment, right? Now, we're not going to imagine yourself in the environment, although you could stand there and technically imagine yourself in the environment if you wanted to, but just look at it. And I want you to get a mental snapshot, just sort of like blink your eyes as if you're taking a picture of it, right? Sounds weird. Notice the key details. So any colors, anything that's out of place, anything that's weird. Then I want you to come back to your desk and sit down. And I want you to shut your eyes and I want you to put your hands over your eyes so it's dark, right? We want to sort of see pitch black basically. So you can turn the lights off or whatever, but you want to be in this sort of pitch black environment. So, you know, put a t-shirt over your face or just like hands over the eyes. So it's really dark. You shouldn't see anything at all. No light coming into the eyes. This is the key. Eventually you'll be able to do this with your eyes open, but for now, just pitch black. Now, imagine yourself sitting or standing in the position that you were just in. So take yourself out of this is going to take some practice and it feels weird, but I promise, even if you get a grainy image, it's really good. Imagine yourself sitting or standing a meter or so away from your body in the position you were just in. Now, with your eyes closed, I want you to visualize a micro detail relevant to your environment. So it could be the color of your t-shirt, it could be a watch, it could be your hands over your eyes, it could be the color of your fingernails, it could be a watch, it could be the water bottle, anything, right? The name on the water bottle or the weird bag of sugar you've got from doing that strange exercise. Just notice one specific detail in that environment. Now, from that detail, paint the picture of the macro. This is where it gets hard, but you should be able to take one detail and then you should, because you can't really have that detail in the environment without visualizing the rest of the environment. You need the macro to support the micro. So you can visualize the micro in detail, but the macro will probably be quite grainy. Now what you need to do is try and separate yourself from the micro and allow the macro to naturally manifest. Don't necessarily try to see the thing, just shut your eyes and imagine standing in that position you were just in and looking at yourself with your hands over your eyes, looking like a bit of an idiot, okay? Do that. Now you want to start, now that you've got this grainy image of yourself, and it won't be perfect, it'll probably be quite rubbish, now you need to start visualizing the detail in the environment. So now I want you to start noting your posture, your desk, the chair you're in, right? What's in the background? What can you see? What colors at the wall? Are you hunched over? Are you sat up straight? Is your head forward? Is your head back? Are you relaxed? Do you look tense? Are your feet on the floor? Are they slightly off the floor? Are your legs crossed? Just start to notice the physical behavior and position that you're currently sat or stood in. And now that you have a solid image, take a physical action. So now, for example, just shrug your shoulders, right? Like actually shrug your shoulders physically, okay? And from that third person's perspective, observe the shoulder shrug. So I'm going to just shut my eyes and put my hands over my eyes and shrug my shoulders. And in my image, in my mind, the shoulders are also being shrugged. And then maybe you want to lean to the left, right? And then observe in the third person, your body leaning to the left and then lean to the right. And you can start to play around with this. And you may struggle to achieve this and get clarity to begin with. And it may feel like you're looking at yourself through one of those Nokia brick phone cameras that only has like 144p quality to begin with. But this is enough to separate yourself. You need to work on this skill. Eventually, you will be able to do this with open eyes, in the thick of some serious pain, resistance or negative emotion. And you want to try giving it a go, like we did with the exercise earlier. Go for like a run, hold a plank, get into a squat position and like third person yourself out and watch. If you're screwing up your face in the pain, watch that. It sounds weird, and it is weird. This is not a conventional thing to do. But the general's perspective is an incredible skill to have, because being able to third person yourself allows you to separate yourself from yourself. And it's kind of like if you look at an athlete on the TV running and they're in pain, you can see they're in pain, but you don't feel it, which means that it doesn't affect you, which means the athlete is just sitting in it. It sounds strange, but just give it a go. It's a great skill to have, and I use it a lot. And so next time your body starts throwing fists, take yourself to the general's perspective, and from that view, order the body to do more and calm down. So if you're like, I need to make cold calls, I'm panicking, take yourself out of the third person, and then start to watch your hands dial the phone, watch your hand pick the phone up, and then watch as your mouth speaks the words. You're not really doing it, you're just allowing yourself to do it and watching yourself do it. It's a great skill to have, and it works really well. That's everything for this video. That is trial by fire. The main thing to do right now is action. As much action as humanly possible. Go and do the work. Find the thing that you need to do, that you're feeling resistance to, that even by me suggesting you should do it makes you feel sick to the stomach. Go and do it. Do it now. Don't put it off. Don't listen to anything in your mind telling you should do it later. I don't care what doubts you have. I don't care how you feel. Your emotional, like I said before, your emotional situation and state is not of the universe's concern. It doesn't matter how you feel. What matters is that you do it. So cold calls, cold emails, whatever you can conjure up to be the most painful to getting you what you want right now is what you should go and do right now. And when you do 5 of them or 10 of them or 20 of them, if you still feel pain, do 100 and just keep doing it. Make it a habit every day. Every time you feel resistance in any form, go and do the work. Do the thing that you know you need to do to get the result you want. So once again, this is all the resistance. You're going to have to watch this video multiple times, by the way. Anytime any of these ones crops up, anytime you feel comfortable, anytime you feel like you need to learn something before you do it, any of these things, go and do like cold calls or cold emails, or anytime you're doing anything, just start taking action. And I promise it's the best and most effective way of doing it. And this is like just the big key. So that is trial by fire. Do the work, face the pain, love the resistance, and you will get what you want. And just remember, train yourself to meet resistance with the work. So every time you feel a doubt, every time you feel an anxiety towards your work, every time you catch yourself procrastinating, become hyper aware of resistance. And every time it shows its head, go and do the work, right? Pick an action, like sending cold messages, making cold calls, sending cold emails, or pick an action that's actually going to help you get clients and grow, or the thing that you need to do. And every single time you notice the doubt or the fear or the comfort, every time that comes into play and you notice it, go and take the action that basically creates the pain, because it's the easiest and fastest way. Genuinely, like if you take one thing away from this module specifically, that's the action item. Just become aware of every time you feel resistance, and every time you feel it, go and do the work. So if you've just sent 10 cold messages and you start worrying about whether anyone's going to reply, open up your phone and send 10 more. Or if you sent cold emails yesterday and this morning you're like, oh, I don't want to send cold emails, don't wait until later, just do it now. And genuinely, it's the best thing that ever, like the best strategy that I ever developed for doing the work and growing myself and getting out of my situation. Every time resistance showed its face, I trained my body to meet resistance with work. You can either meet resistance with compliance or work. Pick wisely. I'll see you in the next video. Thanks for watching.
Hey everyone, it's Charlie Morgan here, and in this video I'm going to walk you through the productivity routine that took me from 0 to 10k a month, and I'm also going to walk you through how I manage my time and how I stay productive to the point where I've now made nearly $20 million with an online business. So I'm going to walk you through my calendar, my time management, my productivity system, and just reveal everything so you can just basically copy it and make a bunch of money. Let's get into it. All right, so what you're looking at here is the routine that I followed near enough to go from 0 to 10k a month, 8k a month, give or take. Basically, the first step to becoming productive so you can make a ton of money is structuring a routine, right? So what you want to do is open up a Google Doc or some notes or something and just basically build a routine from when you wake up to when you go to sleep, and list everything that you want to do all day, every day. Success is about repetition of action, and it's just finding actions that drive results and repeating them for like 5 years, and then you basically become a millionaire. Literally, trust me, that's how I did it. So get up at 7:15. This is what I did to get to 10k a month, by the way. Go gym, do a workout, and then I'd eat like some protein shake or something, meditate, alchemy self, trackers. So I've got my health trackers, meditation trackers, call my business partner, and then basically it was just outreach. So literally all I did for like the first like couple of years in business was basically just do outreach. So like cold calls, looms, cold DMs, metrics, replies, etc. And basically what I did is I actually created these daily workflows for myself. And if you're wondering what that looked like, it looked like this. So this is what I did, right? This actually literally was one of my routines, right? One of my workflows. So what you want to try and do is systemize your life, right? Systemize your time. What I mean by that is create these documents that allow you to consistently, repeatedly, predictably repeat behavior that drives results through the company and drives value through the company. So this is one example. This was my morning routine for like 2 years, basically. I'd log my health data first thing, obviously, for my Aura Ring, right? But then basically, this is what I was doing with my Loom system, right? So what you want to do is just isolate the actions that you know you need to do, put them in a linear order, step by step, and then just do them. Wake up every day and just do them. It's really not that complicated. So I'd start by logging my prospects, doing my data, checking Slack, checking email, replying to any prospects that were engaged in my cold emails. This was my cold email routine, right? You can pause it to check it out if you want to. Then in the afternoon for 5 minutes, I just do this, and in the evening for 30 minutes I would do this. So you can pause if you want to see exactly what I did. This is literally what got me to like 10k a month, even 100k a month, I think, and I just did the same thing. So yeah, build a routine, man. Like just structure when you're going to do certain things. Pretty simple. Now the other cool thing that you can do with your time is structuring out your Google Calendar. So this is what I basically did. I've been doing this now for like 5 years, where essentially what you want to do is you want to configure your Google Calendar so it looks something like this, where you're scheduling in your sleep, you're scheduling in like your routines. Like for example, here I've got like waking up, gym, hot sauna, cold shower, whatever, meditation. I've got the same call I have with my business partner. Like every single day I have a call at 10 a.m. with my business partner. We've done that for like 5 years. I eat at 1 o'clock. I eat dinner at like 17:30. I plan tomorrow today at 20:00. So you can see like I've got all my meetings scheduled in here. Like it's just consistent. If I go to the next week, you can see it repeats and it repeats and it repeats. Like I just do the same thing. Oh, bless Carrie, it's her birthday on this day. I just do the same thing like every day, right? And so essentially what this allows me to do is have consistency through my behavior. And so you can sort of see what this is like. But this is just cool because now all of the white space I have here, this is for like my to-do list. So this is where like I can make YouTube videos, or I can make program content, or I can hire people, or make decisions, or build things for the company, right? So that's how I structure my routine. Well, this was at least my routine that got me to 10K a month. This was one of the workflows that I just found in my Google Drive for my cold email system that got me to like 10K a month. And then this is my calendar. I've had my calendar structured like this forever. So what you can do in Google Calendar is once you create an event, you want to set it to recur. So if you just come to this setting here, you can set it to recur like every day or every weekday. So you'll notice, for example, like it's just the same like every single week, no matter what, right? It just recurs. And that's basically because you can set Google Calendar up to recur. So pretty simple. So the next thing I want to show you is pretty cool. This is something I built a few years ago. A lot of my clients have used this to grow their businesses. This is the Imperium Daily Planner. This is basically what I use to manage my time. I have one of these that I use every single day. Proof in point, I actually have them printed out here. You'll be able to find this linked into the description of this video if you want. It won't be behind a paywall or some asking for your email thing. So don't worry, you can just have it for free. But essentially what this is it's a planner, and every day you want to basically do what I did here, which is plan tomorrow today. So 8 p.m. every day. I start work at 10 a.m. I finish work at 8 p.m. Usually goes longer than that, to be honest, but I just try and behave myself and not work too much. But every day I sit down and I plan tomorrow today. So I sit down at the end of each day with my daily planner that I've already filled out from yesterday, and I tick off the to-do list items that I've done. I asked myself how I could improve. I list any distractions that I had, and I also list down how many calls we booked and how many calls we conducted as a business. So really what this tracker does is it focuses you, because at the end of every day, you're going to come in here, you're going to put the date for tomorrow, and then you're going to list out in half-an-hour increments exactly what you're going to do tomorrow. So for example, if you have something big on your to-do list in your productivity inventory here, like for example, make a YouTube video, right? Well then that action itself, that big action, has lots of micro actions that, if completed, make up the whole. So for example, I could make, on my to-do list, make a YouTube video about my productivity routine. And I could spend the first half an hour of my day finding all of my old trackers and configuring my calendar to show you what it looks like, right? And that's just one action instead of the macro action. So every day, come in here, end of the day, fill out what you're going to do exactly tomorrow in order. And then the next day, you come and you audit your day. And what this does is it makes you aware of your behavior. And I've been doing this every day for 5 years, or well, not 5 years, like 3 years now. Conveniently is maybe tens of millions of dollars, right? Literally. So end of every day, you log in how many hours you've done on the day. You also log in your focus and your output. So these will be represented as percentages. So for example, if you feel like you performed at maybe half of what you could have done, you'd put 50%. And if you feel like your focus was maybe like a third of what it could have been, which it probably almost always is, you put 30%. To find your rating for your day, what you do is you add these two together and divide it by the number of the whole. So to find the mean average of the rating of your day, you add the focus and the output, you divide it by 2, and that gives you a rating. What you can then do is build a spreadsheet that tracks the ratings and tracks the focuses and the outputs and the hours, so you can actually track how well you're working. It's pretty cool. I've been doing it for a long time, and it's made me a ton of money. So yeah, you can come in here and you put it in. Basically, you can, maybe you want to restructure it if you want to. If you want to make a copy, you just go file and make a copy. But I just print it off. And then at the end of each day, you tick off your to-do list. You also walk about how you'd improve. So if like you ate a bunch of bad food, or you went on your phone or something, whatever. And then call booked and call conducted is, like, this is the main thing for any business, at least in this online space. If you're selling something high ticket, it's how many sales calls did I book today and how many sales calls did I conduct today? These are the only two questions you have to ask yourself to actually get anywhere close to your goal. So every day I literally log how many calls we booked and conducted. I don't do this so much anymore because we book like 1,000 calls a month and we have like 9 reps. So it's just kind of chaotic to track it. And I know that it's fine because we've got other people looking after it. Distractions as well. I would just tally how many major distractions I had like this. And you kind of want to get to the point where you don't have many distractions. Pretty simple. Last thing is the wall map. This is the thing. It's a beast. I have to give credit to Sam Evans for this because Sam Evans actually created the wall map. It's not my brainchild, unfortunately. So thank you, Sam, for the wall map. I've been using this for like 4 or 5 years. Once again, I use this every day. You can see here, actually, in my bookmarks, I've got my 24 warm up and my routine here. So I still use these things, right? I still got my calendar here as well. But essentially what this is this is basically a productivity machine. It's a calendar, and you can see your year in one place. In fact, if I just zoom out here, it's probably easier. So you can see your year in one place, you can see your quarters in one place, and you can also see each month and each day in one place. It is brilliant. Like, this thing is fantastic. So what you do is you create a key with different colors like this, and it allows you to track your, projects and tasks and stuff like that. So obviously today is like the 8th of March. Let's just say that like next week I wanted to work on, I don't know, like build funnel for book. I don't know. I have no intentions of writing a book, but let's just say build funnel for new product, right? And let's say, okay, this is going to take about a week. So what you do is you come in here and you basically drag, a week. So you know that this week you're working on that funnel. And let's then say in the future that you wanted to, like, I don't know, build new billing system, right? And you want to account for new volume, blah, blah, blah. So you build new billing systems, but you're not going to do that until August. Well, you come in here and you do this. Or let's say that, you had like a mastermind coming up, right? But that's not coming up until October. What this thing does is it basically just, God thanks Sam Ovens for this. It basically allows you to see all the big things you're doing in the year in one place. You can just visualize it. So I have this calendar here to sort of keep an eye on my routine. I have my, my morning workflows, evening workflows, daily workflows, and I have my routines to keep an eye on the day. But the warm app is the big hub for everything. So what it also allows you to do, once again, this will be in the description. I'm not going to try and put this behind an email paywall or something. I'm not that desperate for money, don't worry. But you can put in what you want to do in the quarter as well. So mine could be like, make 10 YouTube videos, hire 3 more sales reps, like increase price. Like, you put in what you're going to do in the quarter, and then you can track it against the month. What you can then do, I actually need to this is a live Google Doc for clients as well. So I just need to delete all this. What you can then do is you can come into the month and you can put in exactly what you need to do each day with your objectives for the month as well. Like, this thing is brilliant. Like, honestly, it's a genius invention. So if I came to the 8th of March and today I had to do make productivity YouTube video, right? Remake intro video for program. These are just some things that I've done today, right? I could also put in here, like, I don't know, you could put in anything like buy steaks, whatever you need to do, right? So basically the point of this thing is every day you've got your productivity inventory. You know what you're working on through the half an hour intervals as well. You come in here at the end of each day, you basically just cross off what you've done, and anything you haven't done, you move forward. So, say for example here, I've got to do find invoices for SaaS for accountant, right? Or like just find invoices for a software for an accountant. But let's say that I haven't done it, so I just bring it forward to the next day. And then if I haven't done it this day, I bring it forward to the next day. And it just keeps getting brought forward, and it just exists until I do it. And this is really good because it means that you don't miss things. It means that you essentially have to do things that are on this thing, otherwise they just hang around. And you just come in here, you press Command-Shift-X when you've done something, and it crosses it off. And that basically just allows you to know what you've done day in, day out. So if you have a really good couple of months, you can see exactly what you've done in that time. And also, I've got this warm app, like I've got warm apps from like 3-4 years ago, so I can literally see every cause and effect, every action I've ever taken to get to 8 figures. So yeah, that's how it works. Bye.
Hey everyone, it's Charlie Morgan here, and in today's video I'm going to teach you how to actually focus, how to sit down and work for 10 to 12 to 14 hours on end every single day without getting burned out or confused or lost or distracted or otherwise sidetracked. This is a deadly skill to develop, and the reason it's such a deadly skill to develop and the reason it's going to add so much value to your life and your progress is because no one knows how to do it. The best places to get advantages in business and life and in competition is where everyone else is weak, if that makes sense. So, we can understand this from Sun Tzu's The Art of War, fight the enemy on unfamiliar territory, right? And what that basically means is if we're competing with a group of people, which you are if, you're a man or a woman in the 21st century, the first principle of business is competition, right? You're competing with people. And what that means is you need to understand your competition and understand how to gain a huge asymmetric point of leverage over them, which is basically an advantage in the form of focus, because no one knows how to do it.
No one knows how to just sit down and work these days. I mean, look at yourself, man, woman. You've probably already scrolled down to the comments of this video and you're fighting the urge to scroll down again. You've already checked out the sidebar of this video to see what you're going to click on next. Your phone's within arm's reach with notifications on, buzzing at you. You've got music playing, or, people, like, your life is just nuts. It's not normal, it's insane. You probably can't even go to the toilet without taking your phone with you. You probably can't drive for 5 minutes without listening to music. You probably can't even work out without being on your phone or texting someone. You probably can't even sit down and read a book. Try and sit down right now and read a page of a book, for crying out loud. Like, we have lost the ability to concentrate and maintain a singular point of focal attention using our 5 senses on one thing. And if you can regain the skill and learn how to do that, then you can end up making a lot of money and making huge levels of progress in your life and in your business, so you can have the life that you want and ultimately achieve financial freedom. Financial freedom is near enough impossible to achieve without focus. And so today I'm actually going to walk you through 5 things that you can do that no one's probably told you to do before, right, that are new and that you can actually use. It's not about the Pomodoro technique, or it's not about like chunking. It's not about like all these productivity hacks and the things that you find in these books. It's not about habits. There's 5 things that I've learned to do, and those 5 things have made me a multimillionaire by the age of 25. And I can tell you that all of the other successful people that I know do these 5 things, and if you follow them and learn them, you're going to make a lot of money. To contextualize this and to actually give you some idea as to the fact that I know what I'm talking about, this is how much money I made yesterday. This is one of my phones. I don't know if you can see that there, but every day, if you have Stripe on your phone, it will send you a notification of how much you made yesterday. So you can see in my notification center, that's there. I think yesterday we made about 24,000 pounds, so like, I don't know, $28,000 or something. And that's a pretty regular occurrence, So that's what's possible when you learn how to actually pay attention and concentrate. So let's get into it. So I've got some points on this phone that I'm going to ironically use to run you through this video. But if you learn to do this, you will just completely destroy everyone. So let's actually start by understanding what focus actually is. Like, what are we dealing with here, right? I'm just going to bring this whiteboard here, and I'll bring this, there we go, okay. Right, so what is this thing? What actually is focus? Well, focus is basically, it might seem intuitive and it might seem easy to understand, but if you observe it, focus is simply not being distracted, right? So if you're trying to learn how to focus, instead of trying to learn how to just concentrate or put all of your attention and cognitive conscious awareness onto one thing, just try to not be distracted. Because often the easiest way to achieve something is through its opposite, right? And that's called inversion. It's a pretty handy mental model that a lot of billionaires and successful people that I know use. So we can achieve focus through a lack of distraction. But we'll get there in a second, right? For now, I want to stay focused, ironically, and walk you through something. So focus is basically a force multiplier for your work, right? And a force multiplier is simply like an exponent. And of course, my whiteboard pen's going to give up now, right? So focus is essentially a force multiplier. And what this means is it basically acts as an exponent or a multiplier to a variable, right? And so if you say, for example, if you do 1 hour of work, right? And this is you over here doing an hour of work, right? And if I do 1 hour of work, right? We are going to have varying levels of productivity. So let's say, for example, that in 1 hour, we both get set the same task, and it might be the case that I complete it 10 times over in 1 hour and you only complete it once. Or let's say we get given a book to read, right? It might be the case that in 1 hour you can only read 20 pages and I might be able to read 100 pages, right? The thing that people don't understand here about work is everyone thinks it's about how many hours you put in. Like, everyone's all about 10,000 hours, and I work 12 hours a day, I work 7 days a week. It doesn't really matter, because what we can observe here is different results. This person, if I give you the example of person 1 here, if this is person 1 and person 2, if you're both given a book to read, right, and this person reads 20 pages in 1 hour, and this person reads 40 pages in 1 hour, well, this person's done 2 times as much work, right? Well, how can this be? because they've both had the same amount of time allocated and allotted to this activity. So how can this person have done twice the work as this person? And it can get even more extreme than this, because we could have this person over here, person 3, and they could read like 100 pages, which is a 5x multiplier. And, you know, what's the difference? They've all got the same amount of time. Well, the difference... This whiteboard, I'm going to have to buy a new one because this is an absolute nightmare to use, I'm afraid. But the difference is the level of focus they have, right? So the point that I'm trying to make here is you have 24 hours in the day, right? You know, 8 of those hours you're going to be sleeping, and 4 of those hours you're going to be attending what I'm just going to call biological imperatives, right? You know, you're eating, you're socializing, you're doing things that basically keep you sane. In fact, we could even extend this to probably 6 hours, because, you know, I'd count a biological imperative as relaxing or socializing or talking to people or, you know, doing whatever you need to do to just make sure that your brain doesn't go haywire, right? So really what this means is if we have 8 and 6, you know, well, that's not 12, that's definitely not 12. But if we take these 14 hours, these are 14 hours that we cannot really do anything in, right? To sleep well and, you know, be a healthy human, we probably need to spend about 14 hours a day doing that, right? So what this means is we are left, after our biological imperatives, we're left with 10 hours, really. And how you use those 10 hours determines the quality of your life. And this is 10 hours to essentially work on a business, right, to make money. And life basically is all about how much you get out of these 10 hours. And if you want to learn how to get the most out of the small amount of time that you've been given on this planet, well, you need to learn how to focus, right? It's so important, because we all have the same amount of time in the day, right? We all have the same, like, clock. We all get 24 hours. We all probably get about 10 hours to do what we really want to do with working and stuff like that. So how is it that some people are dead broke and can't even read a page of a book without, you know, getting distracted and having to go to a dirty website? But there's some people who are like billionaires and can read a whole book in one sitting without even thinking or blinking, right? Well, it's all about focus. So the point I'm trying to make here is focus is a force multiplier. So if we think about this like a graph, right? So here we have unit of productivity, like this. Here we have focus, and here we have hour. So let's just say, let's just put this as time, right? So we have a unit of focus, we have a unit of time, and we have a unit of production, or, you know, a unit of productivity, which is you actually getting stuff done. So let's say we've got this person here, person 1, person 2, and person 3. 3, 2, 1, right? And we want to measure how productive they're actually being, like how many units of productivity they're producing, right? So let's say we're all giving them the same amount of time. You know, they all get, let's just say, I don't know, to keep it simple, they all get, you know, 10 units of time, right? This is the 10 hours, essentially, right? But the thing is they need to learn to focus. So if person number 1 only has 2 units of focus, and person number 2 only has 4 units of focus, but person number 3 has 9 units of focus, right? Well, what's going to happen? Because most people, when they're thinking about success and work and building a business, they just think about how much time they've got to do it. But they forget about the force multiplier, which is the thing that really matters. Because what starts to happen here is, like, if you take someone here who has 10 units of time and 2 units of focus, then they're going to have 20 units of productivity, right? But you can become really efficient with this, because another way to achieve 20 units of productivity is if you had half the time, 5, right? If you have half the time, if you only have 5 units of time, but you have double the focus, right? We go from 2 to 4, then you achieve the same result. So this is the point, right? You can spend less time making more progress, or the same level of progress, if you just have more focus. So focus is like the most important thing to time. People don't understand time, people don't really get how it works, and that's okay, but focus is the main thing. So going back to my example here, right? 10 units of time, 2 units of focus. This person's going to have 20 units of productivity, right? And this person here, 10 units of time, 4 units of focus, well, they're going to have 40 units of productivity, right? Person 3 has 10 units of time and 9 units of focus. Well, they're going to have 90 units of productivity, right? This person here is 5 times more likely to make progress than this person up here. So who do you think is going to win and who do you think is going to lose, right? They're all working 10 hours, but their work isn't equal. Not all people work equally, right? And what I mean by that is some people are able to get way more out of the hours they're given than other people, and that's purely dependent on their ability to concentrate and just do one thing. Focus, if we define it, is simply the act of doing one thing at a time. It's being able to hold, however many billions of neurons you have in your brain and dedicate every single one of them to one thing. And when you do that, you do it really well. For example, this video could be an hour long, right? And for me to make this video, it's going to take me an hour because I'm focused. I haven't got any notifications on, I'm not getting distracted, and it's just that. But for a lot of people to sit down and make a 1-hour video, they're going to procrastinate and take ages to sort of set it all up and procrastinate, and then they've got to write a script and they've got to edit it and do all this stuff. I'm just going to focus and just focus on the thing, which is just producing content that you like, right? So this is why focus is so important, because you are up against other people. You are competing with people, and you cannot really compete on time. It's impossible to get more time. You can optimize your time. So for example, instead of going to the gym, you just go for a run, because then you don't have to drive to the gym and you might save half an hour a day, which is 800 hours a year or something crazy like that, right? So you can slightly get more time, but not really. You can't really compete on time. The advantage and the leverage and asymmetry of competition, of beating your competition that you can get in this category is not that significant. But this one here is huge, because if you're up against someone and they have 1 unit of focus and you have 2, now you are twice as likely to beat them, right? So let's actually start getting into some practical advice on how to achieve this and how you can actually focus to make more money and more progress and basically just destroy everyone in your wake, okay? So we're going to start with a real simple point. And that first one is actually your diet, right? Now, I'm going to give you 5 pieces of information here. I'm going to do them in no order. I'm not going to tell you that I'm going to save the most important one to the end, just to keep you around on this video. I'd like to think that if you're learning about focus, you actually have the ability to just sit and just watch a video, for crying out loud, without having to click off. So I don't really feel the need for YouTube retention strategies here. So we're going to go through diet, and then we're going to go through a bunch of other pieces of advice that you can follow. So diet's a simple one, right? And it really all revolves around carbs, carbohydrates. In fact, one thing that really helped with my focus, right, is I do intermittent fasting. So I usually don't eat until about 1 p.m., 2 p.m. I don't eat breakfast. I haven't done for 7 years now. And what I would find a couple of years ago is what was happening is I'd get to lunchtime, I'd eat lunch, and then the afternoon would sort of be a write-off. And my unit of focus could go from an 8 in the morning, and it would be cut down to a 2 or a 3 in the afternoon. After lunch, it would just completely go to the bottom, basically. And so this was basically happening was because I was ingesting a ton of carbs at lunchtime, right? So what you want to try to avoid doing is ingesting any form of carbohydrate or sugar during your working day. So in those 10 hours that you are working, you want to avoid carbohydrates, right? The reason you want to do this is because they take so much energy for your body to digest. And so the way it works is if this is your desk, well, let's just do this. If this is your desk here, right, I don't know if you can see this, I'll draw it a bit bigger. This is your desk, right? Your laptop's at your desk, and you're sat at your desk here, working, in your chair, or whatever, right? This laptop, for you to focus and work on this laptop is going to require energy, right? Focus requires a lot of energy. But if you've just eaten a huge meal and you've just tried to digest a bunch of carbohydrates and a bunch of sugar and stuff, what's going to happen is all of the energy that should be going into your work and into your focused work is going to be going to your gut to deal with the actual meal you've just eaten, right? So one of the biggest and simplest hacks that I found to improving focus throughout the workday is just do not eat carbohydrates at lunch. Don't do it. Don't eat bread at lunch, don't eat pasta at lunch, don't eat rice at lunch, don't eat sweet potato, any sugar, any fruit, any milk, anything, really. Just don't eat anything. Don't eat anything sweet. No sweetener, none of that. If you want to actually see what I had for lunch today, I took a picture of it earlier in anticipation of making this video. Or maybe it's not on my iCloud. Unfortunately, it's not there. But literally, like, all I ate today was just, I'll see if I can put a picture on the screen if I remember. But all I ate for lunch today was just a ribeye steak and 3 eggs. And then I had some hot sauce as well, right? Now that might sound kind of insane, and it might sound like I've got some sort of learning difficulties because that's a weird meal to eat, right? But the point is I'm not digesting any carbs. I'm not eating anything that's going to spike my insulin, spike my energy levels, and then sacrifice like my internal ability to, you know, catalyze this energy. It's kind of insane because if you eat carbs and if you eat like fat, like loads of sugar and carbs and stuff like that, fat and protein is fine. But if you eat tons of carbs, like what basically happens, at least to me, is like my body spends more energy burning the carbs than it gains from the carbs. And the energy that it gets, it spits out in like 6 hours time. By that point, I'm trying to relax, right? So I don't eat any carbohydrates until my second meal of the day. And so if you're wondering what my diet and schedule looks like, and I know this sounds so simple and so rudimentary, like, oh, I thought he was going to give me some crazy woo-wah technique, like he's just telling me to not eat carbs, what an idiot. But I promise, just try it. You know, I get up at like 7, and then I eat my first meal at like 1 p.m., which is literally just like typically, usually like 1,200 calories. But this is literally just 350 grams of ribeye, and usually 3 to 4 eggs, right? And then I continue my work until about not 7 p.m., until about 8 p.m. And then at 8 p.m. I eat my second meal, where I'll usually eat like, you know, typically 1,800 calories. And I basically have exactly what I had here, but I have a load of sweet potato fries as well, like just sweet potato in an air fryer, right? And so I'm eating a ton of carbs, like typically 600 to 700 to 800 grams of sweet potato in the evening, but I'm doing it after I finish work. So the digestion of that does not interfere with my work. You kind of have to think of it like this. During your work day, you can either work or you can digest, right? That's kind of how I see it. And this is the first of 5 things that I have used to obtain incredible, insane levels of focus. Like, focus on a level that you probably can't even comprehend yet, you know? But like, imagine being able to sit down and, where's an example of this? Can I give you, yes, so I'll take you over here, look, right? So right now, I'm reading this book here, right? Let me show you. Let's just come back through here. So, where am I? Here I am. Okay. So right now, I'm reading this book, right, about Caesar, right? Julius Caesar, who took over sort of revolutionized Rome. And I have read nearly half the book, and I've done this all in a couple of sittings, right? So imagine being able to sit down and open a book and read uninterrupted, unencumbered by distraction, and just with complete focus for like 6 hours. That's kind of what you can accomplish and achieve. And I've still got a long way to go with my focus. I know people that can just sit down and read for like 14 hours a day, right? There's levels to this stuff, and I am by no means, you know, the be-all and end-all of focus here. But like, how do you think your life would change if you could actually just sit down and work and just do what you know you need to do for like 12 hours a day? Well, you probably, like, success isn't difficult. It's about figuring out what to do and just doing it for a fair few months, and then usually you get something, right? But in this instance, it's really as simple as just like figuring out how to focus, right? So what's next on the list? Let me check. Okay. So we've gone through the diet one. It's very simple. Just avoid sugar at all costs in any way, shape or form. Like, you can eat like complex carbs in the evening, but don't be eating sugar because it will just completely ruin your ability to focus. Your brain on sugar is just kind of insane. I also don't drink caffeine. I do smoke cigarettes very, very rarely, right? Do I smoke cigarettes? So I'm not like a smoker. So I don't drink caffeine, I don't smoke, I don't take any drugs, I don't eat any sugar. There's no real dietary or consumed stimulants, right, that are going to increase my brain's inability to focus. A lot of people say that caffeine and nicotine aids focus and helps you focus. I just think that's cope, and they're just using that as an excuse to hide behind their addiction, personally, right? So the next thing is what you do in the morning, right? So I'm going to put this. So we've done diet. Can you see this up here? I'll just put it down here. So we've done diet. So the second thing is your morning. And I'm talking about before work, right? So what you need to understand is your brain works on a wavelength or a frequency, right? And I don't mean this in some sort of woo-wah, hippy-dippy, like, you know, oh, you want to level, you're on a certain vibe or something like that. What I'm referring to is your brain basically has like a wavelength. And depending on the wavelength that it's sitting in will depend on like how your thoughts manifest, how your behavior manifests. For example, if you're sitting, meditating and focusing on one thing for like 20 minutes, your brain will be in a certain wavelength. But if you're playing a video game that's, you know, really intense and you're listening to really loud music and you're stimulated, it will have a different level of wavelength. And it's very difficult to go from one wavelength to the other, right? So for example, if you are in a calm, tranquil, focused state, you will feel resistance towards going to a stimulated, chaotic state. Same thing, if you're in a stimulated, chaotic state, you will feel resistance to enter a calm, tranquil state. It's very difficult. If this is, you know, if this wavelength here, right, represents focus, and if this represents focus, right, down here, and this represents chaos, right, which is basically just you clicking through YouTube and listening to music, and then you're talking to someone, and you've got another notification here and an email here, and now you're working on this and this, but you've got this open, and it's just chaos, right? All these distractions. If this is chaos, it's very difficult to switch between these two states, right? So to go from a nice, steady, calm, focused wavelength to a chaotic one is difficult. You won't want to do that. And the same thing here, your brain needs to have a lot of time before it can reach a different sort of level of wavelength, right? So the point I'm making here is the thing that you do, or what you do before your work has a huge impact on how you approach your work, right? So, for example, if you wake up in the morning and the first thing you do is check your phone, reply to a bunch of messages, scroll on Instagram, go on a filthy website and, you know, get some dopamine through, you know, jacking off, whatever. And then if you're brushing your teeth and listening to music, then you go and eat a load of sugary cereal or jam or toast or gluten or whatever, carbs, right? And then on top of that, like, you're also on the phone to someone, and then you drive to the gym, but you're listening to really loud music. And then, like, what's happening is you're stimulating your brain, and you're essentially introducing lots and lots of novel stimuli, which is basically, the word novel denotes new, right? So when you're in an environment like this, and, you know, what's going to happen is lots of stimuli is going to fly at you, right? So this stimuli can either be environmental or personal. So an environmental stimuli, for example, could be if I was making this video right now and a bird flew into the window. I would look, you would look. When a novel stimuli enters the environment or the human perception of awareness, we have no choice but to look. This is an evolutionary response to novelty, because if we don't look, it could be a tiger looking to kill us in the bushes, right? Back in the day from the old evolutionary standpoint. So evolutionary stimuli is kind of uncommon and rare. You know, because, for example, if I'm in my house on my own, if there's not a bird flying into the window, there's not really, the environment's not throwing anything at me. If someone knocks on the door, that's a novel stimuli. But your brain is built to deal with novel stimuli. You know, it's an intermittent stimuli. But if you wake up in the morning and you're stimulating your brain and you're stimulating your dopaminergic system and your serotonin systems and your nervous systems in so many different ways, it puts you into that chaotic wavelength, right? If we want to be, you know, a nice steady wavelength, but if you wake up and you check your phone and you go on Snapchat and you go on stories and you check your emails and you reply to someone here and you're listening to music here, and then you're also masturbating here, and then you're also eating sugar here, and then you're talking to someone else here, you know, you can probably think of all these behaviors that you do in the morning, right? You're putting your brain into a state that is not conducive to focus. And so if you do this for the first 45 minutes of the day, or even the first 10 minutes of the day before you get into work, it is so difficult to achieve and accomplish the wavelength of that your brain needs to properly focus, because you're so stimulated. It's kind of like, you know, if we look at it like this, on a graph, so we've got, well, how would we want to draw this? So here you've got focus, right, and then here we've got stimulation. And let's just put calmness. So this is the opposite of stimulation, right? So the more calm we are, the better our focus will be, and the less calm we are, the less will be. And it will go like this, right? And so this is going to be like if you're waking up and stimulating your brain, and it's just chaos. Like, how can you expect your brain to go from 10 different personally novel stimuli that are very stimulating and rewarding instantly to sitting down and single-minded focus on one thing? Focus is the art of just putting all your attention and concentration and neurons into one activity. So if you're going to ask your brain to do that, it helps if that's the first thing in the morning. Because if you wake up in the morning and the first thing you ask your brain to do is try and focus on 10 different things at once, when you come to try and just focus on one, your brain's not in the right place to do that. It's not in the right state, right? It's not warmed up, so to speak. It's warmed down, if anything, right? It would be like trying to exercise when you literally the first thing when you get out of bed. Your body's not ready, right? So this is a really important thing to note. If you combine this with the diet, it's really good. So let me give you an example of what I do in the morning, right? And this is basically my routine at the moment, and this allows me to focus pretty well. So let me just get some water. So I wake up at typically anywhere between 7 and 9 a.m. I haven't had an alarm for quite a while now, but I wake up, and what I do is I go and run 5 kilometers, either on the beach or just up and down the street, and then I get in the sea, and then I do a brief calisthenics workout, right? And then I get back in the sea, and then I meditate. I don't get back in the sea after the workout. So I run, I work out, and then I get in the sea because I'm all sweaty and I don't want to be all sweaty. Get in the sea, quickly swim, get out the sea, and then I sit on the beach. You probably won't be able to see it from here, but I sit on the beach in the sun in a chair for 20 minutes and I meditate, and we'll talk about that in a second. And then after I've meditated, I get back in the sea because usually I'm all hot and sweaty again from the sun. And then I dry myself off, I go and change my clothes upstairs, I walk down to my desk and I start work, right? When I'm running, I'm not listening to music. I haven't at this point replied to anyone on my phone. I haven't even checked my phone at this point. And I haven't really talked to anyone or done anything or anything. All I do is I wake up, I go to the bathroom, I brush my teeth, right? I come downstairs, I put my running shoes on, I run, I come back, I do calisthenics for about 20 minutes, get in the sea, meditate, get back in the sea, get out the sea, go and get changed, and then I walk to work. That whole routine might take me maybe an hour to complete. Runs about 30 minutes. No, it's about an hour and a half, right? But the point is I'm doing these activities, but there's not an abnormal or unhealthy amount of novel stimuli, right? Like when I'm running, I might be thinking about something, and when I'm working out, I'm just working out. And when I'm meditating, I'm just meditating. I'm not introducing chaos, and my brain is being able to achieve this nice, steady wavelength, right? It's not like going all over the place and all up and down. So what you want to do is do an audit on your morning, and also you want to do an audit on your lunch break, right? Because the same thing applies on your lunch break. If you finish working at 12 p.m. or 1 p.m. and you go to have lunch, and then when you're cooking, you're listening to music, and then you're also you've got half a podcast in, and then you're talking to someone, you're messaging someone on WhatsApp, but then also you're checking Instagram whilst also watching YouTube. It's insane. You're going to do that for an hour and then expect your brain to be able to go back to a focused wavelength. It's just not going to happen. It's just stupid, right? So that's the second thing, is the novel stimuli that you introduce voluntarily into your immediate perceptual awareness before work and during your lunch break. After work, go balls to the wall with it. Sometimes after work, 8 p.m. will roll around and I'll have finished dinner and I'll be carved out of my mind, and I'll go and walk on the beach listening to really loud music, and I'm texting 4 different people at once. That's fine, but just not during the workday, right? Save all of that desire for stimuli and that craving for chaos, essentially, for when you finish your work, okay? So that's the second thing. Now, the third thing is actually awareness, right? And then there's 2 more after this, one of which will really help you. The other one will just help you a little bit, but one of them is really cool. So I can't even spell awareness, right? So awareness. So in order for us to, like I said at the beginning, in order for us to become focused, we have to learn to stop being distracted. And there's nothing really more distracting than your thoughts, right? So what you want to try and learn to do is become aware of your thoughts. And I know this sounds simple and obvious and like trite, which is something I really want to avoid in this channel, but it's imperative to your success that you actually become aware of what's going on in your life and in your, in your brain, in your behavior. Because if I ask you like, hey, what were you thinking like 2 minutes ago? You probably can't remember, right? And not that you should, not that a sane person can remember what they've been thinking all the time, but it helps for you to develop a level of awareness around your distractions, because really there's only two things in life that can distract you, right? An internal stimuli and an external stimuli. So an external stimuli is a distraction that comes from your environment, right? Your immediate, either digital or physical environment. For example, if I'm recording this right now and someone knocks on the door, I am cognitively obliged to pay attention to that, right? Or if I'm recording this video right now and on this phone, like a notification crops up, then my attention is going to go to it. I can give you a literal example of what just happened. I was on this notes app here, and I accidentally shook it, and it said, do you want to undo the typing? You know that like undo typing thing you get on notes? And then my phone sort of shook a little bit, and then now I just looked at it and paid attention, and then I came straight back to this video, right? So that's an example of a distraction, right? That is an external stimuli, something that your environment has produced that has taken your attention and awareness, or, well, really it's just your attention, away from the one thing that you're doing. The internal stimuli is basically a thought, right? This is something that happens in your head when you're trying to do something and then you start thinking about something. And then before you know it, like, you're off and away. Like, if I'm trying to make this, not even trying to make this video, but let's say, for example, that I'm trying to read a book and then I get like 5 lines deep and then I start thinking about the carrot cake I have in the fridge. And then I'm like, oh, I really want that carrot cake. Oh, I actually wonder if there's actually any carrot in that cake. Like, also, why are carrots orange? I thought they used to be purple. Like, and then you just start thinking, and then you're not even doing the thing you want to do anymore. And most people are very, very bad at managing their internal stimuli because they're simply not aware of it. And so what I'm going to talk about in a second here is meditation and how to actually meditate for focus. And it's a simple practice that I've been doing for years now that you can do every day to just drill your focus and become aware of it. But you need to become painfully and cognizantly aware of your thoughts. You need to learn to basically like understand them, analyze them, not analyze them too much, but I'm going to give you a simple activity for this in just a second. One thing that I like to do, I don't do it so much anymore because I don't need to, but what I used to have by my desk was a simple notepad and a pen. This resembles a pen, all right, for argument's sake. Simple pen, right? What I used to do is have a notepad and a pen by my desk. And when I was working, what I would do, every time I got distracted, I would write down what distracted me. And what I was looking to essentially do is I did this for about 30 days, and over 30 days I put all of the distractions in a sheet, and I bucketed my distractions. And what this allowed me to do was become aware of what was distracting me. So I started to write it down, like it could be a Slack message, or it could be an email, or it could be a thought, or it could be a craving for food, or something, or this, that, or the other. And what I started to do is I just started to note my distractions. And if you do this enough, and if you become aware enough of your distractions, you'll start to like interfere with their ability to actually like get you off the track and stop you from focusing. So this is just a simple little exercise that you can do. Is basically just like get a notepad, start trying to work on something, and then you will get distracted, right? And when you do, remember to note it down, because what will happen if you do this for long enough is when you're working, what's going to start to happen is a distraction is going to start to form, and you'll notice it and become aware of it before it can fully form, and then you'll be able to sort of bat it away. So this leads me on to another point of awareness, which is meditation, right? Now, another thing that I wanted to add before we move on to meditation here is that the Pomodoro technique is complete BS. And if you believe that the human brain is only capable of focusing for 25 minutes, you are, quite frankly, a silly person, right? Now, I'm not going to call you an idiot for believing information that is widely believed, because that's just the human condition. But, like, if it wasn't, like, I don't understand how people can think that the human mind can only focus for 25 minutes at a time before it needs a break. That's insane. If you think about that for a second, like, that's just stupid. Because, you know, if you think about us from an evolutionary standpoint and how our focus has been, you know, developed through time, through history, through evolution, like the human brain, we had to sit there, like if let's say you're hunting an animal, right? Sometimes we'd have to sit there and stare at like some trees for like 6 hours before something happened. And we'd have to sit there and focus on the trees because if a deer ran past and we missed it, our family wouldn't eat that night. The human brain is capable of focusing for hours and hours and like a whole day sometimes. Like it's entirely possible, right? So don't be telling me because of some productivity guru that you have to take a break every 25 minutes because that is pathetic and quite frankly stupid. So it's unnecessary, I don't agree with it, and I'm hoping that with that evolutionary point, I've kind of made that quite clear. Another example, this video is now 36 minutes long. I haven't taken a 5-minute break. I'm still going. My train of thought is still clear and clean, and I'm not getting distracted. So it's just a load of rubbish. It's for people that are trying to cope because they've spent so much time like obsessively on these short form videos, which we'll get to in a second, that they can't even focus. So meditation is a simple practice. I'm not saying that you want to sit there and, you know, just sit there with your hands like this and go, that's not what we're trying to do. We're not trying to meditate for mental health improvement. We're not trying to meditate for spiritual enlightenment. All of my meditation practices are focused around focus, right? I don't really worry about the rest of the stuff because I don't have much of a problem with the rest of the stuff that meditation might bring. I literally just meditate just to improve my focus. Because what we're trying to do by meditating every day is we are able to train the muscle in our mind, because it is kind of like a muscle in the sense that you can train it. We're trying to train the skill cycle or part of our mind or part of our brain that is dedicated to focus. So what I will do is I will sit down and I will show you this here. It's going to bring you outside. This is exciting, isn't it? Right? Ooh. So I don't know if you see this chair down on the beach. See that there? That's where I meditate, right? So I turn it to face the sun and I literally just sit and I focus on my breath for 20 minutes. Now, I'm going to walk you through how to meditate. It's very simple and you should be able to do it without much problem. The problem that people have with meditating is they start doing it and they are really bad at it. And so they say that they can't, right? Well, of course you can't because you've just spent the last 5 years with insane levels of novel stimulation, and the main form of stimulation that your brain has had is a 20-second video on Instagram. So of course your attention span's destroyed, and of course as soon as you meditate within 20 seconds, your attention span's going to be completely destroyed, right? So how do we meditate? Well, what we're looking to do is we're looking to do 20 minutes a day, right? And all you do, right, is you buy some noise-cancelling headphones if you have like a noisy environment, because out on the beach, there might be people working or walking past, or there's birds chirping and like fish jumping up and down. And like, I just prefer to meditate in silence. You get some noise cancelling headphones or you sit in a quiet environment. You sit in a relaxed position, not relaxed to the point where you can fall asleep, but you're sort of upright, you know, chest forward, shoulders back, or you're leaning back and you're calm. And then you shut your eyes and you focus on your breath. And what I mean by that is you focus on the sensation of the air passing between your nostrils, right? So if I shut my eyes, right, so I'm going to invite you to do this right now, right? And you might think this is weird in the middle of a YouTube video. There was a novel stimuli, I don't know if you saw it. Bird just flew past and it caught my eye, caught my attention, distracted me ever so slightly, then I brought my attention back to this video, right? So anyway, so shut your eyes right now. This is weird, but I'm going to just do I'm not doing a guided meditation thing, but just close your eyes, okay? And you're going to have, right now you have got internal stimuli. You've got thoughts like, this is stupid, let me skip the video, there's no point in doing this, but just shut your eyes, right? And what I want you to do is I want you to draw a deep breath in through your nose, right? So now and then I want you to release it through your mouth. So, you know, intent breathing. And once again, this time, in through the nose, but I want you to focus on the sensation of your nostrils. And when you release out through the mouth, I want you to focus on the sensation of the air leaving your mouth. And now what I want you to do is not focus on your breath and just allow your breathing to return to a natural form. So you're just breathing naturally, you're not forcing it, you're not breathing deep or breathing shallow. And I want you to just feel the air moving between your nostrils. Now you might feel the air at the front of your nostrils. You might feel it right at the back of your nose. I don't know where you're going to feel it, right? But you should notice a sensation of breathing, right? And congratulations, you've just meditated, right? All meditation is, and all meditation needs to be for you to learn how to focus, is sitting with your eyes shut and other stimuli, close out your mind, and you're just basically breathing in through your nose and out through your nose. So you're literally just sitting there and breathing. But what you're doing is you're becoming aware and you're paying attention to the sensation of the breath passing through your nose. And what's going to happen, guaranteed, without any question, is within a few seconds, your mind's going to come up with a thought, right? Your mind, you can open your eyes, by the way, if your eyes are still closed, you weirdo. Right, your mind's going to come up with a thought, or you're going to have an emotion, or there's going to be a sensation, like there might be a fly that lands on your leg or something, or so maybe there's a sound and the sound has distracted you. But what's going to happen, either internally or externally, a stimulant is going to come along, or a stimuli is going to come along and distract you away from this focal point of attention on your breath. Your job when you're meditating is simple. You notice the thought, or you notice the external stimuli, and you acknowledge it. You don't get angry at yourself for having the thought and for distracting yourself. You simply acknowledge it, and you say to yourself, oh, I'm thinking. And then what you do, once you've acknowledged it, is you let it go, and you return back to where you were focusing before. It's really simple. And what's going to happen for the first month when you're meditating is you're going to have to do this every 5 seconds, right? It will give you an indication into your attention span. And it's actually quite terrifying just how bad your attention span is, right? So let's do an example here. Close your eyes and start breathing. Just not intensely, just focus on the breath going in and out, and just sit there, and I'm going to come back and say something to you in a second. Okay, so you've noticed how you're probably already distracted. Now, maybe you sat through that and you didn't have any problem, but what you probably heard was me slamming my bottle on the floor. That's an external stimuli. That's a distraction, right? And so what's happened is your brain has gone to that external stimuli, and now you're out of meditation, right? So meditation is basically just focusing on the breath. Something happens, you have a thought or something, and then essentially you just bring it back to the breath. It's as simple as that, right? And the reason that we're doing this, we do it for 20 minutes a day. We're not listening to music. We're not doing anything else. We're just sitting there. And the reason that we do this is because when you're working, you're going to start to implement this and introduce this. So it might seem stupid, but every single time, right, it's like a loop. So, you have the breath. Let me just draw this. So you have the breath, like this, and all of your attention's on the breath. And then what starts to happen is a thought starts to form, right? And then your attention starts going towards your thought. All we're trying to do is basically, I'm going to draw an eye here to resemble focus, right? All we're trying to do is correct our focus and our attention, and we're recognizing and seeing the thought and feeling it, and we're not judging ourselves or getting angry for feeling it, because this is a big mistake. And then we're bringing it back to the breath. And what we're looking to do with our meditation practice is repeat this loop as much as possible. The more that this happens, the better. Because every single time you correct this loop, you are rewiring your brain to become aware of distractions and cut them off. And what will happen is the more you do this, you will achieve speed. Right? And what I mean by that is the rate at which you can focus, and you know what I talked about earlier with units of focus, you can have a 1 unit of focus or a 10 unit of focus, right? The amount of units of focus you have depend on the speed at which you can recognize distractions and recorrect your focus back to the thing that you're doing. And so meditation truly is the secret to achieving focus, right? Because if you're really quick at this loop of recognizing distractions and going back to your focus, then you're more focused. Focus is not a binary spectrum. It's not the case that you're either focused or you're not focused, right? Although technically it is in the sense that if you are just working on one thing, you're focused on that thing. But if we're talking about whether or not someone's focused, it's how focused are they? And how many units of focus do they have in their life at this present moment in time? And that depends on their ability to recognize distractions and bring themselves back as soon as possible, right? That really is the core to focus. Because I can tell you now, I've been meditating for years. I've been doing this since I was 18, right? Inconsistently, admittedly. I haven't done it every day for 7 years. But what I can tell you is the meditation that I have done massively transfers through into my work. And it also transfers into my emotional control and everything else, right? But even now, having done this for a long time, I meditate and I can sit there and I can focus on my breath now for a good maybe 4 or 5 minutes at once before a thought comes through. But it still gets me. Right? There's people I know who can meditate for an hour without distraction, right? And that's where I want to get, because those people are so focused that you wouldn't even believe. But my point here is it's practice and it takes time. When you're meditating, it's probably going to take you like 10 seconds to get distracted and have to bring it back. For me, it might be a couple of minutes. But it's so, like, if you do this for a couple of weeks, you'll start to notice that in your work, like you'll be working on something, and then your brain will be like, oh, let's go and get a sandwich. And you'll just be like, no. And then you'll be back to work. It's weird how it works, and it doesn't seem like a big thing, but it's huge. You know, it's like you can be working, and then maybe you start having a thought about messaging someone on WhatsApp because you have an idea, and then you're like, oh, probably shouldn't go and do that, because you're trying to catch your brain as the thought forms before your body has a chance to react to it. Because if the thought you have and the distraction you have, I should probably go and message my friend, then you're going to get up and you're going to start moving, you're going to walk over to your phone, and then you're going to be on your phone texting someone, then before you know it, you're in your phone and you're completely gone and you're no longer working. But if you notice the thought and think, if that's important, I'll probably think about it later, back to work. And the speed at which you can do that, and the regularity and the consistency at which you can do that, depends on how focused you are. It is the single most important thing I have found to enhancing and improving focus, and I'd suggest you do it every single day. Okay? Now, meditation, it's like, you know, someone told me once that meditation is the art of doing nothing, so you don't add something to it. If you're wondering what I use, I'll see if I can find it on my phone here. The app I use to meditate is called Insight Timer, and it looks something like this. Okay? I use the free version. And once you're on the app, all you do is you go to timer, and then you go 20 minutes and you just press start. And at the end of the 20 minutes, it will basically ring a little bell, and then you know you're done. I wouldn't suggest using your iPhone alarm, because we all know that iPhone alarms are very jarring. And if you're in a nice calm state and then you suddenly get like, you know, the marimba tone or something, you're going to have some aneurysm. So don't do that. I learned this the hard way because my ringtone is that alien sci-fi sound. And I was meditating, and then it would be sci-fi, and it was horrible, right? So don't do that, but that's the point, right? So Insight Timer is the app I use. You don't need music. You don't need anything, really. Just sit in a chair and do it for 20 minutes a day, and it will suck, and you'll judge yourself, and you'll get angry at yourself, but it's going to make you a millionaire if you do it for a long, long time, okay? So those are really 3 things to begin with, right? So diet. Don't do anything before work and during lunch that is novelly stimulating. Don't overstimulate yourself and expect your brain to be able to get into a state of focus. And become more aware of the distractions that you're experiencing. So the 2 other ones that I'm going to walk you through are, well, we'll start with this one, okay? And that is basically all or nothing. So this is number 4. So you have to understand that your brain is what would we call it? I actually wrote this down earlier. Yeah, so your brain is a universal behavioral filter, or focus as a sort of method of behavior is a universal behavioral filter. What does that mean? Well, what it means is that how you do one thing is how you do everything. So if you're trying to achieve focus with your work in one area of your life, but in another area of your life you're not focusing at all, then you're not going to become focused in your work. It needs to become a way of life. It needs to become a routine everywhere. For example, if I'm listening to a song on Spotify, I won't skip the song. I have to finish the song. I cannot watch part of a movie. I can't finish part of a book before starting a new one, right? In your life, you have to start becoming obsessed with finishing things and focusing on things. For example, if I go to dinner with a friend or with a group of people, I will never check my phone. If I'm walking on the beach listening to music, I won't be messaging someone else. It's almost borderline like autistic. And I don't mean that in like an offensive way. I mean like you need to become obsessive with this thing, right? So, you know, if you think you can get away with this where like, I know I said earlier, like sometimes I'll be messaging like 4 people at once, but that's obviously like human behavior on WhatsApp, right? But my point is that like, actually to be fair, if I'm on the beach listening to music, I'll text people. It's not that extreme. But I'm trying to make a point here, right? Where if you're just doing one thing, you want to just do one thing. And you want to train your brain to not multitask. Because if you're multitasking in other areas of your life, it's going to come up in your work. Because your brain is a universal behavioral filter. And what that means is let's say your work accounts for 70% of your behavior, and then 30% of your behavior is whatever else. If in that 30% you're multitasking, like your brain can't tell the difference between work and other behavior. And so I promise you, if you do it elsewhere, it will come up and show up in your work. It needs to be an all or nothing thing where you try to seek focus everywhere. Because you can train yourself to be focused when you're watching Netflix. It's just watch Netflix, right? Like do an audit of your environment right now. Like, do you have multiple tabs open? Like, is your life chaotic and ridiculous? Because if it is, you know, you're going to be in some trouble, right? So if I'm rewatching Peaky Blinders at the moment, right? And I've just finished season 1. And when I'm watching Peaky Blinders, I'm not messaging someone else on my phone. I don't have another tab open. It's literally just me and the screen, right? I'm not doing anything else. I'm not trying to stimulate myself in any other way. And that method of behavior will translate into my work. Because when your brain can't really tell the difference between watching a show and working, right? It can in terms that it will feel work is more painful, but it's going to treat both activities the same way. And so if when you work, you're super focused, but when you watch Netflix, you're not, well, your brain's going to get confused because it can't do both. It has to be one or the other. And this is why right now in your life, everything you do is distracted and chaotic. So you need to change it where everything you do is focused, because that will then transform into your work and make it way easier when you do try and sit down to work and focus, okay? So I don't care if it's playing chess or talking to people or, you know, replying to your emails or whatever. Like, when I'm working, I only ever have one window open at a time with 1 or 2 tabs max, if I'm trying to work on something that requires 2 tabs. If I'm on a meeting, I don't have Slack open. If I'm like, to be fair, if I'm driving or something, I'll listen to music, you know, because that's fine. But for the most part, like, if I'm not going to try and drive and use my phone at the same time, right? Or I'm not going to try and be listening to a podcast but texting someone at the same time. Train your brain to single task everywhere, because single tasking is just focus. And if you try and multitask everywhere, your brain's not going to have it. It's going to be super difficult. So that's all or nothing. Now, the 5th thing is really important, right? And that is basically your environment. So what we're looking to try and do here is we're trying to craft and create a physical and digital surrounding that gives assent to and makes focus easy, right? We want our environment to be conducive to the behaviors that we want to perform. And so, you know, for example, if you on your desk right now have your phone, then it's going to be harder for you to focus. So it's a pretty interesting thing to do, because right now you're watching this video, right? But I'd invite you to just look around and look at how many distractions you've laid out in front of yourselves. So first of all, you've got the YouTube comments below. Then you've got the YouTube sidebar, or, you know, if you tilt your phone like vertically, whatever, horizontally, whatever, there's going to be loads of other videos for you to watch. On top of that, you've got your notifications on. You might have your email open. Maybe you've got music playing in the background, but you've definitely got your phone on your desk somewhere. You've probably also got a messaging app open. You've probably also got another YouTube video that you're halfway through and 2 more tabs open on the videos you're going to watch next. Like, dude, it's chaotic. How the hell can you expect to be focused when you put so many distractions in front of yourself? Like, you want to configure your environment and create your space and your surroundings so that nothing can distract you. It's so obvious and simple. Like, one example is I have noise cancelling headphones. So if my business, because I live with my business partner, right? And sometimes he'll like walk around the house and sing, not in like a weird way, like I do it as well. You know when you just sort of like hum into yourself or sing into yourself, maybe not, maybe I'm just bloody weird. But you know when you're just walking around, you're sort of, you know, making some noise or talking to yourself or singing. Like I have noise cancelling headphones on because if my business partner is walking through the house singing, then I might get distracted by that. And so it's just like, that's one thing in my environment that could just, is a stimuli or a novel stimuli that can take me away from the thing I'm trying to do. It's even more important you do this if the distractions in your immediate environment are tied to dopaminergic reward, right? So, primary example, I have my phone here right now because I'm making this video, but the bad boy is on airplane mode. Well, actually, it doesn't even matter if it's on airplane mode or not, because I literally have, like, nothing on there. There's no, like, I don't have Facebook on there. I don't have Snapchat. I don't have Instagram. I don't have Twitter. I don't have Reddit. I don't have Gmail on there. Like, I don't have Discord on there. I don't even have any of those things anyway. I don't even have accounts, let alone the app, right? If you have Instagram on your phone, Snapchat on your phone, Facebook on your phone, Twitter on your phone, Gmail on your phone, Discord on your phone, I don't know, Threads, whatever else people use these days, right? If you have those apps on your phone, you're going to be poorer than if you don't. It is simple. Because your ability to make money and create wealth in your life depends on your ability to work on things and stay focused on a specific set of tasks for a long period of time uninterrupted and build value through a company. If you have a phone in your pocket or on your desk that has all of these distractions on it that are rewarding to use in terms of your dopamine system, and not only that, you have notifications pushing to them, you're literally making yourself poor. I can't put it any other way. You are literally, you have something in your pocket at all times that is keeping you poor. I do not know why people are so bloody attached to those things. I do, I get it, because it's like addictive and stuff like that. But dude, I deleted everything. It was the best decision I ever made. Because now there's nothing to distract me. You know, like maybe you've got dating apps on your phone, and then you've got like all these messages. Now it's tied to dopaminergic systems, but also some deep psychological drives and desires. Like, you know, if you get a message on Tinder and that comes through and you're trying to, you know, play a long-term game by just building like a system for your business, you've given your brain two options here. What do you think it's going to go for? You silly boy, right? It's going to go for the girl. So remove everything in your environment that can cause a distraction, you know? Even to the point where, like, you just want to try and be as minimalistic as possible. So what I'm actually going to do now, to round off this video, is hop into my laptop, and I'm going to walk you through what my digital environment looks like. Because you have your physical environment, which is the immediate thing. Primary example of how to optimize your physical environment is don't buy any bad food. Because if one of your focuses, you know, ironically you can't really have focuses, it just defeats the point, right? But if you're trying to not eat bad food, and that's a focus in your life, and your focus is on being healthy, if you buy bad food and have bad food in your environment, you're going to eat the bad food. Your environment is way more powerful than your willpower. If your willpower, you know, if your willpower and your environment, if these things go toe to toe, your willpower might win for like a very short period of time, for like a couple of days. Your willpower will trump the environment, but this thing's going to get depleted and your discipline's going to get depleted real quick, and the environment will always win. The environment always wins. So if you have a terrible environment conducive to doing things you don't want to do, you can't expect willpower and discipline to defend you. If you're trying to quit smoking and you have cigarettes in the house, you're going to smoke them. Not for the first couple of days, but it will get you. So, I don't want to vape anymore. I don't want to throw my vape out because it costs the money. I'm not going to smoke it. 3 days later, what do you think you're doing? You're vaping. Idiot, right? So I'm going to get into my laptop now and walk you through what my laptop looks like, how I configure my desktop, my browsers, my social things, so that when I do use them, I'm not getting distracted or my brain's not going in all these different directions. So that's everything for the whiteboard. Let's get into the computer.
Okay, so we're here inside my laptop. I wanted to show you what I see when I'm working. Because I spend, 10, 12, 14 hours a day sometimes in front of this screen. So I've optimized it in many ways to allow myself to work efficiently and effectively, and I'm going to walk you through some tools that you can install onto your laptop or workspace to become more efficient. So the first thing that you'll see when I open my laptop is basically nothing. I don't have anything except from Google Chrome down here. I don't have anything in my desktop, because your desktop is kind of like your mind. If it's If it's crowded, like your brain's going to be thinking about it, right? So every time I come to work, I just see a nice clean slate. Now, if I'm working on something, there will usually be documents relevant to that thing over here, you know. So for example, the focus video that I just made, that was here with the audio file. And then once it's completed, it just either gets deleted or uploaded to a Google Drive to the, you know, corresponding or correct folder, if that makes sense. So there's like, I only do one thing at a time, and my desktop is specifically dedicated to the thing that I'm working on. And once that thing is done, it gets deleted or filed or moved. It doesn't just sit here. So this space here that you can see is basically where what I'm currently working on will be. And as soon as it's done, it's over, right? So other than that, I have this folder up here for just a couple of things that I need, like to keep handy, like, you know, pictures of my passport and some other bits and pieces, just like stuff that you need randomly, but every time you need to go and get it, it annoys you. So that's efficient. And then I also have this one called Vids, which is where I upload, like whenever I finish a YouTube video, it gets uploaded here, as well as to Google Drive, because then that way, if Google Drive fails or it gets deleted, I've still got it here as a backup. And then these videos get deleted as soon as they're uploaded, if that makes sense. So once again, I just pause to pull this up. Once again, to show you, like, I have nothing in the Downloads tab. If it gets downloaded, it gets done, and then it gets deleted. It's like download, done, delete, right? DDD, the 3 Ds, download, done, delete. It's as simple as that. You don't want stuff hanging around, and when you finish something, you just want to finish it by deleting it or removing it, right? I'm a big, firm believer in finishing things and getting stuff done and just removing it. So what you can see, if I need to access Slack, I can access Slack. The only 3 things that I really use inside of my desktop here are Spotify, Slack, and Google Chrome, right? Slack is just as simple as looking for it there, and so Spotify, so, you know, I don't really use it. So where most of the magic happens is going to be inside of Slack and inside of Chrome. So we'll go through Chrome. Google Chrome is probably the most important tool to my work, with the exception of Slack and the communications and stuff, because like everything to do with my work is going to be on the internet, right? Because it's an online business. So you want to understand, if you're running an online business and you're going to be spending a lot of time in a browser, first of all, use Chrome. Do not use Safari. Do not use Firefox. Do not use Internet Explorer. Do not use Bing. Just use Chrome. It is the best, fastest, and most efficient thing. Also, use Windows. Do not use Windows. Use a Mac. It's more efficient. It's faster. I prefer it. Maybe you don't. So the first thing you'll notice when I open my Google Chrome here is it's not taking me through to any recommended sites. A lot of people, yourself included probably, when you go on Google Chrome is going to try and distract you, right? It's going to try and take your focus away. It's going to give you external stimuli like YouTube or frequently visited websites that you can click on, and it's just going to get you, right? So what you want to do is you want to install something called Momentum, right? So it's a Google Chrome extension. You can go here, like this, and you can literally just download it and install it, and what that's going to allow you to do is basically have this like nature thing. Like there's no more bookmark, there's no sort of like recommended sites or recently visited. It's just, you know, focus. You just come in here, it says good morning Charlie, good afternoon Charlie, or whatever, and then it's just, you're just searching up here, if that makes sense. Once you've got this sorted out, that's the first sort of layer of protection that you're going to need against distraction. The second thing you want to do is you want to organize everything that you need that is to be basically immediately accessible, right? So there's a few tools that I use every day, or softwares that I use every day for work and for to drive the business forward. Google Drive, Google Calendar, Google Gmail, Wise, Trello, now Stripe obviously, School, and then Miro, right? So I use these things very frequently, very often. So if I need to get to my Google Drive, I'm just one click away. Same with my calendar, I'm one click away. All of these things are accessible. And what I don't have to do is go anywhere else other than this page to get to them, right? Because it's just simple. Same with my wall map, my health tracking sheet, whatever a big project I'm working on at the moment. And then I've got these folders here that basically all contain like different things that I can click on immediately, right? So this is like the hub, and this is like my navigation tab, and 80% of the time, if I need to go somewhere, I can find it within 1 or 2 clicks, right? And that's really helpful. So the next thing I want to show you is, let's just go to Facebook, right? And let's hop in here. So the first thing you'll notice about this, right, go to Instagram, you can see this. If I go to LinkedIn, you'll see I'm not logged in. If I go to Twitter, like this, you can also see I'm not logged in. Even if I go to school, my community, you'll see I'm not logged in, right? So you don't want to log into stuff. And what I mean by this is, I see these platforms. First of all, I haven't been on Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, or Twitter for like 6 months. I have business accounts on there, but I don't manage them, so I don't have to go on them, which every day I count my blessings for, right? Thank you to Kian, if you're watching this, our creative director, who manages all the content. But let's say I had to go on Facebook to do something, right? Facebook, let's say I had to go on there to, I don't know, message a prospect back, right? Facebook is a dangerous place to go because it's full of distractions, it's politically charged, and it's going to take you down some sort of rabbit hole, and before you know it, you're going to be buying someone's $47 ebook that you're never going to use, and then it's chaos, right? So the way that I treat these social platforms is I treat them, even my community, I treat it in a way that I'm getting it done, and then I'm getting out, right? So for example, if I went into Easy Grow here, and just logged in, and then I went to the community, and then maybe I was looking at the win post, and I was like, okay, let's just see what's going on, make sure we've got wins coming through, or maybe I need to look at the classroom, and then I need to make an amendment to this, and then I'm like in here, like, okay, yeah, let me change this video. Once I've done that, and once I've got it done, I come up here and I log out, because logging out of stuff tells your mind that that platform is now completed and it's done. And I believe that if you're logged into a platform, if you're logged into something, what's basically happening is like part of your brain is dedicated to that platform, right? So let's just show you my Facebook, right? So if I log into Facebook here, God forbid I ever have to go on this godforsaken platform. So what you're going to see here is, like, first of all, it's just chaos, right? How the hell are you supposed to deal with this? You've probably got all these groups down here, then you've got this feed, you'll see there's no stories. But one thing that you want to start using, oh, this doesn't even work anymore. Oh, that's just sad. Damn, okay. Well, this is news to me because I haven't logged into Facebook in ages. So there's a tool that you can get on Chrome called Undistracted. And what this tool does is it should hide certain elements of the thing that you're using. For example, like if I want to hide Facebook stories, like I can just hide it, Look at this. Because if I come on Facebook, right, to do something, and if I've got 3 like attractive women up here, and then I've also got like this news feed of people like disagreeing with things, like it's very unlikely that I'm just going to do what I need to do. I'm going to end up clicking on a story. Or, like, let's just scroll for a second here. Like, if you actually scroll on these platforms and take a minute to ask yourself, what the hell am I doing? Like, you need to do that sometimes. Because I used to do this with Instagram, where, like, I would just scroll and scroll and scroll. This is a long time ago. I'd scroll and scroll and scroll. And then, like, I just sometimes catch myself, like, watching some stupid video and being like, what the hell am I doing? What on earth am I doing? You have to become aware of it. It's like all you're going to find is politically charged content, people trying to sell you stuff, like myself included, right? And it's just like, this is all just rubbish. None of this content here is in any way, shape or form going to help me achieve my goal. It might make you laugh, it might stimulate your dopaminergic systems, but honestly, it's a complete waste of time. So I used to use Undistracted to hide my Facebook feed, but for some reason it seems as though that's not going to work. So yeah, unfortunately you might have to use one called Newsfeed Eradicator instead. Okay, so that's the first thing. Just if I got it done, I'd log out. I wouldn't see any of that. Wouldn't see any of my newsfeed usually because the tool's usually blocking it. Same with Instagram. I don't log into this. I'm not logged in. Same thing with LinkedIn. If I do sign into LinkedIn here, right, let me log in, like this, right, and I go to the home page, there's no newsfeed. The chat pop-up doesn't happen. There's nothing to distract me, right? There's obviously all of these notifications and all this, basically. But if I come on here to do something, it's far less likely I get distracted. But the big one that's really going to help you, let me just log out of this, I don't want to be inside of this godforsaken place. The big one that's really going to help you is YouTube, right? If I go on to YouTube, right, and I do this, what happens is YouTube will usually force redirect to my subscriptions, but I'm not subscribed to anyone because I don't really use this as much as I used to. But if I just go to the YouTube homepage, there's no videos. Nothing comes up. There's no recommended, right? So if I'm using YouTube, I only use YouTube with intent. Let's say I'm searching for a video, right? So I go on this with intent, and I type in like SMMA, how to deliver a pay per appointment offer. And I'm coming on here with intention, right? Then I'll be like, okay, I'll click on this video.
That's all we really want. If they don't pick up, leave.
Tool that's called Undistracted, which is completely free, right? It's going to show me the video and nothing else. So it's not going to show me the comments. I can't scroll, in case you can't notice. I literally cannot scroll down here to see the comments. There's also no sidebar, and there's also no up next or recommended. Right? So all I can do is just watch the video, which is what I want to do. Because YouTube is a great tool to gather information and to solve problems and to learn how to, it's a good tool, but if I remove all of this stuff here, if I put all of this here, look, now I've got like all of these distractions here, I've got more distractions down here, and then if I get to the end of the video, it's going to show me even more stuff. Like it's chaos, right? It's just silly. So, just remove it and hide it. And then this app will just completely remove everything, right? So if I refresh now, there won't be anything there. So that's called Undistracted. It's really cool. Now, another thing that you can do, another thing that's a little bit more unknown, is you can actually use AdBlock, right? The Chrome extension, to hide things on pages. So let's say, for example, that I want to take this to an absolute extreme and I don't want to see YouTube descriptions, right? So let's say that I just want to watch YouTube videos. I don't want any call to actions. I just want to watch the description, right? I don't want a description. I just want to watch the video. What I could do is I could go into AdBlock here and click hide something on this page. And then you can literally just click the thing and press looks good. And then it will hide it, right? Obviously, I didn't confirm it. Let me just do it again. Let's just do this. Looks good. Confirm. And so now, I actually can't see the description. The text in the description is gone. So I do this all the time with other websites where, certain places that I go quite often that annoy me, where there's certain things that I have to look at, I just block them on AdBlock. It's really cool because now whenever I go to a YouTube video, AdBlock is gonna basically block it, but I'm gonna unblock it now because I want to see it. So let's try an example here. Actually, let's go to Facebook and let's say that you want to actually stop seeing your Facebook notifications. I've never tried to do this before because I don't go on this thing, but let's go to AdBlock. Hide something on this page. Will it let me do it? Oh, it will. You're joking. So that's a life hack right there. So you can literally hide your ability to see your Facebook notifications. Because I know full well that if I log into Facebook, I'm keeping that on. Because I know full well that if I log into Facebook to do something for my business, there is not a single notification inside of this platform that will contribute value towards my business. Maybe there will be, but it's very unlikely. I haven't been on Facebook now for a year. So I've missed every single notification I've had for a year. Albeit I have an appointment setter on here now, right? He might have reached out to some of you. But there's nothing that I've missed, right? So I can just do that and be like, okay, let's see what else I can get rid of. Because this I haven't tried to do this before. Let's see. Can I hide the contacts? I can. Oh, sorry, I had to let someone in. So yeah, you can see this is a pretty cool thing. You can just hide everything. You can just get, maybe even you can even use this, but like the first port of call is don't go there because it's a distraction. But the second thing is you can just basically use these tools to just remove things that would distract you. I don't know if you can use this to actually hide like the entire news feed. Maybe you can. You actually can. See, look at that. So now when I come onto Facebook, I could even probably hide the messages as well. But now when I go onto Facebook, like if I log out here and if I log back in, yeah, now there's nothing, which is way better because now I can go and do what I need to do without getting distracted by the news feed or my notifications. And then once I'm done with it, I can just log out. Oh, and see, look at this. Look, let's just look at this. Like, you know, I accidentally clicked up here, so apparently I clicked on notifications. I don't know how, because it's not even there. Oh, we can't even access the notifications. It doesn't matter, but you get the point. There's nothing in there that's valuable, nothing in there that's useful. Just log out and get it done. So that's basically how I structure my work setup for focus and how I remove all of these distractions. My mentor, Sam, calls it snakes and ladders, where like, you know, focus is like a game of snakes and ladders where you want to put as many ladders in place, which are things in your environment that are conducive towards focus, and remove the snakes. And like a snake, for example, is the YouTube recommended page or your Facebook newsfeed or, you know, having a bunch of stuff down here. And like when you're working, you only want to have like 1 or 2 tabs open at any given time. You don't want to have multiple windows, nothing, no notifications. It's just chaos. Just learn to do one thing at a time, keep it clean, keep it minimalized, keep it organized, and you'll make more progress. If you are an agency owner or a coach or a consultant, you can click the first link in the description. Full transparency, it's a video of me trying to sell you something. We might be able to help you get more clients. We might not. I don't know. But either way, I don't really care if you click it or not. I just hope you find this video useful. Have a good day.
So in this video, we're going to talk about why you can't do the work. Why is it that you have a goal and you have something you really want, and 1 minute you're over the moon, you're confident, you're working really hard, you're focused, you're diligent, you're conscientious, you're putting the effort in, but then the next day or the next week, you've got all this doubt, you've got all this fear, you're procrastinating, you're worried about being judged by other people, and for the life of you, you just cannot seem to get to your desk and actually do the work. Or if you make it to your desk, or you make it to your workplace, you end up procrastinating on the things that you know you shouldn't do. Why does this happen? And why do you go from these two extremes, from confident to doubt, or from, you know, open to closed? Why? Well, I figured this one out, and what I'm going to do is share my findings with you. And by finding this out, I've become a millionaire. And so if you stick with me for the next hour or two here, I'm going to explain fully why you can't do the work, why you struggle with consistency, and it's going to hopefully change your life. So in order for me to explain this, we're going to have to go to the whiteboard of fame, because it's going to be a pretty heavy video. I'm going to have to go to a pretty heavy, dark place. And if you're the kind of person that just wants a quick, you know, dopamine hit on YouTube, and you're just looking for someone to, you know, basically satisfy your monkey brain, monkey entertainment, this is not the video for you. So let's have a look at this, because if you can learn to solve this problem, imagine if you could just work for 12 hours a day without any difficulty. Imagine if you could just sit down at your desk and just be like, okay, I'm working now, without your body or your brain telling you to do otherwise. You'd probably make a lot of progress, and you'd probably get super rich and achieve financial freedom and everything you wanted to a lot faster than you expect. So let's talk about this. So really the main culprits for your lack of progress and your lack of work ethic are going to be doubt. I need a different pen than that one, that's for sure. I doubt that that pen's any good. So it's going to be doubt, it's going to be fear, it's going to be judgment, and it's also going to be procrastination. These are the 4 musketeers of self-sabotage, where you either can't do the work because you're sabotaging, or because you have loads of doubt about yourself or the fact that it's even going to be worthwhile, or you're afraid of what happens if you do, and you don't know why you're afraid, you just are, or you're concerned that other people are going to judge you.
The thing is all of these things, they all fall under one mysterious force. There is a force in the universe, a malevolent, horrible force that is going to try to prevent you from achieving your goals. And when you set your goal like this, when you set your goal, this goal is going to cast a shadow. And basically what this means is that after you try to basically set yourself up for success, something's going to come for you and try and break it down. So the question is, well, what is this force and where does it come from? Because if we don't understand the enemy, then we cannot defeat it. If we have an invisible enemy that we can't even name or understand, then what the hell? And I've spent probably 1,000 hours or more reading psychology books and listening to Jung and Freud and Kant and all of these philosophers to try and figure this one out. And I did, and it's made me north of $20 million, and I'm sure in the future it'll make me more. So, without further ado, let me reveal this force to you. It is known as resistance. Now, before you click off the video, because you're expecting me to say something shiny and crazy and completely mind-blowing, if you don't understand resistance, if you can't define it at first principle, you're never going to fix this problem. You're always going to exist in this cycle of up and down and self-sabotage and self-hatred. So if you can't sit and watch a video for 1 hour or 2 hours or however long this thing's going to be on how to overcome this thing, how do you expect yourself to even sit down and work for 12 hours a day? So lock yourself in, close all your tabs, phone off your desk, focus, okay? Let's get into it. So the first place we need to start with here is identity. And let me explain what resistance is. So resistance is essentially a force that you create to prevent yourself from becoming successful. It is a product of your psychology, and it's a product of your identity. And in this video, I'm going to try and explain it. It's very haphazard to get into because it's quite close to home for me, because I've done this to myself, and you know, it can get quite uncomfortable to talk about personal experiences like this, but also it's extremely difficult to explain. So please bear with me as I go around the circles and try and get to a point. So, at present, you have got something called an identity. And this is identity version 1. And nobody looks at identity and psychology this way. I'm going to explain. So you have an identity. And really what an identity is it is an aggregate of every belief system that you have about the way the world works and the way that you fit into the world. And so what this basically means is we can draw a big circle, and this circle represents the world, or the universe, or, you know, the market, or whatever it is. And this obviously represents your relationship with the world. So, for example, a worldly belief about how the world works could be that the earth is flat, or it could be that it doesn't matter how much money I'm going to make, I'm never going to be happy. Like, money doesn't buy you happiness is an example of a belief system about the way the world works. Anything that you do or do not believe to be true about the way the world works is a worldly belief. And what we do as human beings is, in order for us to navigate this crazy, chaotic adventure called life, we have to bring order to chaos. And so what that basically entails us doing is creating belief systems and a personal identity about the way that we fit into the world. And so, for example, what religion you pick is a belief system, and that is how you orient yourself in the world. Or what diet you choose to follow is a belief system. Or even to the point where how good you think you are at go-kart driving. This exists on every continuum. And the way that the belief system essentially manifests is as follows. We basically have a thing, and this can be anything. It can be, you know, it could be go-karting. It could be, you know, Charlie Morgan, my channel. You know, it could be, actually I'm not going to put that person. It could be Genghis Khan, you know, whether you think he's good or not. It could be, you know, did we go to the moon, right? There's all sorts of, literally anything in the universe. Anything that comes into your perception, you're going to end up forming a belief system about. And the way the belief systems form is kind of like this, where we have a fulcrum, essentially, which is like a pillar, and on that balances a one of these like scales. Okay? And I know this is going to seem weird, but just bear with me. And really, belief systems are binary. And what this means is we either think that something is good or bad. It's very rare to find someone that can think in non-binary terms, and I can do this just about, but my point is that you either think something is good, or bad. For example, go-karting. I personally do not enjoy go-karting. I think go-karting is bad. And therefore my belief system with go-karting is going to be like this. It's going to be weighed into the bad. And, I haven't had many good experiences with go-karting. I've only had bad experiences with go-karting. And therefore my experience and my belief system in my identity about go-karting is that it's bad. Another example could be, if you've watched my YouTube channel for a few years, and hopefully I've done a good enough job to make you like me to some degree. And so basically, if you've had lots of good experiences with me and my YouTube channel, and you reinforce those by telling people about my content, or watching the content, or subscribing, or liking the videos, then you're going to have had a lot of good experiences. And therefore, your belief system surrounding the thing that is me is going to be good and positive. And so basically, in life, with everything that we come into contact to, we either have a positive experience with it or a negative experience with it. And the way that identities form, and the way that your identity is formed right now, is basically a sum aggregate of millions of these scales. So whether or not you like baked beans, all the way to down to whether or not you think that the Nazis were good people, which I think we can all agree that they weren't, is based off of this scale. And it's based off of whether you've had good or bad experiences. And the thing is there's multiple ways to have these experiences and form these belief systems. And so I want you to imagine that your identity is basically a collection of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands or millions of these scales tipping in different directions, at different angles, with different levels of intensity, based on whether or not you perceive things to be good or bad. And so the reason this becomes a problem in business is because if you believe, if you've only had negative experiences with money and business, and you think 9 out of 10 businesses fail and money doesn't grow on trees, and you have all of these negative belief systems around how not only how the world works, but also I could never make money, I'm not smart enough to make money, then what's going to happen is you will give yourself no choice but to behave in alignment with those belief systems. And so, you could have a, money pool, right? And a pool is basically like a belief pool is a collection of beliefs about a specific thing. And so you could have a pool for whether or not you like elephants, and how you feel about elephants. I have the Roman Empire pool on how I feel about the Roman Empire and everybody in the Roman Empire and who the best emperor was and stuff like that. And so eventually you have these pools of everything, about everything, whether or not you've had negative positive experiences, and the aggregate of all those pools becomes the ocean that is your identity, in essence. And the way that we form beliefs is very simple. So we have our 5 senses, right? So we've obviously got, our eyes, we've got our nose, we've got our ears, etc. And the way that you form a belief system is an external stimulus will register through your 5 senses into your brain, and there will be a sentiment attached to that. And so a sentiment is basically, this means, is it negative or positive? And so, for example, if I'm in history class and I'm learning about World War II, and I'm learning about the Blitzkrieg, for example, the German war machine, my teacher's going to tell me that this is a bad thing, and of course it is a bad thing. War's not that nice, right? And what's going to happen is I'm going to see these images of people passing away, and war, and fighting, and aggression, and all this. It's up to you to decide whether it's good or bad. But I'm telling you it's bad, but that's because of my experiences. And so all of the information that you see in your life comes with a sentiment. And that sentiment is either going to be positive or negative. And it doesn't have to be positive or negative, but it really exists on a spectrum. So if we've got here, if we've got here positive sentiment and we've got here negative sentiment, then really all the information that you receive is going to exist somewhere on this continuum. It's not going to either be solely positive or solely negative, but it's going to be how positive or how negative is this thing. And the extreme at which either of these charges is applying to the information that you're being exposed to, or the stimulus you're being exposed to, is the extreme to which you will believe it to be good or bad. And if you don't believe me that it could possibly work this way, well, there are people in the world who are actually neo-Nazis. And they believe that those people were righteous and good, believe it or not. And it's the same way that you can find anything that you hold near and dear to your heart that you believe to be true. There will be a human being out in the world somewhere, or a group of them usually, or quite a lot of them, who think the complete opposite to you. And the only reason that you guys think in the opposite way is because you've been exposed to different stimulus. And so if someone that supports a certain politician will receive synchronicity, which is basically confirmation bias in essence, where they will start to seek and receive more signals and more stimulants from the universe that have a positive sentiment surrounding the thing that they like, the politician they like. And on the inverse, someone who supports the opposite party or the other politician will start looking for and receiving from the universe other information about who they like with sentiment, positive sentiment. And so this is how polarizations form, and this is how we get this massive divide in society. And this has been happening for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. In the Roman Empire, you had the Optimates and the Popularis. I think that's how you Latinize those names, but probably not. But you had the two political parties, and you had people like Cicero, who didn't really take a side, and you had people like Caesar, who was part of like for the people. And you see this in all of these different places. And so what we need to understand is that, and I promise I'm going somewhere with this. I promise this is going to loop back to your doubt and your fear and your judgment fears and all this crap. I promise it will, but I'm going somewhere with this. So what we need to understand is you have beliefs, you have an identity, and basically your identity is the sum of all of these, what would you call them? Sentimental continuums of the way that the world works. Now, why is this appropriate and why do I need to explain this to you? Well, here's the thing. So you've got this thing called an identity, and you have what we would call a version 1 identity. Now, the interesting thing about belief systems is that they can be changed and they can be broken. And the only way to change your identity and to change who you are and who you perceive yourself to be and the way that you operate in this world is to change your belief systems. It doesn't matter if you dye your hair a different color, or wear some different clothes, or start piercing your ears or something like that. Those are physical representations of your physical manifestation. The only real way to change your identity is to change your belief systems about how the world works and the way that you work in it. And so an example of this is if right now you believe that the earth is round, and you change your belief system to the earth being flat, you now become a flat earther. And most significant belief systems will be will have a group identity attached to them. For example, Christian, Muslim, Judaism, flat earther, vegan, carnivore. They have these, like the big polarizing ones, they have names, and you name yourself part of the tribe when you change your belief system. Now, why is this important, and how the hell does this relate to you having doubts and fears and being unable to do the work consistently? Well, here's the thing. You have who you are right now, and you have a second identity over here. And this is where things get really damn weird. And this is why you go through these ups and downs, where you have your present identity. Well, let's just call this current. You have this current identity, and you have a desired identity. Now, you won't know that you have a desired identity. If I asked you to name this thing and point to this thing, unless you've done some serious work on mindset and spent thousands of hours studying Jung and Freud, you're not going to know that you have this. But what you need to understand is that you are, by working and by setting a goal, you are essentially trying to change. And when you basically set a goal, which is represented by this little star up here, when you set a goal, what this is quite an interesting phenomenon. If you think about what a goal is, if you think about what it represents a different state of future. It represents a change. It represents something new. It represents something that you don't have now that you want. And this is where the conflict comes. Because who you are right now is going to set a goal. And it's because inside of you exists at least if you're an entrepreneurial spirit and you want to grow and you want to, succeed, inside of you is what you could call a dream or a dreamer. It's a part of you, a deep unconscious force that is desperate for growth. And you probably resonate with this. There's a glimmer of hope inside of you. There's a piece of you that wants to grow and wants to develop and wants to succeed. And the only way that this piece of you can communicate with you is through setting a goal. So if I ask you, why did you want to achieve what you want to achieve? You probably couldn't tell me. But the reason you want to achieve what you want to achieve is because there's a small part of you, a small piece of you that's left, a fragment of your, of your identity that is so desperate to grow and so desperate to succeed. And the only way it can tell you that it wants to succeed, and the only way that yourself can communicate with your conscious mind and your unconscious can communicate with your conscious, is a goal. So a goal is really an unconscious manifestation of a desire to grow. And the problem is that inside of you, you kind of have this, desired person that you want to be, that you could become. But typically what's going to happen is the goal that you have here, right? And the person inside of you that you're not aware of that is setting this goal is in conflict with who you are right now. Because if you don't believe me, why would I set a goal that is in conflict with what I want right now? Well, who you are right now is incapable of achieving this goal. With the current belief systems that you have, and the current way that you think, and the current way that you operate with your skills and your character and your belief systems and how you run yourself in the world, is not going to be conducive to the achievement of this goal. And so, for example, if you want to build a successful company and you want to build a successful business, one behavior that might be manifesting in your life with your current identity is maybe you're not that disciplined, or maybe you struggle to eat clean food to keep your mind sharp, or maybe your attention span's ruined. There's going to be lots of things that you're doing right now that are completely counterintuitive to your goal. And this thing drives people insane, because it's now like, once you set a goal, it casts a shadow, and the shadow is your current identity. And what this means is you're going to go, it's just going to drive you mad. And it probably is driving you mad, because there's a part of you inside of your head that is advocating for growth. And this part of you manifests itself through these weird injections of confidence that you get. When you have that feeling that you're on top of the world and you're going to be successful, everything's going to be okay and you're really going to smash it. And then what happens is this person, this identity, your current self, brings it way back down. And it's like, well, that's not us. That's not who we are. That's this is probably what you're telling yourself. That's not possible. That's not me. And the way that this thing happens, and you can map this on a graph really, is, you're going to go from being really low, where you're all lacking confidence, to really high, and, back to really low. And really, it's kind of like, that typical archetype where you've got an angel on one shoulder and a devil on the other. And you need to learn to break this cycle and essentially remove the downs. Because if you can remove the downs, and you can stop the downs from happening, you're going to just go and go upwards. And I figured out how to do this, and I'm going to continue to explain it until it's drilled into your mind. So, well, okay. So why can't you do the work, and how does this happen? So we have version 1 of you, and we have this desired version 2. And what I can tell you is, you have this goal, and what's going to happen is version 2, desired version of you, is going to fight to achieve this goal. And this is the thing that's going to bubble up into your unconscious and try and get you to do the work. And version 1 of you, your current sense of self and your current belief systems and the way that you've oriented yourself in the world and what you believe to be positive or negative, is going to try to fight for the goal, fight against the goal. And so we've got these two forces where we're sort of at battle with ourselves. And the reason that you can't do the work, and the reason that you can't do the stuff that you want to do to make the success you want to make, is because this part of you, this version 1 part of you, is actively trying to fight. Now, why? You might be saying to yourself, why on earth would this bastard fight me. Why is my version 1 so adamant and angry at me trying to become better and achieve a better life? Because you think that it wouldn't be. Well, the thing is you need to start looking at identity and your identities, because you have multiple, trust me. You have otherwise you wouldn't have these conflicts, you know. You need to start looking at identities as almost like sentient animals, okay? And I'm going to explain what this is. So like a sentient animal. Actually, no, let's just call it an animal, because it's way easier. So it's kind of like an animal. Now, in nature, when we study organisms or species, or we watch a David Attenborough documentary or something like that, what we can understand is really the first principle and the first job of any animal or any being on this earth, anything that's alive, because this thing's alive, it's inside of you like a parasite. You are its host, and it's just basically formed through all of your sensory experiences in the world and all your memories. We'll get to that in a second. I'm going to write this here actually. Okay. It's an animal. So what this means is, in watching documentaries, every animal, every organism on this planet has something called a survival bias, okay? And what this looks like is the animal will do everything it can to survive. And if you study, you know, nature, you look at like birds or like lions or hyenas or gazelles, like all these animals are trying to do is survive. Like that's the entire purpose of their existence, is to survive so they can eventually reproduce. And the other objective of your current identity is not only to survive, but also to reproduce. And I don't mean to sexually reproduce, psychologically that'd be a bit weird, but I mean to reproduce in the sense of you're going to create these continuums of ideology where you feed back on themselves, and you're trying to, you know, tell other people about your ideologies, and you're trying to convince other people that this thing is right and it's the way that you should go. And so all this thing's trying to do is survive and reproduce. And so what we need to learn to do is metaphorically fragment this thing in your mind as an animal that exists with its sole intent of survival. And if you try to kill an animal, or if you try to, you know, chase something down and hunt something down, it's going to kick and scream. It's going to fight. It's going to use every single calorie it's got to resist your efforts to destroy it. And you might be asking yourself, well, why do I need to destroy this? Well, here's the thing. Who you are right now and the current belief systems that you have right now and the current skills and traits you have, as that person, you're not capable of achieving what you want to achieve. There is a misalignment. And what you need to do if you want to achieve your goal, because remember, you know, over here, we've got person version 2, and this person is another version of you having achieved your goal. And this person looks different to this person, because where this person might be lazy and afraid, and, you know, I don't know, like, what else could you be? Lazy. Well, I'll just say this person might be lazy and afraid. This person could be like fat and overweight. This person could be like tired all the time. My pen's dying. This person could be tired and, you know, just generally like miserable. But then this person over here could be like disciplined and, you know, confident and, you know, really fit, and it could have loads of energy. And what you need to do is you need to understand that who you are right now is basically the reason you are where you are. Your belief systems and the way that you see the world and stand in the world is perfectly manifesting the environment and life that you deserve. It's as simple as that. Now, I'm not saying that you deserve some of the nasty stuff that's happened to you, like maybe some trauma and stuff, but the point is that in order for the goal to happen, you don't chase a goal. You chase an identity. You chase a version of yourself. A goal is an effect. It's something that happens. It's an effect. You are the cause. Your identity is the cause. Okay? And so if you want to achieve a goal and you want to make something happen, well, what's the key word to that statement?
if you want to achieve a goal, if you want to make something happen, which means that you are the person that makes it happen. And so we don't achieve goals, we achieve identities, we achieve characters. And through the achievement of the character, or through the achievement of the identity, we manifest the goal. And how could this be any other way? If you become the person that you need to become to achieve your goal, then you're going to make it happen. And this is what I've been doing for the last 8 years of my entrepreneurial career, is I set a goal, I ask myself, who do I need to become to achieve this goal? And then I start working on achieving it. And most of my work is spent working on myself as opposed to my company. And obviously you have to work on the business, but like, for example, I had to go through a change in myself a couple of years ago where I had a goal to build a big team and to outsource the work and have the company run, without me. And part of my identity was that nobody could do my job better than myself. And this was a belief system I had about hiring and outsourcing to people. I had this belief system that I didn't trust anyone to run the company for me. Nobody could do it better than me. If I wasn't in the company, it would fail. These were belief systems that I had. This was my version 1 to do with that, paradigm and that belief system. And what I had to do was rewire my belief systems and look for contrary evidence, because I just asked myself, well, if those belief systems were true, and that was an accurate, objective representation of the entire world and the way that the business machine works, how on earth is it that there are thousands of companies at billion-dollar levels that are not run by the founder? So I knew that I was wrong, and I knew that my belief systems were faulty. And so what I had to do was kill this part of myself, kill this version 1, I can't hire, I can't trust people, and step into someone that could trust people and was capable of finding talented, strong people. And you might have the same thing in your life right now, where maybe you believe that money is hard to come by. And you need to do an honest audit of your belief systems here. You might think, oh, I don't believe that, but maybe you do. You need to be honest with yourself and ask yourself, what has this person cooked up? Because you've got to undo, let's say you're 25 years old right now. Well, you've got 25 years of belief-based conditioning that you've got to undo. Because this person's probably cooked up a lot of damn stuff. Maybe you want to make 10K a month, but you believe that the only way to make 10K a month is to go and get a job as a lawyer and wait 20 years. And maybe that's because your parents told you that was the way it worked. And the thing is you're going to have these conflicting goals and stuff. So you need to be honest with yourself and ask yourself, what belief systems have I cooked up? And what's my current identity trying to manifest and force onto other people and to myself? And how is that interfering with my ability to achieve my goal? And so one exercise I like to do is I like to look at the people who have achieved what I want to achieve. And I like to study them as intently and as diligently as I can. And then from that, I will be able to deduce their worldview and understand their paradigms and the belief systems and the way that they operate and work. And, one example of this I can give you is Cicero, who was a politician in Rome, one of the greatest politicians who ever lived. And Cicero's worldview and belief system around political operation was just never to pick a side. And most politicians who get into politics, they have this V1 belief system that you need to pick a side and polarize. But Cicero, he eventually kind of had to. But for so long, he balanced this continuum of either side. And so if you wanted to get into politics, it helps to study the best people. And if the best people are thinking in that way, and it's out of alignment with what you think, it's very likely that you're wrong and they're right. And I do this with entrepreneurs, I do this with business people, I do this with anything I want to achieve. I just go and find the best people who have done it. I study conquerors and people who have built business monopolies. And because that's kind of what I want to do. Right, I want to take over markets and completely just raise the bar. So anyway, here's where this happens. So we have version 1 of yourself right now. I'm going to give you a solution to this. And we know that this thing wants to survive. And we know that if we try to take out or hunt down any wild animal, it's going to kick up a fuss, it's going to scream, and it's going to try and resist our efforts. Here's what you've got to realize. Remember, to achieve your goal, you have to become someone else. You have to release this identity, and this thing becomes obsolete. And so the reason that you self-sabotage, and remember, self-sabotage is coming in the form of doubt, fear, judgment, and procrastination, among other things. Any force, anything that comes out of your body that prevents you from working towards your goal is a form of resistance. And this thing here, V1, it generates resistance because it understands fundamentally that if you achieve your goal, it's no longer going to be alive. Because the only way to achieve your goal is to become the person that can. And the only way to become the person that can is if you get rid of this thing. And so this thing is going to fight you. It is going to create so much doubt and so much fear and so much judgment and procrastination. It's going to just dial the hell up. It's not going to let you get out of bed. It's going to like stop you from picking up the phone and making cold calls. It's going to sabotage you. At every turn, this thing is going to fight you. And the good news is it's possible to defeat this thing. And it's more than possible to overcome this thing. But you just need to start by understanding. It's taken me 34 minutes nearly to actually explain what the hell is going on. But this is why you self-sabotage. This is why you can't just do the work. It's because this version of you, your identity right now, has to change. And it knows that. You might not have consciously known this before this video, but your subconscious is very clever. It's very intelligent and it's very smart. And for as long as this thing knows that this thing exists, it's going to fight it. Because it would kind of be like, you know, what would it be like? Well, it's just like if you were hunting a wild animal. Like, you know, in order for you to achieve your goal of like having eaten some food or something, let me just cancel that call, sorry. In order for you to achieve your goal of like eating food or feeding your family, like if the consequence of that is that this thing is going to die, then it's going to fight. So now you know why you sabotage. It's just this, it's just an identity problem. It's your ego. It's everything that you stand for and believe in is coming into challenge, is being challenged by the goal. That's all this is. And that's why part of you doesn't want to achieve this goal, and part of you just drags you down and holds you by the heels. It's scared. It doesn't want to die, but it has to. So the question is now, okay, well, now Charlie, I understand why this happens, and now I understand why I keep breaking myself down and why I keep having these doubts. Don't think it's anything else, because this thing will try and convince you it's something else. But it will convince you that, oh, it's not safe, we're comfortable here, it's just trying to survive. And you can't blame it, you can't be angry at it, because you do the same thing. You know, like put me in a cage with a bunch of animals, I'm going to fight for my life in there if I have to. You can't blame it for fighting, it's just within its nature. And so what we need to do is we need to understand, well, okay, how do we eliminate this part of ourselves? And I'm not going to use the K word because YouTube's going to probably demonetize this video if I start saying you should K yourself, right? But you need to, in essence, K that part of yourself so that the new version of you can step in and begin to grow. So how do we achieve this? How do we eliminate our old identity, which in essence we need to remove and eliminate? There are two ways, okay? The first way is pain, and the second way is affirmation. So what we're going to do is we're going to get into these two things. Pain is an interesting idea. I want it known that I'm not talking about physical pain, where like, for example, you stub your toe on purpose or something like that. I'm not talking about breaking a leg or touching a hot stove. I'm talking about psychological mental pain. And pain at first principle is very straightforward. Pain is basically when resistance meets effort. So remember, resistance here is this unanimous universal force of self-sabotage. And it can come in many different forms. In fact, in my trainings for my clients, I've been able to find like 40 different ways that this manifests. It can come in the form of you being a perfectionist. It can come in the form of you, like, you're just not wanting to do the work, doubt, procrastination, fear, people are going to judge me for this. I mean, there's a ton, and I won't get into all of them now, but anything that prevents you from doing the work, like
you know, oh, I'll just do it tomorrow, or like, oh, I can't work on this right now because like the Wi-Fi speed's not good enough. Like anything that you tell, any delusional story you tell yourself as to why you should do the work is resistance. And the way that pain manifests and the way that pain comes to fruition in your mind is when resistance meets effort. Now, effort is basically your will. It's your body and your mind executing on activities and performing tasks in spite of there being resistance there. And it's kind of interesting here because the only way that you can feel pain is by creating resistance. And so the only way to essentially assassinate your character, your version 1 that you want to get rid of so a new place can step in, and that's where the affirmation comes in. I'm going to show you how to assassinate, and, you know, essentially what we're doing here is we're performing a mental coup, you know, where it's kind of like in a government, where, I mean, there's lots of examples of famous coups throughout history, like, I won't get into them anyway. You know what a coup is, right? Where like there's a government and they don't like the emperor or the ruler or the king, and so they assassinate the king and the current presiding like form of identity, the king or the emperor, and they replace the king with a more favourable person that they think will be better for the country or their own interests. And so what we're doing here is we're performing a psychological coup where we need to assassinate this thing to get rid of it so that we can put something new in. Because until you get rid of the current thing, you can't put the new thing in. Although it's a transition, you get the binary thinking, right? Why pain? Well, the only way to defeat and eliminate this version 1 of yourself is through pain. Pain is the weapon that you use to slay the dragon, so to speak. And so if you are a knight and you are fighting a dragon for the pot of gold or the blonde princess or whatever, you have a sword, and you will use the sword to slay the dragon. And your action, which is your effort, is you swinging the sword. The resistance represents the dragon. And the sword itself represents pain. The only tool you have at your disposal to eliminate and assassinate this thing is suffering. And how could it possibly be any other way? Because nobody likes pain. And the reason that no one's successful, and the reason that it's extremely rare to find success in this day and age, is because people don't understand this. All you want in life is probably behind a couple of years of suffering and pain. And this can be interchanged with suffering, but I think pain is a better word to use. And so you need to have pain. And basically, the interesting thing is every single time resistance manifests in your life through anything, whether it's like, you know, in fact, let me get my laptop and tell you some examples of resistance. I think this is pretty important that you understand this. Because any time that you feel resistance, which is basically, you know, your version 1 identity trying to survive, any time that that comes up is a time that you have an opportunity to create pain in your life, voluntary pain. And so if I just hop into my laptop here, I can actually walk you through the forms of resistance that I've been able to identify in myself and the forms of resistance that I've been able to overcome. And so you need to rewire your relationship with pain because it's a good thing. It's the only way that you can remove this thing and essentially get what you want. So here we go. Okay. Let's have a look here. So, you can see this here? This is part of one of our trainings. So, okay, here are forms of resistance. First one is fear. The second one is instant gratification, which is not working because you expect instant gratification from work. Doubt, obviously. Anxiety, not working because it makes you feel nervous. Rationalization, not working because you rationalize not to do it. Learning, not working because you want to focus on learning instead. Research, not working because you want to research the thing before you start working on it. Comfort, not working because you feel comfortable right now. Perfection, not working because you want everything to be perfect before starting. Waiting, not working because you'd rather wait to see if things change. These are all here, right? There's a load. There's a lot of ways this comes in. Criticism, not working because you're afraid of people's criticism. Drama, not working because you're involved in your own personal drama and you're creating personal drama to avoid the work.
Support, not working because you feel like you don't have the support network or a fucking accountability partner. God, I see this all the time. I need an accountability partner to do the work. It's this thing, it's attacking you. Like all of these methods of cope you have, all these delusions, there's 40 of them, so nearly, they all come from the same source. They're all resistance. And please don't clip me going like what I just did. That's going to be awkward. But like entitlement, not working because you feel like you're entitled not to. Routine, not working because you didn't have your coffee this morning. Self-love, not working because it makes you feel like stupid. Like, oh, I don't want to do the work because I love myself and I don't want to put myself through pain. God, if you really loved yourself, then you put yourself through some pain because you're being an idiot. So, back to this topic at hand. The only thing you have, the only way that you can destroy and assassinate this current version of yourself is with pain. And that means that every time you feel resistance, every time something in you says, please don't do this work, and you do with effort, then part of this dies, okay? Part of this dies. And why? Why does it die? Well, it's because by applying effort to resistance and by pain manifesting, pain's the effect of this, you're becoming the person that you need to become to achieve the goal. Because there are a series of actions and causes that you can take and put into motion that you can literally work on to achieve your goal. And it's funny that to work on those things and to believe those things are going to work, i.e. like making a cold call or doing a sales call or building a website, although that's up to debate if that's important or not, but doing these things is it's a form of, a new identity is forming. Identities form through our belief systems. Our belief systems manifest through our actions, okay? And so if you suddenly start making tons of cold calls for your business, or if you suddenly start making content for your personal brand, even though you don't want to do it, you're reforming your identity and you're reshaping yourself. And it's really the quickest way, in alignment with this, to change your identity is to start behaving out of alignment with who you believe you are. And it is so hard to do, and this is why it's so rare to find success. Because no one wants to be in pain. It doesn't feel very nice. But this is why success is valuable. It's because it's rare. And because anyone who is successful has had to go through this, whether they've been aware of it or not, they go through this. And then you look at someone who's successful and you just think, he's just got it. Like, that's not me. Like, people are born with it. People are just like, talent is just like born, not made. It's a load of rubbish. It's just like accurate suffering for years on end until this thing's gone and then it can be replaced with something new. And so I can't describe this in any more of any simpler terms than this. Pain manifests when resistance meets effort. And pain is the sword that we use to slay the current version of ourselves that does not want us to succeed because it does not want to die. This thing wants to survive, okay? And in order for you to kill something, you have to put it in pain. It's very straightforward. The metaphor is perfectly aligned, and I hope that makes sense. But the question then becomes, okay, well, if I know how to assassinate the king, then how do I introduce a new candidate? And the way we do that is through affirmation. So remember, this identity is an aggregate of belief systems. That's really all your identity is. It's a collection of scales of either positive, you've got positive or negative experiences like this. It's a collection of scales of millions of these different things, or hundreds of thousands of them at least. And what we're doing as we go through pain is we are realigning these scales in some way, shape, or form. Because if you believe money's hard to make, and you start making cold calls in spite of everything about you screaming at you to not do it, and you start making some money, well, you start to have, like, if all you've ever had in your life is negative experiences with money and making money, and you believe it's scarce and hard to come by, then when you start trying to make it, your version 1 is going to be screaming at you because it's got this belief system it's hard to make. And if you actually try and you start refusing to believe it's bullshit and putting causes into motion to try and make the money, you're going to start having some slightly positive experiences with making money. And over time, you're going to tip this scale in the other direction and tip this belief system, and in the process, remove version 1 of yourself, change your belief system so you can start to behave differently, and that's called praxis.
We give assent to belief through action, through something called praxis. And then you're a different person. And now you've become he who can, or she who can. Remember, the only way to achieve a goal is to become he who can, or she who can. We don't go after goals, we go after identities, we go after characters. And by becoming the person that can achieve a goal, of course it's going to happen. How can it possibly be any other way? It's called obliquity. We achieve something through its opposite. So the next step, and you want to do this at the same time as this, is every day from now on, your entire job is to put yourself in as much pain as humanly possible. Isolate the thing that you feel the most resistance around. And if you're wondering what to work on, and you're wondering how to actually go about this, just find the thing that is the most difficult and then do it. Right now, I want you to make a cold call. Now your heart's starting to beat, and now you're justified. You've just justified exactly why you shouldn't do it, haven't you? I want you to make a cold call. Oh, it doesn't matter who you call. I want you to call someone up and just tell them that you want to sell them something. Oh, but now look at you. Now look at you. Everything that you've just learned has been thrown out the window. Version 1 of you, and I'm serious, I want you to do this. Version 1 of you is now afraid and scared. In fact, I'm going to do it. Let's make a cold call. You know? Because if you can't do this now, when this knowledge is fresh in your brain, do it with me. I want you to make a cold call. I literally want you to pick up your phone or pick up something and make a cold call. Okay? It doesn't have to go well, and mine's probably not going to. Right? When I used to do cold calling, I have a 5% conversion rate on appointments, which means that I'm probably have a 5% chance of booking this appointment. But I'm going to make a call. Okay? And even if they don't pick up, it doesn't matter. It's just the fact that I've done it. So let's search marketing agency in London. See, and now I've got some resistance. I don't want to do this. I don't want to make this cold call because I can get rejected and it's not going to feel very nice. But I've got my Skype and I'm going to do it. And I want you to do the same thing. Because the lesson here is that we have, what we are feeling right now, you and I both, is resistance. Even if you don't have a business that relies on cold calls, I want you to do this. I want you to do something difficult. Because this is a very small piece of pain that we can use to assassinate the version 1 of ourselves. Okay? So let's call this agency up. They're in London, so they should be open right now. And let me turn this volume up.
Hi, thank you for calling.
They're not even going to answer. But look, this is what you need to learn to do. Is every, like, I'm just like making a call and you start panicking. And now what you're saying to yourself is, oh, I'll do it after the thing. Or, well, my business doesn't rely on cold calls, so I don't really need to do it. But a few of you, a small percentage of you are actually going to be taking action here. And this is the start of the snowball that rolls down the hill. Most people are going to watch this video and they're going to pussy out and be like, oh, yeah, I don't really want to make a cold call. Like, it's just not me. Have you not just listened to what I said? Like, are you not getting it? Is it not coming into your bloody skull? So let me find a marketing agency and call them. And let's see. Let's have a look, shall we? And I'm just doing this live. I'm doing this real time on my laptop. You can see what I'm here. I need to find their phone numbers. And it doesn't matter if I get rejected. It doesn't matter if I don't get anywhere. Like, the whole point of this is that why do most agencies not have their phone number on their website? What? Okay, let's go to Yellow Pages. Okay. Let's try this again then. Like, you need to learn how to do this. This is a cold call. I'm not going to book the meeting. I know I won't, probably.
Good afternoon, William Mark, coming.
Hey, good afternoon, mate. I've got to be honest with you. I'm here to sell you something. Would you like me to leave you alone, or can I have 2 minutes?
Leave me alone. Thank you.
All right, brother. Have a good day.
You too.
And it's that simple. It's that damn simple. All right? I didn't want to do that. It doesn't feel very nice. I've just been rejected on camera to maybe 100,000 people. But the point is that I've just put myself through some pain. I felt the resistance. I didn't want to make the call. I didn't want to do it at all. You saw, I was kind of like, oh, I don't want to do this. I've applied effort to resistance. I'm now in some sort of pain, although it's just subsided.
And this part of me that is manifesting all these problems is now slightly worse off. So you have to, if you didn't just make that cold call, well, I'm sorry, but you're not cut out to be successful. And I mean that, and I mean that with all my goodwill and heart. If you're not willing to pick up the phone right now and do this one small thing and put yourself in this one small piece of pain as I just did there, then you're simply not cut out for this life. You're just, if you can't even do that, if you can't even bring yourself to do that, you're not worth it. And I don't mean that in a negative, nasty way. I'm just saying you might as well just click off this video and go and watch some Netflix and just live your, blind life where you just abide by the rules and you just let life carry you through. Don't bother trying. You can't do something like that, or you can't think of something painful, like go and just do a plank right now. Do like a 60-second plank, but do the cold call. Even any business, and just tell them you're trying to sell them something, and they'll be like, oh no, they'll just be like, oh, leave me alone, go away, like that guy did. And it won't feel nice, but what matters is that you're one step closer towards removing this part of yourself. So if you, I can't stress enough, you can't even do that, then I'm sorry, but you're beyond hope. So now that I've put you through some suffering and some pain and you hate me a little bit, let's talk about how to remove this. Because what you just did there with the cold call, if you do that, like if you did it, which I'm assuming you did because you should have done it, if that pain that you just felt and that sensation that you just felt, if every waking hour of your life for the next couple of years becomes dedicated to chasing that feeling as intensely and as much as you can possibly take, you will become successful. I promise. And I know it's true because it's exactly what I did. Isolate the thing that hurts the most and repeat it over and over and over again, and give the universe no choice. It will remove this thing and your identity will begin to reform, and time will elapse. It will be hard, it will suck, but it will make for a good story. Okay? That cold call, I've probably done 100,000 cold calls in my life. I cold called every gym in America like more than twice. There's like 40,000 of them. So, and it sucks. I didn't enjoy it. It's horrible, but that's my point. The reason that success is valuable is because very few people have it, because very few people can do this, and they know that they don't have to do this. So, the next stage is affirmation. So, what I said about the belief system being either, positive here or negative here is pretty universally true. And in addition to your efforts, you want to fight this enemy on two different fronts, okay? So front number one is the pain thing, where we're essentially trying to strip this thing of any of its power by basically putting it in this pain. And we're slaying the dragon with the sword, and the sword is the pain, the swinging is the action, and the dragon is the current form of identity we have. And when you remove this thing, you get the pot of gold and everything happens and you achieve your goal. And remember, you want this. You want resistance and you want pain, and you need to rewire your relationship with this stuff, because without the dragon, there can be no night. The dragon represents an opportunity for you to become more and for you to grow. And without the dragon, what's the point? If you're a superhero but there's no villain, what's the point? You can't be a hero without a villain, and you cannot be a successful, well put together entrepreneurial person without pain. You need it, you should want it, you should love it. It'll take a while for you to fall in love with it, but trust me, you will. The next stage is affirmation. So, the second stage in the coup, so to speak, is affirmation. Now, I said to you earlier that your identity is basically a collection of scales like this. And these scales are either positive or negative, okay? And anything in life, anything at all in the universe that you can perceive, you either have a positive or negative perception of to some degree. So, for example, let's just take Logan Paul, okay? If you think that Logan Paul, if all you've had is negative experiences with Logan Paul, or you've had a lot of negative experiences with Logan Paul, then your belief about Logan Paul is going to be that Logan Paul is bad and I don't like him. So your belief, the worldview, is that Logan Paul is bad, and you've attached your identity to that by basically stating that statement. Not that this has any relevance to your business success, but you get my point. And although it kind of could, because now if you think Logan Paul's bad, you're going to think that YouTube and creating content is bad. And if you judge Logan Paul for his content, then you're going to start to you're going to reflect that fear into yourself, and you won't be able to make content because you're judging content creators. That's kind of how this thing works. But here's the thing. have basically two forms of experience that form these belief systems. So earlier on, I told you that really it comes down to your senses and your sensory experiences. I'm going to change my pen. If you remember, I told you that it comes down to your sensory experiencing, where you've got your five senses. And, you know, so for example, if Logan Paul makes a YouTube video, you're going to watch and listen to that video. And the information of the stimulus is going to be taken in to your brain through your senses. And if it's a bad thing that Logan Paul's done, then you're going to have a negative experience with Logan Paul, and you're going to stack the scale slightly, and the negative scale will outweigh the positive scale. And that's how your belief system forms. But here's the thing. In addition to your senses and really the external perception of the world with your ears and your eyes and your tongue and your taste and your touch, blah, blah, we have another sense. We have a sixth sense. And this sixth sense can be used as a superpower really there's actually seven. So there's seven. You have 7 and 6 senses. And you can use these two senses to recreate experiences and essentially rewire your brain to change your belief systems. And so you might be like, well, what? Sorry, Charlie, but I don't quite understand. Well, let me explain. You have your memory and you have your imagination. So in the same way that your eyes will, light will reflect into your eyes from your environment, and your brain will form a picture. You will hallucinate reality in essence. Well, we can use our memory and we can use our imagination to recreate our belief systems. And if you don't believe me, well, it's very simple. Shut your eyes right now and remember a really, really bad time. Just shut your eyes right now and just think about something recently that happened that made you feel like you were cringing. Just think about something that really made you feel like, oh, cringe, proper cringe, right? Just remember that. What you've just had is an experience. Without really having any sensory input, you've just had an experience, and you've had a negative experience. And that negative experience has been about the thing that you just thought about. And so what you've just done is you've just confirmed a belief system about that thing towards a negative bias. And now close your eyes and imagine a really happy experience. Just shut your eyes for a second. I'm thinking of one. Think of something really happy that made you feel really happy. And open your eyes. Now what you've just done, using your memory of an experience in your life, is you've just reinforced a belief system. So for example, I was thinking about my mother, and the last time I saw her, I gave her a big hug, and that made me feel really happy. And so the positive experience dichotomy for me, for my mother, has just increased, okay? Just by me shutting my eyes and imagining it. And you can do the same thing now with anything. And the thing is for example, if you believe that money is hard to come by, well, there's probably been one experience in your life that you can remember where money felt abundant. Like, for example, maybe you cycled past a supercar and you thought, God damn, that makes me feel good. Like, maybe it's possible. Maybe there's some hope. Well, you need to shut your eyes and reimagine that experience through your memory. And in doing so, you're going to have a positive experience. It's not a real experience, but that doesn't matter. There are studies on this that demonstrate that the brain and like your conscious mind and your unconscious mind cannot tell the difference between real life and imaginary experiences. And the reason we know this to be true is A, because if you shut your eyes and imagine something bad, you feel an emotion, which means that your brain is actually producing a proper neurochemical reaction to the imaginary. And B, if you watch a movie that you know isn't real life, that is effectively imaginary and staged, you're still going to feel the emotions from that movie. And sometimes you'll get so dragged into the movie that you think is real. And that's your brain will produce these things. And so what we're trying to do, in addition to putting ourselves through significant levels of pain in our life and looking for ways to build effort and to match effort with resistance, what we're trying to do here is affirmate future states that we want. What I mean by this is we want to use our memory and also our imagination. So you don't just have to use your memory, because maybe you haven't got that many good experiences. But what you can do is you can create experiences in your mind. So let's say you want to make 10 grand a month and you want financial freedom. Well, you can get good at imagining stuff. If you close your eyes right now, and I've got my eyes closed, imagine yourself, well, they're open now, but imagine yourself on a beach in Bali and you're working your laptop and you've got your feet in the sand and it's kind of warm and you've got like a coconut water that you're sipping on the table and you've got your laptop on the thing, sunrise is coming up at 6 in the morning, you can imagine this right now, and you've got a vest on and you're in shorts and you've got your flip-flops on the floor and you can hear the lapping of the waves. You're looking at your Stripe, you just turn the brightness up on your laptop, you've made $4,000 this month, you're only halfway through the month, you're a 6-figure earner. One of your friends is like laughing to their mum on the phone on the right-hand side of the table. You need to get imaginative. And what you can start to do is you can start to imagine things and you can literally create experiences by using your imagination. And you're not going to be good at this to begin with. It's kind of hard to get good at imagining stuff, but over time, you're going to be able to create visualizations. And by creating those visualizations around the things that we don't believe to be true right now, you can rewire your entire brain. So if all you've ever had is negative experiences with money, well, you need to rewire that. You need to, because otherwise you're going to constantly think it's impossible to make. And so whilst you're battling the Eastern Front, and you're on the Eastern Front fighting off the identity with pain and slaying that damn dragon, you need to be fighting the Western Front and the mental battle of telling yourself, because the easiest way for you to consistently justify this pain and to justify matching the resistance with effort is to consistently imagine a better future and to imagine why you're doing it, because you will forget this stuff. I promise you will. But what you won't forget is the imagination. And when you're doing your imagination, when you're doing your affirmations, essentially, you need to link them to emotion. If you're not feeling something, you're not rewiring the belief. Remember, a belief is a continuum, a spectrum of emotion. It's positive or negative. And so what you want to do is you want to imagine good experiences that make you feel something. If the image or the memory, these 6th and 7th senses of ways of building beliefs, or at least experiences that create beliefs, if these don't make you feel emotion, then you're not rewiring your brain and you're not counteracting the belief system. It has to make you feel something. For example, I did this every day, twice a day, for about 3 years, and I'm not even joking. What I did is I listed out a bunch of affirmations and I told myself that I was going to be successful and I knew exactly what I wanted. In fact, I can probably show you this on my laptop. I knew exactly what I wanted and I created a vision board and I created affirmations and all of this stuff. And basically what I did every day for really 2 years, maybe even longer than that, is every day I would visualize myself living this dream life. So I can actually attest to the fact that this thing works. This isn't some woo-wop, theory crafting, spiritual, try this. I actually know this works because I bloody did it. And it worked. And if you don't believe me, well, look at this. Look at this. So, of course, my Wi-Fi is not going to load it now. That's just typical. So this was something I created. You can see this here. So I created this a long time ago. I don't know if you can see. So here I've got first class or business class travel, and Airbnb, which means that I'm financially and location free. I made this when I was poor, when I had no money. Now I have this. I can go first class, business class, wherever I want. This was the apartment that I wanted. I don't know if you can see that there. That was the apartment that I wanted in a city called Bath in the UK. I moved into that apartment. Now I'm on the bloody palm in Dubai, right? This was the car I wanted, which was a C-Class Mercedes. I ended up getting a C63 AMG. This is the body that I wanted, which I'm nearly there with. Here's the apartment again. And what I would do, is I would, I had no money. This is when I was starting. But what I would do is I would sit and I would visualize myself in this apartment. And sorry, I get a little bit emotional. Guys, I get a little bit emotional when I talk about this because I would sit and I would imagine, I was in this grotty flat with no prospects, no money, and I had a supportive family, but I didn't have anything. I was in my parents' room, I had this horrible little office, and what I would do is I would sit there and I would shut my eyes at night and I would imagine myself in the morning getting up in this apartment. I studied it. I studied even the way the window sills looked. I looked at the way that the tap would turn in the bathroom in the pictures. I went to the city and I saw it from afar. And I would sit and I would imagine myself waking up in the morning. And sorry, I told you this is going to take a weird turn. I would imagine myself waking up in the morning and getting out of bed and putting the cover off and opening the thing to this beautiful view of the city of Bath, and then walking over, getting a smoothie. I'd imagine the taste of the smoothie, looking out the window and opening and having the breeze come into my face. And then I'd get my Mercedes key and I'd go down the lift and I'd get in the car and I'd feel the leather of the car and the seatbelt, and I'd drive to the gym and work on my... I would imagine it every day, and I wanted it so badly. And what I would do is I was recreating experiences over and over and over again. You know, I would imagine myself doing objection handling on my sales calls and absolutely crushing it. I'd imagine myself making YouTube. It's so weird how it works. Man, I forget about this stuff. I would imagine myself, because I knew I had to have a YouTube channel to do what I wanted to do. I would imagine myself making YouTube content and making content that gets like 10,000 views a video. That was like an insurmountable amount of views to me at the time. And now I can get like 100,000 views a video or 50,000 views a video sometimes. So it works. If you create positive experiences in your mind and you try to remember positive experiences in your mind that completely counteract your current paradigm and the current manifestation of your identity right now, you find the opposite, you find the antithesis, you find what will get you what you want. And by doing this, what will start to happen is this person that is locked away in your unconscious, this version 2 that set the dream and set the goal, will begin to rise. And what will happen, and I guarantee this will happen, is eventually you're going to have to do the same thing to number 2. This doesn't stop, okay? Number 1 is gone. Number 2 is going to come up. And now you've got a new enemy to slay, because number 2 is going to have its limits as well. And then and then what will happen is inside of you, your goal-seeking mechanism will create version number 3 you have to become. And then you have to go through this all over again. Success is suffering. And it's as simple as that. Learn how to do this and you will become successful. And I know it's true because I did it. And it's the most beautiful, rewarding, fulfilling, meaningful thing that you can ever do, is to learn this thing and apply it. I suggest you rewatch this video 10 times, because when I came across this information and it was sort of scattered, you have to remind yourself of this every week. Put it in your calendar, watch it 52 times a year, because all you need to know is this. Everything else you will be able to figure out through these lessons. Do not forget this. And if you ever feel yourself slipping into a rut, and when you feel yourself regressing back to version 1, which is going to happen, you're going to go back there. You're going to regress to version 1. It's going to happen. When it happens, come back to this video, remind yourself of how to do it. Bye.
Hey everyone, it's Charlie Morgan here, and in today's video I'm going to explain how to be consistent, how you can achieve predictable, reliable and consistent behavior so that you can make progress towards your goals. Whether this is being consistent with work or diet or sleep or exercise or anything like that, I'm going to show you how to actually do this. Because your job as a young man or woman is to find a pace that you can maintain throughout your work and your life for the next 50, 60, 70 years. And I've been figuring out how to become consistent for really the last 8 years. And it's not as easy as you think. It's not about just reading Atomic Habits by James Clear. It's not about creating a calendar that you tick off. It's not about the Pomodoro technique. It's not about any of that stuff. It's not about watching productivity gurus. It comes down to a very simple method and framework that has worked for me. And so in this video, I'm going to explain and share an idea that has allowed me to become consistent. And if you're wondering what the result of consistency is, it's success. Because without consistency, you can't really have success. Now, I've had a lot of people commenting on my recent videos who have no idea who I am. And they say, oh, like, why should we listen to this guy? He's just some like weird looking dude that wears a $30 watch with the dodgiest facial hair you've ever seen, and you probably shouldn't trust him because what does he know? How does he know what he's talking about? Well, my name is Charlie, and I've built a company called Imperium Acquisition, which is a near enough 8-figure consulting business. Last year we made just under $10 million. And if you're wondering where consistency gets you, well, this is where I live. I don't know if you can see this out there, but I live on the Palm in Dubai. In fact, if I actually show you, apparently I'm supposed to make some sort of effort at building credibility on this YouTube channel. I prefer to do that through ideas as opposed to material objects, but if you want to see if I actually know what I'm talking about, this is my house. I live on the Palm. That's the thing. You can sort of see, this is my house, all right? So I don't drive a Lamborghini. I don't have a Richard Mille, oh, can't even use a tripod apparently. I don't have a Richard Mille watch. I don't drive around with supermodels, and I don't do all of that stuff. I just sit at this desk and work consistently, right? Now, for those of you wondering, no, I have not just rented this house for a day, but if you think I have, I don't really care because, well, I know the truth and that's what matters. Right, so let's actually get into this video and the topic of today's video, which is, of course, consistency. So what you have to understand is that what we're looking to do is consistency is a behavioral phenomenon, right? And so what this means is that we need to understand, to first get to the bottom of this, we need to understand what behavior actually is. Now, I'm also aware that I always make spelling mistakes on this whiteboard as I'm talking. So if you do see spelling mistakes, and I think I've spelled behavior, that looks wrong. See, now I'm just going to start saying it. This says behavior. If I've spelled it wrong, it doesn't really matter, right? So we need to understand what behavior actually is to get to the bottom of this, right? So behavior is basically physical action coming from the body, right? And so here's the body, okay? And behavior manifests, from this body in all sorts of different ways, right? And so I'm going to use different shapes to represent different manifestations of behavior, right? And let's just draw that one up here. I'll draw it down here so you can see. Okay, so the body will manifest different behaviors, and what we're looking to do is we're looking to consistently manifest the same behaviors over and over again, at least ones that are conducive towards us getting our goals, right? And so, let's say that over here, this square is exercise, right? And let's say this over here is smoking. And let's say this over here is work, and this is gaming, right? And then this here could be Netflix, right? So what we can see is that some of these behaviors, for example, exercise and work, are probably going to be conducive towards your goal, right? And so the first thing you need to do in order to achieve consistency is actually have a goal, right? And we'll come back to this drawing when it makes sense to. The very first thing you have to do to achieve consistent behavior towards a goal is to actually have a goal. Because if you don't know what you want, then you're not going to be able to optimize and make decisions and manifest behaviors that help you achieve this goal. My goal, for example, is to make $1 billion. Because for some reason, I have tied my self-worth to financial achievement, not because I want more money, but because I see this as a scoreboard, and I am by nature a gamer, at least that's how I grew up. So I like to see money as a means of achievement. Yours might be something different. Your goal can be anything. It could be to reverse climate change, it could be to retire your mother. It doesn't have to be money. It can be anything that you want it to be, right? But once you've defined your goal, now we can perform something called optimization, okay? And optimization is basically where you take your goal and you ask yourself a series of questions. And those questions should revolve every day around what behaviors do I have to partake in to achieve said goal. So, for example, if we come back to my goal here of making $1 billion, earlier on we had this diagram, right? Where we had the man, and then we had one behavior up here, another behavior here, we had another behavior here. You know, there was all sorts of different things that we could do, right? And so we can wake up every day and we can expend our calories or energy and focus in many different ways. And so one of these is work, you know, one of these is exercise. You know, I know these are not quite aligned with what the example was earlier, but one of these is gaming, right? And then smoking, right? So it's fairly self-explanatory to understand this, because in order for me to make $1 billion, I'm going to have to be around on this planet for quite a long time, because this is a pretty strong financial achievement that's probably going to take decades. And so if I am smoking, right, well, I might not live to see 40. At least I might not anyway, but if I smoke, the chances of me seeing 40 are significantly reduced. And so what I want to do is consistently not smoke. So there are some behaviors that you want to be inconsistent with, or at least completely eradicate, right? And likewise, gaming. If I am sitting around on Warzone, slide cancelling with a great KD, that's fun, and I enjoy doing that, at least my dopaminergic system does, but it's not really conducive towards my goal, and so I need to eliminate it. And so the first step to actually becoming consistent is to eliminate behaviours that don't contribute towards your goal. Because what happens when you sacrifice behaviors or manifestations of action from thought consistently, you know, when you sacrifice these, all of the energy that was going into, you know, these things can now be poured into the things that you actually want to go into. And so the first stage to becoming consistent with any behavior is to eliminating other behaviors that you don't need or that you don't want. And you're going to have a lot of these things. The chances are, if you are in life right now and you're not very happy with where you are and your life kind of sucks, and you're miserable and unhappy, well, you're going to need to get rid of a lot of things. You're going to need to get rid of certain people, certain behaviors, certain habits, addictions, vices, you name it. And when I tell you to do that, you're going to say, oh, but I need it because of this. Well, you're just coping and you don't, okay? So this is the first thing, is understanding that behavior manifests from the body, right? So let's get back to this diagram, right? So this is you, okay? I'm sure your legs are a little bit longer than your head, but we're gonna go with that, right? So up in your head, you have, I hope, a brain, right? And let's just make this nice and colourful. I know that you stick around for the drawings more than anything, but let's say that this is your brain, right? Now, what's gonna happen is, in order for your body to perform an action, your brain first needs to provide like a stimulus, or, you know, by stimulus I mean like your brain needs to actually say, okay, we're going to do this action. So what happens is, at first principle, the brain sends a signal to the body for it to do something, right? And so, for example, if the behavior that you're trying to like be consistent with is exercising, then your brain's going to send a stimulus or like a series of electrical impulses to the body. For example, put one foot in front of the other, or drive to the gym, or put on your gym clothes, or get in the cold shower, or, you know, hit that punch bag. Like it's gonna just do this, right? What that means is that behaviors come from your body. They come from your mind, right? First of all, but really they're coming out of your body, right? I'm hoping this might seem really weird to you, and it might seem like some sort of weird thing, but I'm going to explain exactly how this works, right? And it should make sense in just a second. What we can do is we can actually apply a school of thought called systems thinking to this equation to better understand how to become consistent and how me drawing a body and a weird looking brain can in any way, shape or form make you consistent. So there is a book called Thinking in Systems, right, by Janella Meadows. Janella Meadows' systems thinking is what Adam Smith is to economics, or what Freud is to psychology, for example. She's basically like a founding father or founding godmother or mother, right? So let's actually get into this. The body basically operates as a system, and what this means is you have inputs, you have processes, okay, inputs, you have a process or processes, and then we have outputs, and then down here we have something called feedback, and then we have over here an environment, right? All systems operate in environment. So what does this funny looking diagram have to do with you being consistent with your work? Well, behavior is an output and the body is the process, right? So what I'm saying here is that when I draw a stick man, you know, and we say that he's going to work or he's going to exercise, right? these actions here, or these behaviors, are outputs. And the body and the brain is the process. So what this means is when I just draw this simple diagram of this stick man, is we're missing two things really. We're missing inputs and we're missing feedback. So we're going to focus on inputs mainly because these are the things that you need to keep consistent with. So what this means is that consistency is an output. And for every output, there is an input. So let me explain. So at first principle, the way that your body works is as follows, okay? So the body here, right? This represents the process. And then over here, I'm just going to draw, let's just say for argument's sake that this is food. So this is like a steak, you know, yummy. And then over here you've got like, I don't know, some broccoli or whatever the hell that is supposed to be. And then you've also got something called sleep. And then on top of that, we've also got water, right? Now there's obviously more to it than this, but this is pretty simple, okay? So what this means is we have biological inputs that go into our body that our body then processes to produce outputs. So behavior has to come from the body, but in order for the body to get energy to perform the behavior, it has to get it from a source. So really what you're looking at here is water, food, and sleep. So these things here, there are more things in this. Obviously you've got microvitamins, you've got sunlight, etc., social interaction, etc., etc., etc. But really at its core, we have like organic inputs, essentially, right? And so we can call these inputs. Now, what's going to happen is the body is going to digest the food, it's going to sleep, it's going to drink the water and absorb the water and the nutrients in the water or whatever to basically get energy, right? And so really the output, of this is sort of secondary output is energy, right? But then the energy is taken and converted into behavior, right? So this could be anything from, reading a book, to sitting down and, working on a screen to, let's just say this person's, this is supposed to be someone running with a severe spinal problem, but you get the point. Or alternatively, it could go into a bad website that we don't want to go into. It could go into you sitting around just, aimlessly, on a couch, just, sitting here, watching TV. This energy can go into many different places, right? And so what this means is that people completely misunderstand the principle and premise of consistency. What they need to understand is that it's not about being consistent with your behavior, right? And there's one other thing over here that I forgot to draw. I'm going to draw this just up here. Can you see up there? Yes, you can. Okay. This represents your goal, right? It's not about being consistent with your behavior. It's about being consistent with your inputs. It's near enough impossible for you to have behavioral consistency when you have dietary, sleep, hydration, and outcome desire inconsistencies. Your behavior is an output. Your body processes inputs. And if your body is forced to process inconsistent inputs, then it will produce inconsistent outputs. Let's say you are a car manufacturer, right? And what you want to try and do is you want to manufacture the same car over and over again. What you're trying to do is achieve predictability. If you are, if you are Mercedes, right? And you have your factory here, which processes all of the raw materials to make the same a certain. Let's just say you're trying to make a C220D, right? Which is a brand of a type of Mercedes. Well, if over here the inputs are different every time, then what's going to happen is you're going to make a different car every time. So let's just say, for example, that you want to make the same car over and over, but every time you go to make the car, you change the wheel arches and the chassis slightly. Well, what's going to happen is when the machine goes to process the inputs, you're going to have a slightly different car every time. And the same thing is true with your behavior. And so the secret to mastering your behavior and the secret to mastering consistent behavior and to maintaining a level of integrity and predictability to your behavior is to focus on this. Because we can't really control this, or we can control how we behave, and that's free will and stuff. But it's significantly easier and more straightforward to do the right thing when we're doing the right thing in the first place. And it's you never really want to rely on your body. Now, there's another thing. There's two more things, really, because the goal's a big one. We're going to talk about all of these things in a second. In fact, I'm going to write them over here. Yeah, those are the main ones. So I'm going to get into this in a second. But there's another thing, right? And that is your environment. Okay? I don't know if you can see this, that's way up there, but you can sort of see the environment up there, and I'm going to explain all these in a second, right? The inputs have a huge influence on your body, which has a huge influence on your behavior, but really the thing that people don't see is the environment, and your environment is basically the immediate space that you live in and operate out of. And this environment will have more of an influence on your behavior than anything, maybe with the exception of the core biological inputs. But on top of that, what we have here is we have what's called a feedback loop, right? And this can go in one of two ways. So feedback is a phenomenon, like a natural phenomenon that basically drives the entire planet and the entire universe, right? And this can be feedback either positive or negative feedback, right? So let's say for a second here that you eat junk food, you sleep terribly, you drink 1 glass of water a day, and you don't really have a goal. Well, what's going to happen is your body's going to have to process, all of the bad food, and it's going to have to deal with all this chaos that you've given it, essentially, which is what bad food is it's chaos. It's not going to have enough sleep, so you're not going to be able to focus. Your emotional regulation is going to be completely screwed, and you're kind of going to be in just some, mental trouble. You're not drinking enough water, so your body's basically dying, and you don't have a goal, so you feel demotivated, insecure, and terrified. What I can tell you, if you're a young person and you're conscientious by nature, which you probably are if you spend 20 minutes watching a weirdo talk about systems thinking, you need to have a goal. You need to have a clear goal, because if you don't have a clear goal, you have nowhere to channel your conscientiousness. You have nowhere to basically go. You have nothing to aim at. For a lot of people in life, that's totally fine, and they're happy to take each day as it comes and just, live, laugh, love. Can't believe I just said that out loud, but you get the point, right? A lot of people are happy to just, aimlessly go through life, and that's great for them. But for us, for those of you like me, we need to have a goal. And so if we don't, we get, kind of depressed and sad, and, if we can't map our progress towards something along a reliable